Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The distant hum of the refrigerator was the only sound left in the apartment. A dull, constant buzz that faded into the background as I sank into the couch, legs stretched out. My Zampicudo rested beside me like a silent sentinel until I shifted it into my lap, fingers curling loosely around the sheath. The sun was already high, warm light slicing through the blinds in narrow bands. But I wasn't ready to let the day move forward yet. Not until I caught up. I still hadn't checked my system notifications. There had been too much blood, too much heat, too much pain, too much Rias. And honestly, I hadn't wanted to. I already knew how it would read. Some version of congratulations for not dying, followed by a reward list meant to make the suffering feel transactional. But now the apartment was quiet. My body was whole again, and the faint scent of cinnamon still lingered on my skin from where she'd pressed against me earlier. I felt steady enough. Rias, that morning with her had been something I didn't realize I needed until it was already over. Not just the warmth, or the softness, or even the closeness. It was the fact that I let myself have it. I hadn't overthought every heartbeat. I hadn't stiffened when her skin touched mine, or pulled away out of reflex. I just lived it, and it felt good. No masks, no restraint, just me and her. I owed her more than thanks. One day, I'd find a way to make it up to her, not just for saving me, but for staying, for whispering that I wasn't alone while I healed, for holding me like I mattered. I exhaled and finally opened the system. Level up, 21-22. Rare Ho-Ho Runestone acquired. Effect, raises Ho-Ho 1 full letter grade, up to A+. Nice. I've been waiting for something like this. I already had an uncommon one for Ho-Ho, but it capped a B+. Useless to me now. I made a mental note to use this after reading the rest. Level up, 22-23. No fanfare, just progress. Secret quest complete. Survive your encounter with Gom. Reward, 1000 XP. Legendary Physique Runestone. Optional objective, failed kill Gom. Reward, 3000 XP. Mythic Zanjutsu Runestone. I clicked my tongue and leaned my head back against the cushion. Damn, so close. If I'd been faster, stronger, better prepared. No, I stopped myself. It hadn't been close at all. I never stood a chance against that thing. Irritating as it was to miss out on a mythic runestone, the truth mattered more. I survived. You survived fatal injuries. New skill unlocked. Physical damage resistance. Rank 1. Skill rank up? Rank 1 too. The pain had better have been good for something. Compatible skills detected. Fuse physical damage resistance and pain resistance. Yes, obviously. New fused skill unlocked. Physical damage nullification. Rank 2. Effect. All physical damage and pain reduced by 20%. Bonus. Plus 1000 base Riryoku. That was beautiful. Easily one of my best skills yet, I muttered. 20% at rank 2 means it scales. If I pushed it far enough, total immunity might actually be possible. Not invincible, but close. Then reality set in. Most supernatural attacks weren't purely physical. Magic would still tear me apart. More than 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep detected. All injuries healed. I closed my eyes briefly. Thank you, gamer's altered body. New skill unlocked. Poison resistance, rank 3. Effect. All common to legendary poisons are 30% less effective. I blinked. That explains it. Gom's presence had felt like poison itself. Thick, suffocating, corrosive. Near the end, I'd stopped noticing it. Not because it faded, but because my body adapted. The system had been protecting me even while I struggled. New quest alert. Kill Gom, the demon general. Optional objectives. I plan on doing that anyway. My fingers tightened around my Zanpakuto-S hilt. That thing wasn't just a monster. It was a reminder of everything I still couldn't do. Soul resonance, 30% reached. The message was as poetic as ever. I thought back to the mindscape. To her, I'd only seen one eye, crimson, threaded with violet and scattered blue sparks. Beautiful. Familiar. Too familiar. The same color as the space the goddess showed me after I died. She'd been there even then. I wanted answers. Title earned. Fatal survivor. Effect. Once per week, fatal damage instead restores the user to 50% health. I let out a dry laugh. Well, that's ominous. Skill rank UPS. Energy sense, rank 7. Ryoryoka body enhancement, rank 7. Cooking, rank 6. The last one made me chuckle. Guess Rias hadn't just been polite. Once the feed cleared, I crushed the physique and ho-ho runestones in my hands. Light surged up my arm. Physique increased. A plus S dash. My body changed immediately. Bones lengthened. Muscles tightened. Strength settled into me like forged steel. When it stopped, I realized I was taller. 6 feet if I had to guess. New skill unlocked. Metal muscle, rank X. I stared. That was absurd. By raw physical standards, I just crossed into the realm of peak human strength. And that was before Ryoryoku enhancement. Then Ho-Ho followed. Ho-Ho increased. A+. Agility, rank up. Rank 9. I stood testing the shift. Lighter. Faster. Still not enough. Gom's second form had treated me like a toy. Are these stats really the limit of a human? I murmured. The question lingered. I checked my status. I was strong. Ridiculously strong for my age. And still I needed her. I picked up my Zanpakuto. I hope you're listening, I whispered. I want to talk. Jinzen came easier this time. The sunken sanctuary greeted me again. The water was higher now. The temple more fractured. She stood at the altar, her back to me. She didn't run. That alone tightened my throat. I don't know if you can hear me, I said softly. But I'm here to listen. Step by step, the sanctuary sank. When she turned, the mask was cracked. A glowing crimson, I watched me. And I understood. You've always been there, I whispered. Her voice came at last, warm and aching. You still haven't said it. My name, she said. Say it. I couldn't. Not yet. Keep going, she said. But don't come back until you're ready. Then she was gone. The next morning, Rias stood at my door. And for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like I was surviving. I was living. I was doing it, Mom. Rias' perspective. I leaned against my oversized desk, arms loosely crossed, gaze unfocused. Maybe I was staring at the polished sheen of the wood. Maybe at the sunlight, catching the Gremory sigil etched into the surface. It didn't matter. My mind wasn't here. It was still walking through this morning like it was a hallway. I couldn't stop pacing. I had never meant to pull Toshio Amano this far into my world. He wasn't a pawn. He wasn't a resource. He wasn't a political move I could justify on paper. He was something else. Something I still didn't have a clean word for. All I knew was that I liked him. More than I should. More than was safe. And certainly more than was convenient. After his hand had closed around mine, fingers lacing with quiet certainty, something in me had shifted. Not hesitant. Not reflexive. Intentional. He didn't leave room for misunderstanding, and the terrifying part was, I didn't want him to. Then he kissed my cheek. Not hidden behind a door. Not in a quiet corner. Right there in front of students who would talk for weeks. He didn't care who saw. That was what left me breathless long after the moment passed. That steady confidence. The promise underneath it. It planted something warm behind my ribs, something dangerous, and it refused to fade. And yet he had this strange duality. He acted like shame didn't exist, but he still held himself back. Respectful. Controlled. Like he had rules, but not because anyone forced them on him. He was changing. I'd already liked him before. His mind, sharp and unsettlingly mature. The way he spoke, as if every sentence had been weighed. The way he never chased attention, never pressed, never treated me or Aquino like trophies. He stayed polite, even when he didn't have to. But now he was stepping forward, reaching. If he kept going like that, I wasn't sure where it would lead, only that I might follow. I exhaled slowly. President, Aquino's voice broke the quiet as she carried in a tray of tea, her tone light like she hadn't just cut straight through my thoughts. Still no sign of him? Not yet, I replied. Kiba sat with a book in his lap, legs crossed, posture perfect. Kaneko was in her usual corner, calmly chewing on chocolate-dipped Pocky like the world had never threatened to swallow us whole. Then the door opened. "Afternoon," Toshio said as he stepped in. Crisp uniform, fluid movements, calm voice. And when his eyes found mine, there was something warmer there than usual. Awareness. Like he hadn't forgotten this morning either. "Hey," I said, before I could stop myself from smiling. He greeted the others with a nod and moved to the couch, settling beside Kaneko. Kaneko didn't look up at first. Then, after a beat, she slid the Pocky box toward him without a word. A tiny gesture, easy to miss. But Kaneko didn't share snacks with people she didn't like. Kaneko barely shared with people she did like. Toshio took one without hesitation. "Thanks," he said, quiet and sincere. Kaneko gave the smallest nod, mouth still full. Aquino glided over with a porcelain cup, like she was performing a ritual. "For our club's favorite guest," she said, voice sweet enough to rot teeth. She poured the tea, leaning in just a little too close. Her blouse shifted. Her chest brushed his cheek, subtle enough to deny, obvious enough to be deliberate. Toshio raised a brow but didn't flinch. He accepted the cup, sipped slowly, then nodded as if nothing unusual had happened. "Thank you," he said. "As always, your tea is perfect." Aquino giggled. "Careful, Toshio-kun. You keep saying things like that, and I might start taking them seriously." "I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true," he replied. My lips curled despite myself. That was new. Normally, Toshio gave polite thanks with the same reserved calm he used for everything else. But that half-smirk, that flicker of playfulness, it barely lasted a second, but I caught it. I wondered if Aquino did too. Of course she did. Something was shifting, and I couldn't deny I liked watching it happen, even when it wasn't directed at me. Kiba closed his book a little. "You seem more relaxed than usual," he observed carefully. "Do I?" Toshio tilted his head. "Maybe I'm just getting used to this place." "You're less reserved," Kaneko said, her golden eyes steady. He met her gaze in silence, the air going still for a heartbeat. Not a challenge, more like recognition. Then Toshio broke it with a small smile and another bite of Pocky. I watched them settle into the usual rhythm, but there was a charge beneath it. Even Kiba and Kaneko felt it. Toshio had always been calm, but it had been the calm of someone holding their breath. Now it felt like he was finally breathing. Aquino returned to her seat with deliberate elegance, watching Toshio over the rim of her cup like she was waiting for the next opening. Toshio set his cup down, as if buying himself a fraction of time to arrange his thoughts. Then he turned to face me, gaze direct, unflinching. "When Toshio looked at you, you felt like you were the only person in the room. So," he began, voice even, "you mentioned this morning that you wanted something in return for all the help. I'm ready. Name it. Within reason." That last part came with a smirk. I looked down at my hands against the desk edge, fingers curling slightly. "Here goes. Are you sure you don't want to join my peerage?" I asked softly. I tried for warmth. What slipped out had more than that in it. Hope, longing, maybe both. "We'd all love to have you." Aquino's smile went a shade too sweet. Kiba looked surprised, sympathetic. Kaneko actually paused mid-chew. Toshio didn't answer right away. He leaned back like he was weighing an argument that mattered. "I appreciate the offer," he said carefully, and I knew before the next words came. "But I don't want to join a peerage. Not now. I have ideas. Ways to push past my limits without giving up what I am. I want to try those first." A small weight settled in my chest. Not a surprise. "Still, I understand," I said because I did, and because I had to, but I wasn't ready to let in there. "There are benefits besides power," I pressed, keeping my tone light. "You'd start as a low-class devil. Yes, but with your skill you'd rise quickly. You'd have training, resources, protection. You wouldn't have to keep gambling your life every time something stronger appears." And then, before I could stop myself, I added, "You'd also have more time with me. With all of us. You could visit the underworld during breaks. Train there. Learn more. We could help you become stronger. He smiled, small but genuine. You make a compelling case, he said. Then, quieter, it's not about power. Not exactly. Every part of the room leaned into that moment. Then he sighed. I'm sorry. My heart sank anyway, even though I knew he wasn't trying to hurt me. I'll respect your decision, I said, forcing steadiness into my voice. I won't ask again, but the offer will always be open. His expression softened. Thanks, Rias. And if I ever change my mind, yours is the only peerage I'd ever want to join. That's a promise. It helped. Not enough to erase the disappointment, but enough to make it bearable. I'll hold you to that, I said quietly. Akino's smile remained, but it didn't reach her eyes. Kiba looked distant. Kaneko set her snack down with a small, blunt thump. Toshio straightened. What about those magic books? You said you'd have one ready. Finally. Something that didn't feel like walking on glass. I turned to my desk and picked up the book I'd placed there earlier. This is the only one we could access immediately, I said, handing it to him. But it'll get you started. Principia Arcanum, Volume I, Foundational Formulae. He took it with both hands, eyes scanning the cover. And for the first time, I saw real excitement light his face. This is perfect, he said. Thank you. Then, before I could respond, he stepped forward and wrapped his arms around me. My breath caught. I hugged him back almost instantly, eyes fluttering shut as I melted into the simple feeling of being wanted. Not for power, not for legacy, just me. When he pulled back, he kissed my cheek. Heat rushed to my face so fast it felt unfair. Of course, Akino couldn't leave it alone. Hey, Toshio, I want one too, she whined. Toshio actually chuckled, walked over, and repeated the gesture. Hug, cheek kiss. Akino, as expected, didn't waste the opportunity. She slipped her arms around his waist and promptly grabbed his rear. If you keep doing that, she whispered, voice low and playful hot, don't expect me to keep holding back. My eyebrow twitched. Akino had better keep holding back. Toshio stepped away, the grimoire tucked against his arm like a treasure. I'm going to start right away, he said. Thank you. All of you. You're welcome, I replied, softer than I meant. He said goodbye to each of us and vanished in a blur, leaving a breeze that ruffled my skirt and a silence that somehow felt louder than before. I stared at the door for a moment. If he wasn't going to join my peerage, then this was the next best thing. I turned to Akino, who was sitting with her legs pressed together in a very specific way. Akino, I said flatly, go clean up the tea. Akino pouted, but there was something bright in her eyes. Something complicated. Yes, President, she sang, sweeping up the tray with suspicious enthusiasm. Kiba chuckled behind his book. Kaneko went back to her snack like none of this mattered. And I returned to my thoughts. Toshio, I hope you say yes one day. I wasn't sure which yes my heart meant anymore. Toshio perspective. I didn't go deep into the forest this time. Not after Gong. Even now, weeks later, the thought of pushing farther stirred something coiled beneath my ribs. Not fear exactly. Something more instinctive. A warning my body refused to ignore. The forest smelled like moss and wet bark. Rich and earthy, almost comforting. Birds chirped somewhere distant. Leaves rustled overhead in the early summer breeze. Peaceful, quiet, and still, it didn't fool me. I stayed near the edge, far enough from roads that no student would stumble across me, but not so far that the trees began to feel like they were closing in. I could still feel the phantom weight of Gom's presence out there, like a memory embedded in the soil. Part of me wanted to charge into the dark and conquer it, to prove something, to scream at the world that I wasn't the same boy who had crawled through Kuo nearly dead. But the part of me that survived told me to wait. I didn't need to prove anything today. What I needed was space to grow. I found a small rise near the tree lean where sunlight filtered through the canopy in warm ribbons. A flat boulder sat nearby, half covered in moss like it had been waiting for centuries. I dropped my bag beside it and sat cross-legged on the dirt, careful not to ruin my uniform. Then I pulled the grimoire from my inventory. Principia Arcanum, Volume I, Foundational Formulae. It was heavier than it looked. Faded leather binding, stiff with age. The texture under my fingers felt almost like skin. Runes etched into the spine pulsed faintly, subtle as a heartbeat. I traced one groove with my thumb, then opened it. Ink. Wax. Something faintly herbal. I breathed out. All right. I murmured, more to anchor myself than anything. Let's see what we can learn. I read, not just the words, everything beneath them. Structure, logic, layered like mathematics. Perfect memory did the rest. When I closed the book, my mind buzzed like a circuit board lighting up. Right on cue, the system chimed. You have completed the study of Principia Arcanum, Volume 1. Would you like to consume the grimoire and learn its spells? Yes. The book dissolved into golden particles, drifting upward and vanishing like sand caught in sunlight. New skills unlocked. Mana circulation. Create flame. Create frost. Sparks. Water. Ice. Earth. Wind. Light. Minor illusion. Knowledge bloomed in my head like something snapping into place. Then another prompt. Skill fusion available. Mana circulation plus cultivation. Fuse into energy cultivation. Yes. Fusion successful. New skill. Energy cultivation. Integrates mana and Ryuryoku into a unified conduit. Plus 1,000 base Ryuryoku. The rank stayed at 9, but the feeling changed. Cleaner. More refined. Like two incompatible systems had finally agreed to share the same wiring. Then, Ryuryoku conversion successful. Ryuryoku may now substitute mana for spellcasting. I nodded. I was wondering how that was going to work. Another ping. Title gained. Magic Apprentice. Underwhelming, I muttered. Still. Progress. I raised my hand. Create flame. A magic circle flared above my palm, rotating slowly. I could feel the strain of holding it stable, guiding energy into the formula like threading a needle with force instead of fingers. 10 seconds. Then the construct locked. A small orb of fire flickered to life, contained and steady. And the best part? No chant. That was huge. I canceled it, then did again. 3 seconds. I smiled, a real grin this time. I've got work to do. Then energy sense pinged. I glanced over my shoulder. Akino, perched on a branch like she owned the forest, still in uniform, legs swinging, eyes bright with mischief. And of course she was making no effort at all to sit modestly. She waved. Well, did you learn anything interesting, Toshio-kun? I grinned up at her. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. She giggled. I saw you form the circle. Very classic. Rias would be proud. I rolled my eyes, but warmth still hit my chest. You don't have to spy, I called. You could have just asked to join. She drifted down on wind magic without a sound. Her skirt did not survive the landing with dignity. Purple lace. Of course. She caught me looking and smirked like she'd won a point in a game only she was playing. But Toshio, you were so focused, she said sweetly. I didn't want to interrupt you. How long were you watching? I asked, even though I already knew. Long enough to see you devour that book, she said, head tilting, violet eyes gleaming. That isn't standard human behavior, is it? I shrugged. Perfect memory isn't standard either. Ah, she giggled. That explains your grades. And why Sona glares at you. I snorted. Almost beat her in chess on the first try. Akino widened her eyes, then laughed again like she'd just been handed a juicy secret. Why does that not surprise me, Toshio-kun? She sat beside me, then leaned in, voice turning syrupy. Rias said I should check on you since I know the most magic. Her hand slid onto my thigh, to see if you needed any assistance. It probably wasn't genuine, but it was Akino. I caught her chin and pulled her face close. Her eyes widened, startled. My lips approached hers. Then I dodged at the last second and stopped beside her ear. I appreciate the thought, Miss Himejima. She shuddered. I pulled back, letting her go. For a heartbeat, I wondered if I'd miscalculated. Then I saw her expression shift. Her bangs shadowed her eyes. She was biting her lip. You okay over there? I asked. Akino snapped her head up. Her eyes were darker. And then she moved. She draped herself against me, warmth and softness pressing into my arm and chest. Her hand slid dangerously high on my thigh as she whispered into my ear. You shouldn't play those games, Toshio-kun, she breathed. It's not nice. A throat cleared. Aquino froze. I didn't have to look. Energy sense had already warned me. Rias. Aquino recovered fast, sliding off me like nothing had happened. I almost immediately missed the warmth. Bucho, Aquino said, all sweet challenge. Did you kind of check on Toshio-kun too? No, Rias replied, voice tight. I came to check on you. How did I know you wouldn't be able to control yourself? Aquino stood right beside me, my shoulder suddenly trapped between her legs. She bent forward, finger to her cheek, trying to look innocent. Why, Rias Bucho, don't you trust me? I turned my head without thinking. Purple lace thong. I could practically feel Rias's eyebrow twitch from behind me. Aquino, Rias said through forced calm. Do I need to remind you about our discussion? Aquino slumped forward like she was pouting. Shrine maidens did not pout like that. But Rias, she whined. He started it. Now my eyebrow twitched. Rias grabbed her, pulling her away with enough force to make Aquino stumble. Sorry for interrupting, Toshio, Rias said, expression strained. I'm sure you have it handled. Human magic and devil magic aren't the same, after all. I snorted. No worries. Appreciate the thought. A teleportation circle flared to the side, and they vanished. Silence returned. I stared ahead for a moment, then exhaled slowly. I think I'm glad Rias didn't notice the wet spot. My nostrils twitched. I didn't even want to think about why. I turned back to my hand, ready to restart training. Before I did, I muttered to nobody in particular. Why does it have to smell so good? There was a particular electric quality to the air that morning, the kind you could taste if you opened your mouth and let the ambient mana fizz on your tongue. I could always feel the build of a teleportation spell. Rias's magic was so familiar now that it was practically an extension of my own skin, a subtle warmth before the inevitable pop of arrival. The Gremory magic circle painted itself in the typical red patterns across the waxed wood of my entryway, flickering for a heartbeat before she stepped through. Her long crimson hair cascaded down her shoulders like a silk curtain set ablaze, blue blazer catching the light, her skirt and legs backlit by the sigil's last flare. Her skirt always flipped up a bit from the air displacement, always letting me catch a glimpse of what lay underneath. Black today. She smiled when she saw me looking at her. Good morning. You know you could just knock and let someone else see me outside your door. Teleporting? Please. She stepped forward and laced her fingers through mine. This is more elegant. We stepped out the door together, hand in hand. By now it felt normal. Ever since that morning, she'd just appeared without warning and declared she was walking me to school from now on. We hadn't missed a day. Sometimes Aquino joined, which clearly tested Ria's patience. I could tell by the way her smile stiffened every time Aquino looped an arm through mine. Not that I minded, especially when both of them pressed in close, burying either arm in between their clothed chests. I had said the uniforms for this school were ridiculous before, but now I think I can say I outright think they're great. This morning, though, it was just Rias. We walked in a comfortable rhythm, the late winter coolness brushing against us with the kind of stillness that promised a slightly cold afternoon. Kuoa's streets were already dotted with students, some dragging their feet, others bounding with energy. Last day of the semester. I had no doubt the hallways were going to be chaos by noon. Is it just you today? Or is Aquino planning another ambush? I asked. Not that I minded Aquino's company. Far from it. But the last time she joined, Rias had nearly scorched a tree with a glare. No, I wanted it to just be us this morning, since it's the last day before break. She squeezed my hand, which I returned. So, Rias began, her voice light, but her fingers tightening slightly around mine. How's your magic training going? I smirked. Dangerously well. I only set the kitchen ceiling on fire once. She rolled her eyes. That was one time a day you started. I mean recently. Honestly? Great. Thanks again for the grimoire, by the way. I didn't say it enough. You said it twice and kissed my cheek. That was plenty. It was deserved. She smiled, genuinely pleased. What have you learned so far? I started counting on my fingers. Create flame, create water, create sparks, create ice, create wind, create earth, create light, create frost, create minor illusion, and mana circulation. The first 9 are basic creation spells. Mana circulation's the only odd one out, but I suppose it's the most basic way to learn how to do the rest. Her eyebrows rose, impressed. 10 already? Without chanting. I nodded. Yeah, the creation spells come naturally, probably because of how formulaic they are. Mana circulation is interesting because it doesn't require a magic circle. Akino's going to be impressed when she hears that, she said, half laughing. I'm glad. I want her to see that I'm not just swinging a sword anymore. A breeze stirred her hair, sending strands dancing around her face. She turned toward me, eyes soft. You really are something, you know that. I didn't respond, simply shrugging my shoulders. We crossed the street, and the conversation drifted into silence for a bit. Kuo Academy loomed ahead, its clock tower visible even from 5 blocks out. Have you decided what you're doing for spring break? I asked. I already knew the answer, but I liked hearing her talk about it. Her expression sobered, shifting from warmth to focus. Training. We all are. I want to improve my control over the power of destruction, especially precision work. Akino's trying to increase her stamina and output for barrier spells and elemental magic. Kiba is continuing his sword tutelage under Okita. Kaniko's working on increasing her strength and speed. That all? Not quite. I'll be having us focus on team development too. We're starting to experiment with formations and strategies for raiding games. Tactical cohesion. Roles. Execution. Sounds intense. It has to be. I want my peerage to be the raiding game champions one day. I slowed a bit, looking over at her. She wasn't boasting. Her tone was calm, focused. This wasn't a child's dream or an inherited ambition. It was hers. Then I'm rooting for you, I said. I think you'll make it. She blinked at me, then looked away, blushing. Thanks. It's nice to hear someone outside my peerage have faith in me when it comes to that goal. Well, of course I do. You have amazing potential, as do the rest of your peerage members. Rias smiled warmly at that. But I do have a question. What do you do if you're down a piece, like if your peerage isn't full yet? I think I knew the answer, but she didn't know that. Well, typically, you can use a guest piece to fill the role, provided you're popular enough for another peerage to be willing to loan you one of their pieces. Usually the fill-ins only fight with you for a game or two, though. They typically have to be approved beforehand, usually by both the game overseer and opponent's king. I made a show of pondering this, tapping my chin with my free hand. Think I could ever join your team as a human? She hesitated, and for the first time all morning, she looked genuinely conflicted. No, probably not, she admitted, her voice soft. Not as things are. Raiding games are between devil peerages only. But, she trailed off, chewing her lip. But, I pressed. She lifted her head, meeting my gaze squarely. But I could ask my brother if there's a way. Maybe something unconventional. Unconventional's kind of my thing. She smiled at that, a private little curve of her lips. Then, as if she wanted to test the words before she said them, she paused at the next corner, tugging me to a stop with her. You'd make a great knight, she said quietly. Fastest I've seen. Fastest you're dating. I shot back, half joking, half not. She blinked, stunned. Her grip on my hand tightened, and for a moment, she just stared at me, eyes wide and searching. Dating? Is that what we're doing? I raised our joined hands slightly and gave her a sideways look. Oh, is that not what we're doing? Her face flushed a spectacular shade of red, like all the blood in her body had decided to stage a coup in her cheeks. She turned away quickly, but not before I caught the unmistakable curl of a smile tugging at her lips. She opened her mouth, closed it, then took a steadying breath. Maybe we are, she said finally, her voice so soft I almost missed it. I wouldn't mind if we were. I tilted my head toward her, letting the moment stretch. Then maybe we should make that official. She looked back at me, her blush deepening. You're serious. Dead serious, I said, lifting our joined hands slightly. I mean, we've been doing everything else but saying it. Well, not everything. Her lips parted in a slow smile, uncertain but hopeful. Then yes, we are. She let out a breath that was half laugh, half flustered sigh, and for a moment she just stared at me. Then, in a move that surprised us both, she leaned in and kissed me, quick, feather-light, but electric as static. She pulled back instantly, face blazing, hand still tight in mine. Oh, that is so happening again. Though, was she always this bashful? We continued walking to school in a semi-daze. When I glanced at her, she had a radiant smile on her face that made my heart jump, which was a novel feeling. As we walked, I thought back. She could hardly be called bashful with Issei. Though, I'm pretty different than him. She was often in control of him and their budding relationship by the end of Season 2. And not only is she younger now, but our relationship didn't start from a place of control or possessiveness. For all intents and purposes, she owned Issei as a servant, so she had no reason to feel bashful toward him. Me, though. Speaking of your brother, though, I said as we came up to the school in trance. Any update on Gom? Her expression turned grim. He's coming to the ORC after school. Once he takes care of Gom, we're all heading to the underworld together. I nodded. Think I could talk to him before he does? She seemed surprised. I don't see why not. I can let him know. Kuo Academy's gates were already a riot of noise and color. Students milled about in clumps, uniforms half untucked, and ties already loosened in anticipation of the break. The clock tower loomed above it all, casting a long shadow across the entry lawn. Standing just to the left of the main gate was Sona Citri, flanked by her silent shadow, Tsubaki. Sona was watching us with the kind of intensity usually reserved for chessboards or blood feuds. No, she was watching her hands. I made it a point to lace my fingers tighter between Rias. Amano-san, Sona said as we passed. Citri-san, please visit the student council room after classes today. I have something I'd like to discuss. What about? She let a faint, razor-thin smile cross her lips. Over a game of chess. I paused and nodded. All right, see you after school. As we slipped by, I could feel Rias' grin radiating beside me, as if she was basking in the afterglow of some private joke. She's going to try and recruit you, she murmured once we were inside the building. I know, I replied. Oh, and you have nothing to worry about, I said, glancing at her with a grin. Just then, we entered the front doors next to the shoe lockers. A few steps in, I pulled her hand behind me slightly, leaned in, and kissed her cheek. Firm and with purpose. She froze. Around us, the room erupted. Gasps. Whispers. A shriek of giddy disbelief. One girl actually dropped her bag. Another started texting, so fast her fingers blurred. Rias blinked, then turned slowly toward me, her cheek pink and her eyes blazing. You really just did that. Seemed appropriate. She reached up and touched her cheek where I'd kissed her, still flushed. That was bold. You liked it, I said, stating my observation. Her lips curved, soft and private. Maybe I did. She giggled, then bit her lip, and I couldn't help but smile back. XXX. Sona perspective. Sona Citri despised being surprised, but what she despised even more was not being the one in control. So when Toshio Amano strolled into the student council room without so much as a hesitation, posture loose and eyes impossibly hard to read, the faintest quiver of irritation curled at the base of her spine. He hadn't even knocked. Who did that? No. More importantly, who did that to her? And why did it feel, for just a split second, like she was the one on the defensive? Sona fixed her expression to stone. Amano, she said crisply, raising a hand to indicate the seat directly across from hers. Thank you for coming. The chessboard was already set, each piece in its mathematically optimal starting position. She'd checked twice before his arrival, once for accuracy and once for effect. He glanced at the setup, just once, with a hint of smile in his eyes that implied he'd already mapped the room before opening the door. He surveyed her counsel, Tsubaki, tall and silent behind her left shoulder, unreadable as always, Momo, Rhea, and Tomo arrayed along the far wall, pretending at paperwork, but all three failing to mask their curiosity. Amano's voice was even and light. Of course. Though I should warn you, I'm not bad at this. That's for me to determine, Sona said, and motioned to the board with brisk finality. Shall we? He sat. No signs of nerves. No little tells. Not even a glance at the assembled audience. Just a half smirk as he reached for the black pieces. He knew the game then, so be it. She moved first, obviously. A queen's pawn opening. Solid, controlled, flexible. You've had quite the year, Sona remarked, advancing her pawn with the tip of one manicured finger. Top marks in every class. Perfect attendance, on paper anyway. Captain of the Kendo Club, by sheer ability rather than popularity. And still you manage to avoid being pinned down by anyone or anything that isn't on your terms. The implication hung, sharp and surgical. Amano responded with a knight, deploying it with the offhand confidence of a barista taking a regular's order. Maybe I just don't like being told what to do. Her brow twitched. And then there's your relationship with Rias. She didn't let the question hang. She volleyed it straight at him, like a bishop snapping along a diagonal. He didn't flinch. That sounds vaguely accusatory, he said, castling his king. Aggressive but safe. Observational, Sona corrected, sliding another pawn forward and pressing her glasses up her nose. You hold hands. You walk her to school. You kissed her on the cheek in the shoe locker hall. I would be negligent not to notice. Amano leaned back, smiling with the impeccable restraint of someone who actually found her scrutiny entertaining. If it helps, she kissed me first. It doesn't, Sona said, before she could stop herself, and she caught Momo's lips twitching as if she was about to burst out laughing. Sona inhaled. She did not rise to bait. She did not lose her composure over inconsequential banter, not even when her own peerage was clearly enjoying the spectacle at her expense. She advanced her bishop, a little harder than intended, the piece clacking against the board's varnished wood with a faintly desperate energy. Across from her, Amano never broke rhythm. The game played out with surgical precision, his moves lean, almost predatory. She recognized the style instantly, reactive but only at first. Every piece he moved was calculated to prod her strategy, to guide her into positions she didn't want to be in. He was baiting her, and yet somehow not disrespecting the game itself. Was that paradoxically flattering? The board narrowed. Her queen threatened his king directly, but Amano's answer was a knight's sacrifice that collapsed her left flank. Tsubaki, looming at her shoulder, actually leaned in, eyes sharpening. The oddest thing occurred, then Sona felt her pulse racing. She was enjoying the challenge, even as she repressed the urge to scowl when Amano parried her best advance with a move so subtle she thought it was a mistake. She found herself thinking 3, sometimes 4 moves ahead. And yet he kept pace. It was infuriating. It was almost exhilarating. Until, just as she thought she saw a path to victory, Amano blundered. It wasn't a miscalculation. She saw the micro-expression, the deliberate way he moved his rook out of line, leaving a gaping weakness in his defense. It was a gift. Sona capitalized instantly, pressing the attack, and 4 turns later, she had him in checkmate. The room fell silent. She stared at the board, refusing to look up. Her heart thudded. She'd won, but the victory tasted wrong. She finally glanced at Amano. He didn't look remotely upset. If anything, he looked, she searched for the word, amused. You let me win, she accused, voice a bare whisper. He shrugged, gathering his bag in the same blasé way he'd sat down. Winning seemed important to you. Her body went rigid. It was all she could do to remain seated. That's not how chess works. You don't just gift games like that. Amano's smile was infuriatingly gentle. Sure you do. It's called being polite. Her eye twitched. I'm not some delicate little girl you have to tiptoe around. He rose, slinging his bag over one shoulder and fixing her with a look that was all the more aggravating for its sincerity. No, you're Sona Citri, which is why I figured letting you win would irritate you even more. There was laughter, barely contained, on both sides of the table. Rhea actually wheezed. Momo's hand shot to her mouth, and Tomo's shoulders shook with the effort of holding it in. Even Tsubaki, outwardly stoic, betrayed a single raised eyebrow. Sona felt her cheeks flush an atomic shade of red. She would have paid every credit in her underworld trust fund if it meant erasing the last 60 seconds. No one, not even her own peerage, could know that she'd just been saved from a world of humiliating complications by the mercy of a smug upstart with no respect for tradition. He was still needling her, even as he walked away. It was performance, yes, but it was also a challenge. She wasn't about to let him walk off with the last word. "You're aggravating," Sona hissed, folding her arms tightly and staring at the exact square where her strategy had dissolved. "You could have won. Easily. Why didn't you?" He paused at the door, half-turned. His smile was maddening. "I told you. You seemed like you needed the win." "I didn't need it," she snapped. "I earned it. Or at least I was supposed to." Amano's gaze was steady. "Maybe I wanted to see what you'd do if you thought you won." "Manipulative," she muttered. "Strategic," he countered, the glint never leaving his eyes. "Isn't that your whole thing?" She gritted her teeth. "You're worse than Rias. And she's had years of practice." He didn't even blink. "She has other talents." Momo actually started coughing, the sound muffled but unmistakable. Tsubaki's lips compressed, and Rhea gave up entirely, clutching her sides as suppressed giggles leaked out. Sona felt the pressure rising in her skull. If she didn't bring the conversation to heel, she'd lose control completely. She drew herself up, determined to reassert command, and let her words fly with the force of an executive order. "Then let's make this simpler." She glared at him, all chessboard pretense gone. "Join my peerage. As my knight. You're fast, skilled, and sufficiently irritating to be useful. I promise you there are worse jobs." He had already started to walk away, but her words stopped him. For a moment, he looked almost thoughtful. Then, with infuriating slowness, he actually grinned. "Tempting," he said, voice as dry as the late winter wind outside. "Really? But being human has its perks. I get to keep my soul, pay my taxes, and sleep in on Sundays without an ancestral blood contract hanging over my head. Devilry sounds exhausting. And if I ever did consider selling what's left of my humanity, well, let's just say I've already got my eye on a different recruitment office. One that serves better tea and doesn't glare quite so much." Reyes snorted. Momo pressed her knuckles to her lips, shoulders trembling. He gave a small bow, not mocking, just maddeningly sincere. "Thanks for the game, Citri. Really." Then he left, the click of the door, somehow, both final and infuriatingly ambiguous. Sona stared at the empty door for a long, glacial moment, the after-images of the chessboard still flickering behind her eyes. She wanted to be angry, and she was, but there was a second, more insidious emotion threading through her. Curiosity. Something about how Amano had played, how he had lost. No, gifted. The match rattled her in a way she hated but couldn't ignore. She flexed one hand under the table, nails digging lightly into her palm until sensation returned. Tsubaki, ever the perfect second, leaned in by a precise degree. "That could have gone better," she murmured in a tone that hovered between comfort and respectful critique. "Thank you, Tsubaki," Sona said, voice tight. "I hadn't noticed." "He's difficult," Tsubaki offered carefully, her tone neutral as always. "But he's not mocking you. Not truly." Sona tilted her head fractionally, as if considering this. She wanted to disagree, but the memory of Amano's unbroken focus flickered through her again, and she had to admit, if only to herself, that Tsubaki was probably correct. "No," Sona said finally, exhaling as the tension began to bleed from her shoulders. "He's just infuriatingly unpredictable." Tomo stepped forward, still trying not to smile. "Well, he stayed until the end. That has to count for something." Sona turned her gaze to the chessboard, letting her eyes slide over the frozen tableau of her own victory. She could replay every move in her head, had in fact already begun to, reflexively. "He nearly won," she said, voice low and flat. "He would have. That was a conscious mercy. He wanted to see how far you'd go," Rhea volunteered, her tone a mixture of awe and shrewdness. "He wasn't just playing the game. He was playing you." "Rhea." Sona's voice was sharp, but not unkind. She appreciated the analysis, even if it stung. Especially because it stung. Rhea shrugged, entirely unrepentant. "He's cute, but he's trouble." "I like it." A ripple of snickers swept through the room. Sona considered assigning everyone double paperwork. She might still, depending on how the rest of the afternoon unfolded. Tsubaki cleared her throat, gaze flicking from Sona to the scattered chess pieces. You could always challenge him again, Kaicho. Perhaps next time, you'll win without assistance. Sona's eyes narrowed to slits. Not unless you want the school rumor mill to register us for a bridal registry, she muttered. A beat of silence, and then Momo's giggling became outright laughter. Even Tsubaki's mouth quirked at the corners, though she tried, and failed, to stifle it behind a cough. Sona folded her arms and stared at the door Amano had exited through, as if she could summon him back with sheer force of will. There's no point in chasing him. Not now. He's already aligned himself too deeply with Rias. Any effort I make now would only reinforce her position, and that, as we are all painfully aware, is intolerable. We'll keep him under surveillance. I won't lose him to Rias. Not without a proper contest. Should we prepare a dossier? Tsubaki asked, only half joking. Yes, Sona answered, entirely serious. I want a pattern of his movements, habits, lunch preferences. If Gremory is going to keep him close, I want to know exactly how. Tomo whispered, that's kind of romantic in a stalker-adjacent way. Sona ignored her. We'll keep our distance for now. But the next time he sits across from me, I'll be ready. She began gathering the chess pieces, dropping each into the lacquered box with meticulous care. The clink of wood onward a steady metronome to her thoughts. She had lost the battle, yes, but the war was far from decided. Once the pieces were away, she straightened her uniform and made a note. Mental, but it would be transcribed to her planner before the hour was out, to reread every significant game Kasparov played after a humiliating public loss. If there was a lesson in humility, she would learn it faster and better than Amano ever could. She turned on her heel and began gathering the chess pieces, placing them gently back into their lacquered box. I'll wait. Eventually, a better opportunity will come, one I can control, one he won't see coming. And until then, Momo asked. Until then, Sona said calmly, we prepare. Thoroughly. He's too valuable to lose. And as long as he's not under the Gremory banner, he's fair game. I may even use one of Rias' tactics and wait until he's at death's door. Kaneko Tuju sat cross-legged on the battered, overstuffed couch of the Occult Research Club room, cocooned by the warm, toasty scent of sakuramachi and the faint, old wood aroma that always seemed to hover in the air. She held a glossy, sweet bun in her lap, as if it were a tiny animal she might befriend, and nibbled a machi between her teeth, the soft pink rice staining her lips for a moment before she licked it off. On the low table in front of her, a neat grid of sweets, melon pan, matcha jelly, a single refrigerated custard, waited as tribute. If the others noticed her silent system of organization, no one had ever said. Her golden eyes flicked lazily toward the door as the faint hum of teleportation shimmered through the room. A flash of red light, bright and elegant as a stage curtain. Rias Gremory stepped through first, the club president's crimson hair briefly tousled, her posture impeccable as ever. She moved like someone who had rehearsed every entrance and never missed her mark. Trailing close behind, Akino Himejima floated in with a flick of violet-black hair and a wry smile. She had that supermodel glow, that effortless grace, but her eyes always seemed to be in on a Joe Kaneko wasn't sure she wanted to hear. Rias brushed at her skirt and nodded toward Kaneko. "Good afternoon, Kaneko," she said, her voice a practiced blend of warmth and command, like an older sister who was also, somehow, a CEO. Akino flopped elegantly into a club armchair, one arm draping over the back, and gave a little wiggle of her fingers. "Stockpiling snacks for the apocalypse?" she teased. Kaneko munched deliberately before answering. "Maybe." She didn't say it out loud, but the snacks helped. They always did. Even before she joined Rias' peerage, sweets were her sanctuary. And after Rias had saved her, taken her in without judgment, Kaneko had begun to understand what it felt like to belong. Even now, she didn't fully know what she wanted in life, but at least she wasn't running anymore. Rias sat beside her, smoothing out her skirt. "Surzex and Toshio will be here soon." "Toshio?" Kaneko blinked. Her thoughts shifted instinctively. The first time she'd seen him, she thought he was weird, quiet but not shy, too calm, always watching things with those unreadable eyes. And then he'd started walking with Rias. He'd started showing up in the clubroom after class occasionally, always with a she had never heard of. He'd never asked to join the conversation, unless he was here with a specific purpose, but he'd never turn away if someone pulled him in. He'd spar with Kibas sometimes, and sometimes he'd win, though Kaneko suspected he was holding back more often than not. He never gloated, never grinned, just accepted the result, win or lose, and moved on. But what Kaneko remembered most was how he treated her. He never forced his presence on her, never filled the air with questions or tried to coax her into talking. He just sat nearby, sometimes reading, sometimes just breathing, and let her be as silent or as loud as she wanted. She started sharing sweets with him on accident once, left the taiyaki on the table, and came back to find half of it gone and Toshio reading in the corner. He looked up and said, "Good pick." After that, it became a thing. She would often share her snacks with him. He would always be appreciative. Kaneko had begun to think he was calming to be around. Well, once she was sure he wasn't just some hentai. Now, as she listened to Rias and Aquino talk about the upcoming visit, the very important guests, as Aquino called them with a little sing-song voice, she found herself glancing up at the clock, measuring the seconds until Toshio would show up. He was always on time, never early, never late. She wondered if he'd stop by the vending machines first, or if he'd wander in with his hands in his pockets, hair slightly mussed from the breeze. She wondered if he'd noticed the extra sweets she'd set out, or if it would be one of those days when he left something behind for her instead. She told herself she didn't care either way. It was just snacks. It was just a habit. Due to her heightened senses, her ears pricked up at the faintest sound, a shoe scuffing in the hallway, the rattle of a doorknob, the creak of the old wood flooring. She could feel his weird energy, just a tiny bit, that always distinguished him as unique. It wasn't magical or demonic power, nor was his ki or senjutsu. It was just Toshio. Then the door creaked open. He entered, uniform crisp, posture disciplined, but never stiff. His movements seemed calculated yet effortless, as if every mundane gesture was a precise movement with no wasted energy that he never even paid attention to. Toshio Amano, the swordsman, the oddball, the enigma nobody ever managed to decode. Not Rias, not Aquino, not even Kaneko herself, though she felt like she had gotten just a little closer the more time she spent with him. It was nice to be around someone like her. Speak of the swordsman. Aquino purred, her voice a velvet drawl as she carried in a tray of tea with a sway to her hips. Rias perked up. How did it go with Sona? Toshio shrugged, a slight, one-shouldered gesture, and dropped his bag with a muted thump by the door. Exactly like you said it would, he replied. She tried to recruit me. I told her no. I even almost beat her in chess. She didn't like that. Rias laughed, light and genuine, her hand fluttering to her collar as if to keep from grinning too hard. Did you tell her why you turned her down? More or less. I think she got the hint. He moved to sit beside Kaneko on the couch, the cushion dipping under his weight. His proximity brought a brush of cool air scented faintly of a forest in autumn. Kaneko glanced at him, then at her bun, then at him again. Without conscious thought, she broke off a corner and handed it to him, her fingers not quite touching his. It was a small, silly ritual, but it felt less like a habit and more like a contract. He accepted the piece without a word, only a nod, and the gratitude in his eyes was so subtle it almost disappeared. But not to Kaneko. She saw it, and she filed it away. He surprised her by gently patting the top of her head, ruffling her hair just enough to be noticed, but not enough to be offensive. It was so unexpected her body locked up in place. Heat spiked from her cheeks to her ears. She looked down and lowered her head, not resisting in the slightest. "It's hentai," she muttered. Toshio blinked. "What? Why you touched me?" she mumbled. She would never admit it, maybe even to herself, that she really enjoyed the contact. "I was thanking you," he said, "with your hand." "On my head," she clarified, with the icy clarity of a judge passing a sentence. Rias suppressed a laugh behind a manicured hand. Aquino grinned, sharp-toothed and conspiratorial. "You're really not used to affection, Huh? Toshio's tone softened. The edge of teasing swapped for something quieter, almost understanding. Kaneko scowled. At herself, mostly, and looked away, her gaze fixing on a crack in the clubroom wall. Not from you, she said, which was both a lie and the truest thing she'd said all afternoon. He tilted his head. Should I stop? She thought about it for half a breath. Maybe not, she whispered, barely audible. What was that? He asked, leaning closer. Nothing, she snapped, then risked a sidelong glance. He was still looking at her, calm and unbothered. That made her feel somehow safer than she liked to admit. The moment collapsed when Rias cleared her throat, posture straightening to full-on president mode. Toshio, I have some good news for you, she announced, eyes shining. She smiled, bright and proud. I was able to sell a few of your nuclear reactor designs and schematics. Toshio froze. For a second, Kaneko saw him unguarded, genuinely surprised, maybe even touched. Then he leapt to his feet and, before anyone could react, wrapped both arms around Rias in a spontaneous hug. Are you serious? He blurted. Dead serious. Rias grinned, red hair spilling over his arms. Rias, you're amazing. Kaneko thought it was a little weird seeing him this excited for once. Just how much money had those things been worth? In that instant, the room ignited with stubborn, swirling crimson, and a new weight pressed down on Kaneko's senses, greater than anything she'd ever known. Surzek's Lucifer materialized in a spiral of runic symbols, his presence swirling around the clubroom like a sudden drop in atmospheric pressure. His suit was immaculate, his smile as guileless as a child's, but his eyes, sharp, cunning, and ancient, missed nothing. Toshio let Rias go and stepped back, but just a little too late. Surzek's smile was far too innocent. Am I interrupting something? Surzek inquired, with the air of one who very much planned to interrupt everything. Rias scowled, her cheeks a pink echo. Oni-sama. Surzek turned a gaze on Toshio that could have evaporated steel. So this is the mortal who's been touching my sister? Toshio raised a hand, deadpan, strictly above the neckline. Akino laughed, struggling to contain it behind her dainty hand, which left even Kiba grinning from his seat behind his book. Once the laughter faded, Toshio's demeanor shifted. Satan Lucifer, it is an honor to meet you. Toshio bowed in respect. The Satan smirked slightly. The pleasure is mine, I assure you. Toshio Amano, was it? And please call me Surzek. I hear that title enough in the underworld. His tone was a cross from neutral and slightly friendly, though it likely betrayed how he was feeling. Yes, sir. And just call me Toshio. He straightened, and the faintest edge of determination crept into his voice. Surzek's about gone. The air thickened. Even Akino's mirth at the situation faded. Surzek's jawline tensed. It won't take long. I plan to eliminate it myself right now before I take Rias her peerage back home, he announced, as if reading from a proclamation. Toshio shook his head, resolute. Don't. Kaneko had to respect Toshio just a little for basically giving an order to a Satan. Rias turned, startled. What? Toshio met Surzek's gaze, and Kaneko saw there was no fear in him, only a stubbornness that bordered on recklessness. Gom is my responsibility. I want to be the one to end it, he said. Can you seal him off for now? Keep him from hurting anyone? Toshio inquired. Surzek had a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. I may be able to. What? I need the chance to reach that level, to prove that I can. Rias opened her mouth, probably to protest, but Toshio held up a hand. I won't do it alone, he said softer. Not again. You, or someone else, can be on standby if I can't handle it. Just give me until the end of break. A silent standoff crackled between Toshio and Surzek. It was impressive that Toshio could stand up to the imposing presence of the Devil King. Finally, the Lucifer exhaled, and the room's oppressive weight lessened a hair. That's a dangerous delay, he warned. Toshio's eyes didn't waver. So is never knowing what I'm capable of. Plus, I have a score to settle, he countered, the words heavy as iron. After a long beat, Surzek sighed. Fine, I'll seal off the area he's in, but he's on borrowed time. Crimson magic shimmered, and he vanished. Kaneko glanced at Rias, expecting her to be angry. Instead, she looked emotional. Not quite sad, not quite proud. Something in between. "You okay?" Toshio said. "Toshio, why would you try to go after that thing again? You know what he did to you last time. I couldn't bear to see you like that again." Kaneko had heard a brief description of Toshio after Rias saved his life. It must have been really bad if Rias was this scared of letting Toshio try again. Toshio pulled Rias into a gentle embrace. "Things will be different this time. I'll be ready. I'll be okay, I promise." He looked into Rias' eyes with determination, a look that Kaneko couldn't help but feel a little warm inside from. Rias rested her head on his shoulder. Kaneko couldn't help but stare, a tiny longing in her chest that she couldn't describe forming. "You better be okay, because if you're not, I'll reincarnate you and make you regret breaking that promise." It sounded like a joke, but she said it in a worried tone that dissipated the humor. "I'm glad your brother was so understanding. At least with Gom. He doesn't seem to appreciate it when we do this." Rias pulled back and rolled her eyes. "He's such a dramatic older brother." "Thanks for speaking up for me," Toshio said. "Careful," Akino purred. "If you keep hugging Rias like that, Oni-sama might catch you. Maybe you should redirect your efforts to me. I don't have any angry siblings." Rias narrowed her eyes. "Akino." "Kidding," Akino sang mostly. Toshio snorted in amusement. "I'll keep that in mind." He turned back to Rias. "By the end of break, I'll be strong enough to kill it." She smiled, warm and fierce. "I'll hold you to it." She glanced at the clock. "We should go. Oni-sama will be back soon." Stepping away from Rias, Toshio went to Kiba first. They bumped fists. "Don't slack while I'm gone. You either." Then Toshio knelt beside Kaneko, his presence sudden and close. He rested his hand on her head, just for a moment, a simple, steadying pressure. "I'll make you something sweet when you're back." Kaneko's cheeks heated again. Her hands fidgeted with the hem of her skirt. "Okay," she replied. It was just a word, not even a promise, but it felt like opening a window in a stuffy room. He moved on to Akino. She wasted no time and hugged him immediately, one leg wrapping around his waist. She leaned in for a kiss, Toshio's eyes widening slightly in surprise. A glowing red magic barrier popped up between their lips. Rias, arms crossed, eyebrow raised. Toshio snorted, waited. When the barrier dropped, he kissed Akino on the cheek. "Eager, aren't you?" Akino pouted, half thrilled, half frustrated. Rias yanked her away, then pulled Toshio into a long hug. He held her back. "I'll miss you, Rias. Break will be over before you know it," she reassured him, though it didn't sound like she quite believed it. Toshio leaned in and kissed Rias' cheek. Right at the moment, like the gods of comedic timing interfering, Surzex teleported in. He took one look at the scene and flared with palpable irritation. "You!" Toshio shot out of the clubroom in a blur of Shuinpa. "I'll miss the rest of you too," he shouted as he vanished. He even grabbed his bag that was by the door. Kaneko stared after him. She touched her cheek. Her fingers were a little warm. Rias exhaled and leveled a glare at her brother. "We'll talk about that later, Oni-sama." Surzex didn't even look at her. "He kissed you." "Later," she ground out. He narrowed his eyes, but accepted his sister's terms. Kaneko frowned. Maybe next time. She'd get hugged too. Soon after, they all left in a red flash to the Gremory estate. XXX. Toshio's perspective. The sun was already slipping toward the horizon, bleeding soft orange through the treetops as I made my way toward the forest clearing I'd long since claimed as my training ground. It was quiet out here, the kind of silence you only find when you're far from people and expectations. Just trees, wind, and the weight of your own thoughts. Peaceful. My thoughts wandered, inevitably, back to the ORC earlier that day. Rias, flushed but beaming after I hugged her over the fusion circle deal. Damn, I didn't have time to see how that was going to work. I'll find out later. Then Kaneko, stiffening like I'd zapped her when I patted her head. Akino trying to wrap a leg around my waist and trying to kiss me. And Surzex appearing in the exact worst moment, glaring like he was ready to vaporize me with a glance. The guy was scary in that princely way. Graceful. Terrifying. the embodiment of barely contained power. And yet, he'd listened. More than that, he'd agreed. Gom would be sealed, not slain. That was a victory. I rolled my shoulders, loosening the stiffness still clinging to my limbs. I needed a win. Any win. As I walked deeper into the forest, my Ryoka pulsed gently under my skin, always alive now. I was grateful it could stand in for mana. Apparently, to the system and to the magic circle scripts, there wasn't much difference, just energy given shape and intent. But the more I studied the formulations in the grimoire, the more I realized they were simplified, almost educational, like training wheels. The real circles? They were much more complicated in practice, multi-layered and fractal. That intrigued me. My routine had grown more rigorous lately. Physical training came first, then cultivation with my sword. My sword spirit remained silent during it, but her presence never left. I could feel her just beneath the surface of the water in my inner world. Watching. Something rustled nearby. My eyes narrowed. There was again a flick of a tail. A sleek black cat sat under a tree, green eyes gleaming in the low light. The same one I'd seen a few times before, once after the dojo, occasionally walking through Kuo, and again the day after I fought Gom. It wasn't subtle. I had a pretty good idea of who it was. I crouched. You again. The cat didn't flee. I reached out, palm down. It padded forward. Headbutt my hand. I scratched gently behind its ears. Definitely not a normal stray. After a moment, I picked her up. She let me. Cradled in one arm, she was warm and content. Purring. Observe, I muttered. Name. Kuroka, disguised. Level. Condition. Relaxed, amused. Threat level. A. Descriptive insight. A high-level Nakomata disguised in feline form. While her current threat level appears lower due to her transformation, she remains a master of senjutsu and yujitsu, capable of rapid escalation if provoked. Current demeanor indicates minimal hostility, but ongoing vigilance is advised. Like I expected, Kuroka. Not that I was even a little surprised to see her here. She'd apparently been tailing me, sometimes literally, sometimes figuratively, for a while now. Likely due to me being close to her sister. In fanfics, she'd always been a wild card. Seductive, dangerous, but brilliant in her own way. A master of senjutsu and yujitsu, both disciplines I barely understood. There were some small details about poison, stealth, traps, all sorts of things that I remembered here and there. She played the lazy seductress, but it was always calculated mischief. Master of senjutsu, yujitsu, and, if rumors were to be believed, more than a bit of poison and hand-to-hand. But what really drew my interest wasn't the misdirection or the poison. It was her ki control, pure, undiluted life energy, used in the form of senjutsu, toki enhancing her body. There is a reason even the devils gave her the wide berth, and why she was the most wanted supernatural fugitive alive. Ki was rare, versatile. I didn't care for the fluff surrounding Nakomata lore or illusions, but raw ki? That was worth pursuing. And this one was hiding in my neighborhood, disguised as a stray. I reached into my bag, pulled out a small wrapped chocolate square. Want a treat? She sniffed it, then snapped it up with zero hesitation. A soft purr rumbled through her. That was homemade, I muttered. Just saying. Chocolate would normally make a cat sick, if they even ate it. Considering who it was, though, I wasn't worried. She rubbed her cheek against my collarbone. I carried her to the edge of the forest clearing I'd been training at, then set her down near a mossy rock. Feel free to watch. One flick of the tail. Approval, maybe. I stepped into the clearing and began forming circles. 10 spells. I could summon all of them now without calculation delays. The system absorbed the incantation component entirely, freeing me to focus on the formulae, on the math. Create flame. Create frost. Create sparks. Create water. Create ice. Create earth. Create wind. Create light. Create minor illusion. Mana circulation. Most of them sat at rank 5. Except create flame. It had become something of an obsession these past 11 days. And after running it several times now, I could feel it, the shape of the circle, the way Ryoka flowed more efficiently into the formation. The incantation-free benefit the system gave meant I could drill the spell on pure structure alone. It felt clean. Close. I sat cross-legged at the center of the clearing, hands poised in open focus, letting the mana pattern form again and again. Each glyph burned brighter, smoother, and tighter with each sequential use. Then, after 30 minutes of constant repetition, I felt the shift. Create flame, rank up. Rank 10. Right on cue, a new system notification chimed. New spell skill unlocked. Flare. Spell type. Offensive, projectile description. Basic fire attack spell. Travels quickly and dissipates on impact. Useful for igniting things. I raised a brow. Just igniting things, huh? Another window opened. Secret quest unlocked. Master the basics. Get all basic elemental create spell skills to rank 10 within 14 days. Of course, the system had opinions about my work ethic. Challenge accepted. I summoned the new spell. The magic circle hung in the air like a fractal snowflake, every line and spiral perfectly tuned for fire. I pointed at a dead branch overhead. Flare. A jet of fire shot forward. Not very fast. It was like the speed of throwing tennis ball. Not terrible for my first real spell. Behind me, Kuroka inhaled sharply. I glanced back. She was still perched on a rock, but her eyes were wide, unblinking. There was a hunger to her attention now, a focus that said she was seeing more than just a neat trick. Was what I did really all that impressive? Still here? I called over my shoulder. She didn't answer, so I walked over, knelt, and gave her a gentle scratch behind the ears. She leaned into it, eyes half shut. Didn't know that would impress you, I said. The purr that followed was louder, almost pleased. I returned to the center and got to work dissecting the flare circle. This was the real meat of it for me. Breaking down the spell structure, seeing which lines did what, theorizing improvements and risks. Human magic, as far as I could tell, was almost entirely math. No symbolism, no prayers, no invocations of ancient names. Just pure, raw calculation, rune symbol and placement memorization, and physics. I wanted to see how far I could take that. All right, I murmured. Let's increase the launch speed by 20%. I adjusted the inner arc, tweaked the ratios. Adjusted a velocity matrix. Reduced the stabilizing buffer. Ryurioka gathered. Each change felt like tuning a piece of machinery. One wrong move, and the whole thing would seize up, but get it right, and you could run it all day. I tried again. Flare. The spell backfired, detonating about 6 centimeters from my palm and filling my face with smoke and the brittle smell of carbon. I staggered back, coughing blinking tears from my eyes. The cat was still watching. Kuroka's body was shuddering. She was trying not to laugh. Cats don't laugh. She wasn't very good at this whole disguise thing, huh? Yeah, I muttered, fanning the smoke. Don't rub it in. For the next hour, I tried to change the formula for different effects, but it failed every single time. Eventually, I gave up trying to change the magic circle and just stuck to the original. I wonder what would happen if I got this spell to rank 10. The air carried a morning crispness, a faint chill that hinted at the changing season. Dew glistened on the grass like beads of glass, and somewhere in the distance, a bird sang a lazy tune. My breath puffed faintly in the cool air as I raised my hand, palm glowing with an icy shimmer. The clearing itself was nothing special, just a patch of wild grass hemmed in by birch and pine, the ground uneven from generations of burrowing rodents and weather-worn roots. But it was private, and more than that, it was mine. A small animal-like yawn was heard. Okay, maybe hers too. One last push. I sat on the ground, frost gathered at my fingertips. A faint blue corona shimmered around my hand. The magic circle pulsed, growing more dense, the glyphs crowding inward toward a singularity. I could feel the cold sinking into my bones as cool ambient water vapor condensed around my hand, freezing solid in bands of thin, icy air. Create frost. A cold burst formed in my palm, a weak cone of frigid air barely enough to frost the grass in front of me. But it shimmered with clarity, stable and sharp. Rank 10 at last. The moment it completed, the magic circle flickered and dissolved into faint snow dust, and the air around me seemed to still. A familiar tone rang out in the background, a soft chime echoing across my HUD. Quest complete. Master the basics. Get all basic elemental create spell skills to rank 10 within 14 days. Plus 2,500 XP. New skill unlocked. Spell creation, rank X. A second, sharper chime followed as the quest window faded, replaced by a soft golden glow that pulsed once over my skill list. A sense of mental clarity washed over me, like someone had just tuned a foggy radio into perfect signal. Spell creation, rank X, a foundational spellcrafting skill that allows the user to design and cast original spells from scratch. Because it exists beyond conventional limits, its growth is tied not to rank, but to the creator's intellect, creativity, and magical aptitude. The more complex the user's understanding of magical theory, elemental properties, calculations, physics, and runic orientation, the more potent and innovative their creations can become. This skill cannot be ranked up, only mastered through insight and practice. I exhaled sharply, blinking as the realization slammed into me. Wait, spell creation? A grin pulled at the corners of my mouth before I could stop it. I hadn't expected this. I thought I was either on my own or had to read/consume more grimoires. This changed everything. I stood up without thinking, hands already moving as I conjured the old rune for Create Flame. The original version, the one that barely sputtered. Then, like flipping a mental switch, I layered in the lattice of what I just learned. The math, the matrix, the ratios of heat to mass compression. The symbols shifted under my fingers like obedient keys. My thoughts poured into the structure like fuel. I could do this. I could alter spells, modify them, iterate. This wasn't just a new skill. It was an entire forge. Finally, each of the elemental creation spells had been frustratingly weak, barely offensive in any meaningful way. Create flame, create spark, create frost. They were little more than glorified elemental lighters, each one a shallow mimicry of the real thing. But that wasn't the point. The point was what came after. This. Until now, creating original magic had felt like trying to build a reactor with no blueprints, using scraps from old cans and chewing gum. I had theory. I had ambition. But nothing stuck. Nothing moved. The framework was alien, like trying to code in a dead language without a compiler. Now, though, it felt different, like I finally understood the shape of the language. Not fluency, not yet, but recognition. The grammar, the sentence structure. What used to feel like chaos now shimmered with potential. My mind started forming equations and circular rune matrices with frightening ease. It was as if the system had finally handed me the Rosetta Stone. Kuroko was curled up under the late morning sun, just a few feet away, tail flicking in her sleep. Her cat form stretched lazily across a small, elevated stone platform I had conjured for her a few days ago with Create Earth. It sat at the edge of the forest clearing, perfectly positioned to catch the warmest rays all morning. I wasn't sure why she'd started showing up every day, but I wasn't complaining. Gave me someone to talk to. And who didn't like petting and loving on cats? And I kept giving her chocolate. It seemed to be a favorite snack. I dusted frost off my palm and wandered over, crouching at the edge of her little throne. She tensed for a split second, then relaxed, chin resting on her paws. I reached out and stroked behind her ears, deliberately gentle, and was rewarded with a slow-building purr that vibrated through my fingertips. "Hey girl," I murmured, "how's the life of luxury treating you?" She didn't deign to reply, but her eyes narrowed contentedly. For a moment, I felt almost normal. Just a guy in a clearing, petting a cat, with nothing more complicated on his mind than magic. Maybe not the best example. Her tail curled slightly at my touch. "You like this spot, huh?" I said quietly. My voice didn't disturb her, but her ears twitched. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out a small wrapped square of dark chocolate. Homemade, melted down, tempered right, dusted with cinnamon. I unwrapped it and held it out. She didn't open her eyes, just sniffed once, and then took in her mouth with elegant precision. Chewed slowly. "You're getting spoiled, you know," I said, still in that soft, private voice. "If others see how much chocolate you're eating, They'll stage an intervention. Her tail flicked in silent rebuke. She chewed, swallowed, then licked her lips with slow deliberation. "Glad you like this homemade batch, too," I murmured. Kuroka's eyes shot open, gold and sharp as obsidian chips. She fixed me with that familiar, unblinking stare, something poised between predation and appraisal. It was comical sometimes, how much her expressions mirrored a real person's. She was a horrible actor. Slitted pupils widened for a fraction of a second, then relaxed as if nothing unusual had happened at all. I snorted, unable to hide my amusement. "What? Surprised I didn't buy it from the store?" I knelt next to her stone pedestal and tapped the side with 2 fingers, offering a fresh square. "I can make more than one kind, you know." She didn't so much as twitch a whisker, but her eyes didn't leave mine. "You can come by whenever. Just meow, or something if you want more." She blinked once, then meowed. It was not a normal meow. Soft, yes, but smoky. Just a little too slow, too velvety to be mistaken for a real cat. Like someone whispering the idea of a meow while sipping wine. I blinked. That's definitely not normal. She licked her paw, eyes never leaving mine, and began cleaning the space between her claws with a studied nonchalance. If a cat could smirk, I swear to God this was it. For all I knew, it was an inside joke in her world. Every time some dumb human thought they'd tamed her, she'd just lay on the charm and watch him melt. I shook my head, laughing softly, and gave her another gentle stroke behind the ears. The vibration of her purr was almost ultrasonic, like the low, sub-bass of a club speaker thrumming through the ground. Satisfied, she rolled onto her side, stretching until her spine arched in an elegant curve. With a final scratch under her chin, I stood and dusted my hands on my shorts. The air was already warming up, a sign that I'd burned more daylight than intended. I walked back to my casting spot, marked by a trampled patch of grass and a ring of tiny scorched divots from dozens of failed spell attempts. Time to work. I summoned the spell Circle for flare again. The tennis ball-sized, 30 feet per second, little burst of fire. I let the magic circle hover in the air for a moment this time. Instead of casting, I pulled on the runes. The circle was simple. For runes, nested triangles, a few notches for timing and power flow. But instead of casting, I willed the circle to stay in place, floating inches above my palm, and then I reached in with my mind and started pulling it apart. The runes stretched like wires. Mathematical symbols shimmered behind the formation, weaving into the spell's foundation. I let the math run wild in my head. Heat versus mass, expansion rates, arc velocity. The symbols responded, shifting into new configurations as if eager to show what they could do. I layered ratios and feedback loops, recalibrating for every variable I could think of. Expand the sigil. Reinforce the mana acceleration lattice. Shift the combustion pressure forward so it wouldn't blow up in my face. The moment it stabilized, I launched it. A fireball the size of a volleyball streaked out from my hand, slicing through the air in a perfect arc. It connected with a tree trunk at the far end of the clearing and detonated with a hollow, thunderous pop. Bark splintered and a cloud of black smoke curled upward in a corkscrew. The smell of charred wood mingling with the earthiness of the morning dew. I held my breath, waiting for the system notification. Sure enough, new tier 2 spell skill unlocked. Fireball. Bigger. Faster. Hotter. A volleyball-sized sphere that moved over 60 feet per second and exploded on impact. Better than expected. I nodded in satisfaction, watching the lingering smoke curl. Fireball had promise. But more importantly, the pattern was repeatable. As with Flare, once a spell reached rank 5, casting became easier. Not just faster, but reflexive. Just a little time for the circle to form. And rank 10? Double the base power. This was what I was hoping for. Quick, layered improvements. Base spells to be modified. Modular upgrades. Build a foundation strong enough. And I could evolve and fuse spells. Right now, fire mattered most. Because fire was one of Gom's biggest weaknesses thanks to the methane it gave off. I glanced toward Kuroka. Her golden feline eyes were locked on me, wide and sharp. Her mouth hung, slightly open, small white fangs peeking between her lips. "Ha! Teeth." I raised a brow. Impressed. She shut her mouth quickly, then gave me a look that could only be described as suspiciously feline. I smirked. She's not very good at playing cat. Outside of the napping, anyway. She snapped her mouth shut and looked away, feigning disinterest. But the tip of her tail twitched in a way that betrayed her. I kept my face relaxed, my tone breezy. But inside, I was watching her just as closely. Because I knew, and she couldn't know that I knew. That name, Kuroka, carried weight. She was dangerous, and dangerous to know. She wasn't just a magical stray. She was something far more tangled. And if I let even a flicker of recognition slip, I might lose whatever strange rhythm we had built here. She huffed through her nose and curled her tail over her paws. Still watching. I exhaled, stepping back from the test zone. My muscles were tense from focus. Sitting down cross-legged, I leaned back on my hands and looked up toward the sky. Magic. It all started with her. Rias. She was the first to really open that door for me. The one who handed me the grimoire. Who gave me a starting point. And now, with spell creation unlocked, I could feel that potential expanding. She had no idea what she'd started. I smiled faintly. I missed her. It had only been a week since she and the others left for the underworld, but their absence lingered. I missed Aquino's smug provocations, Rias' elegance and cute reactions, their presence, their steadiness. I thought about what I told Rias before she left. By the end of break, I'll be strong enough to kill it. And I would. This was the first step. Fire. The next would be speed. Gom's second form was fast. Stupidly fast. The kind of fast that made trees blur and limbs disappear mid-swing. I could tank some hits, but I needed to move. I had to contend with that speed, which meant it was time to test an idea. I leaned forward again, eyes narrowing. My mind whirred. Could magic reinforce my speed? I extended my hand and conjured a new, empty circle, a blank canvas. My Riryoka flowed into it, slower, more careful. It didn't react yet. The circle was a shell, waiting for definition. I frowned. What would go in this? Speed? Enhancement? I remembered something. Aquino formed platforms of magic under her feet to float. The air step spell. And then something else. One piece. Moonwalk. Launching from the air with burst force. My lips twitched. Maybe it was stupid, but just maybe it would work. XXX. 2 weeks into spring break. Kuroka perspective. This kid, this damn human, was insane. Not just a little off-kilter. Not the usual haha. Humans are reckless and self-destructive. Let's mess with them for fun. Kinda nuts. No. This one was an outlier. A certified PhD-level lunatic who didn't just break the rules of magic. He violated them in ways that would make a devil priest faint. Watching him work was like watching an infant chimpanzee pick a lock to a nuclear missile silo. Horrifying, hilarious, and a little bit sexy. And yes, I'm allowed to say that. I'm a cat. At first, I was only watching out of professional interest. It's not every day a stray like me gets front row seats to forbidden magics and wild innovations. His early control over the elements was already impressive. Most humans spent months just trying to keep a spark spell from backfiring and setting their hair on fire. Even devils, proper, noble, arrogant devils, needed weeks to get the hang of basic pyromancy. Toshio, he did it in 5 days, maybe less, and he made it look like he was just tying his shoes. I knew he wasn't some trained magician. He didn't have the right aura for it. Too raw, too untamed, too hungry. He wasn't drawing power from ritual or bloodlines or old grimoires. No, this one was figuring it out with pure brain power and something deeper. I don't even know what to call it. Obsession? Madness? Genius? My second thought was that he was being taught or groomed by another entity, devil, fallen angel, something. But no one visited. He was always alone. Even the previous times I saw him in passing outside of school. Then came the kicker. The moment he made his own spell. Right in front of me. No paper. No chalkboard. No incantation. Just him, muttering numbers under his breath and waving runes into the air like he was doodling in another dimension. Minutes. Not hours. Not days. Minutes. Do you know how long it takes a normal human to create a spell? Weeks, even for the best of the best. They draw it out, test it, revise it, and half the time it explodes in their face. But him? Toshio. And yes, I figured out his name shortly after he started hanging out with my dear sister. I'm not dumb. He did it like he was rewriting a line of code. Easy, confident, natural, and it pissed me off a little, but not enough to stop watching. He'd been at it for a week straight now. This poor forest. Fireballs flying every which way. The trees were getting torched like it was mating season for salamanders. And now he was doing something even more ridiculous. He was trying to use magic circles to speed forward like a high-speed technique. Something every magician would be envious over. I watched from my sunny stone perch, flicking my tail lazily. He had made it for me a few days ago with that earth spell of his. Just raised a flat, warm slab of stone out of the ground without a word. Perfect height, perfect angle. Caught the sun from morning until late afternoon. It was nice, thoughtful. I couldn't remember the last time someone just made me a spot like that. I didn't ask. He just did it, like it was obvious I'd want it. The first time I saw it, I almost fell off my perch from laughing. He'd set his spell, braced himself just so, and then, bang, a circle flared under his heel and sent him tumbling feet overhead into the underbrush. The noise he made on impact was somewhere between a squawk and a curse. He brushed himself off, fixed his hair, then did it again. Over and over, each time adjusting the output, the angle, the force. Sometimes it worked, and he got a little lift. Sometimes it misfired and bounced him sideways into a tree. Once, the circle detonated too early, and he landed flat on his back, staring at the sky like he was reevaluating every decision that had led him to this point. I could have watched him for hours. I did watch him for hours, but also kind of brilliant. Other than the stupid cows brigade meetings I got dragged to once a week by that depressing guy Valley. This was basically how I spent Kuoa's spring break. Watching him. Since Chiron was off with the Gremories in the underworld, I didn't have much else to do. For a human, he was unusually easy on the eyes. I'll give him that. Even under 2 layers of sweats and a thermal, his body language said fighter more than wizard. Lean, restless, always moving. When he thought nobody was watching, he'd run through kata or shadowboxing drills along the creek. Sometimes, if he was feeling especially ambitious, he'd do push-ups with his hands balanced on 2 spell discs, like a circus act. I tested his limits a few times, jumped on his back mid-set just to see if he'd break. He never did, just flashed a sideways grin and kept going like he was used to carrying extra burdens like they didn't weigh anything at all. The thought made my mind go to dark places that I quickly pulled myself out of. But even with his shirt on, which was often, unfortunately, his physique was no joke. Lean muscle, broad shoulders, definitely someone who trained every day. It was annoying that I couldn't get to him, but also kind of impressive, maybe a little hot. And the chocolate was divine. I mean, seriously, where does a wild human learn to make chocolate like that? It couldn't have come from 7-Eleven, not with the way he tempered it, the way the cinnamon folded and just so, not overwhelming the bitterness but rounding it out. Every time I thought I'd tasted the best batch, he'd show up with something new, a twist of orange zest, crushed nuts, once even a dusting of espresso powder. It was always different, always thoughtful. I'd always liked being fed, but it was extra nice when he did it, for some reason. As much as it killed me to admit it, Toshio's offerings had started to mean something. Not just because I loved chocolate, but because he never expected anything in return. No strings, no deals, just kindness. Had nothing to do with why I was here, obviously. Totally unrelated. Maybe a little related. And when he pet me, not that I liked it or anything, it was always in the right spots. Behind the ears, down the spine, right between the shoulder blades. The way his fingers moved, slow and deliberate. It was like he knew. His touch didn't feel cautious or awkward, just warm. Grounding. The second his hand lingered, I could feel every muscle in my body melt, my breath slowing, tail curling unconsciously around his wrist. I watched him crash into another tree, and a little snicker slipped out before I could stop it. Tail flicking behind me. Idiot, but a fun idiot. I couldn't help but admire that whenever he made a mistake, he would never get discouraged or give up. He would just keep going like a pillar of resilience, no matter how funny it was. He did the same with me, too, which was annoying in a way I could never quite scratch. Every time I tested him, he adjusted, never once flinched or scolded, never threatened to put me on a leash like a certain high-born devil who will remain nameless. He just gave me space when I wanted it, attention when I didn't, and always seemed to know which was which. It was infuriating. It was nice. That last bit was a problem. I flicked my tail in agitation, tried to focus on the magic instead, but the warmth of his hands lingered on my skin like static. Every time I saw him, it was harder to remember why I kept wary of him. I'd known plenty of humans, the afraid, the ambitious, the cruel, the heartbreakingly soft. They all wanted something from me like my power, my body, my bounty reward. This one never asked. Not that he'd know about them, but that still made me want to give. I hated that, but I also kind of loved it. Leaning into it was most likely a mistake. But I couldn't find myself trying to be correct. He couldn't find out who I was. Then there was his energy. That was the real mystery. It wasn't mana. I'd stake a whole box of chocolate on it. It wasn't key either. Too refined. Too quiet. Most people with spiritual power leak it like a broken hose. Even strong devils like Rias or my sweet little Chiron, you can sense from cities away if you're trained. But him? This kid was like a sealed well. Deep. Still. Dense. You didn't notice it until you were standing right next to it. And then it hit you. Like pressure at the bottom of the ocean. It wasn't loud. It was heavy. The first time I brushed my senses against it, it nearly knocked me off the wall. The second time, I tried to probe deeper. Push my luck. That was a mistake. The pressure doubled, then tripled. Then suddenly I was staring at the dirt, kneeling on all fours with my heart hammering in my chest like I'd glimpsed the inside of a black hole. Toshio didn't even notice. Or maybe he did, but pretended not to, out of politeness or mischief or something stranger. Either way, it was terrifying, and it made me curious. And curiosity was dangerous for me. Always had been. I told myself I'd stop watching after the third day. Then I told myself I'd stop after the end of the week. Then after the chocolate ran out. But he kept making more, and every batch was different, and by the time I realized I was making excuses, I'd already come up with 5 more reasons to stick around. Every night, I'd return to my little abandoned shrine, curl up on the altar, and tell myself I was only keeping tabs for professional reasons. That I was just doing recon. That I owed it to Chiron to make sure this strange human wasn't out to her, or, worse yet, make a mess big enough for the Citri or Gremory to come sniffing around before Valley executed his plans. Not that I really cared for anything other than my dear sister. But the truth was, I liked the way his energy made me feel. It was alive and full and hungry, and it made my own aura spark in ways I hadn't felt since I was little. Or at least since the last time I'd been part of a real family. Sometimes I wondered if I'd gone soft. If I'd been in hiding too long. If maybe, just maybe, I wanted to be needed as much as I wanted to be loved by Chiron. I watched Toshio set up a new magic array, hands moving with that same infuriating confidence, and felt a pang of something like envy. Or maybe longing. Or maybe both at once, tumbled together like a pair of kittens fighting for the same warm spot in the sun. I'd never met a human who made me want to see tomorrow. Until now. That scared me, too. But I didn't care. Because right now, I wanted to see how far this human would go. Just how deep that well ran. Maybe I'd tell Valley about him. Maybe not. Maybe I'd keep him for myself a little longer. At least until Chiron got back from the underworld. Because I was only curious. Yep, that's the only reason. Smack. Poor human or poor tree. Difficult to tell which suffered more damage with that one. Smack. My shoulder hit the tree hard enough to shake leaves loose and indent it, the sting radiating from my shoulder down into my ribs. I grunted, gritting my teeth as I slid down into a crouch. Damp dirt cushioned the fall, but not by much. The bitter scent of cracked bark and cool air filled my lungs as I pushed back to my feet. Why did trees keep hitting me? I huffed in frustration. I wasn't irritated because it didn't work. I was irritated because crashing into trees and blowing up my own foot had become my version of a morning routine. Metal muscle helped, thank God for that skill. But even with it, The accumulated ache wasn't something I could just shrug off like cartoon logic. I had to force myself to unclench my jaw. Once would have been fine. Not 1 dozen. Sweat clung to my brow despite the chill. I took a moment to sit down, breathing slow, and reach for the thermos inside my inventory. The frosted metal was cold against my fingers, but the water went down smooth. Nice and cold, since the inventory kept things the same way they were entered in. Across the clearing, Kuroko was stretched out across the little stone platform I'd made for her, her black tail flicking lazily. Her head rested on her paws, golden eyes fixed on me with that casual, almost predatory glint. There was something unreadable in that look. Sharp, but not hostile. Curious, maybe? I wasn't sure. She didn't seem like the type who'd camp out here every day just to ogle me during push-ups. But I wasn't exactly an expert in the psychology of sultry Nekishu spies. And sometimes I could swear she was snickering at my failures. Though if I watched a guy smash into a tree repeatedly, even I might laugh. Better not be taking notes, I muttered to myself. I wiped my face dry with a towel and stood again, the fatigue dull but familiar in my limbs. Thanks to my physique, it quickly faded. The next attempt had to be perfect. Creating magic circles under your feet instead of your hands required a different kind of focus. More instinctive, more spatial. Like trying to draw with your toes while sprinting. I lowered into a runner stance, eyes closed, pulling on my Ryoku. I pictured the circle in my mind, the exact radius, the energy distribution lattice, the precise shape of each rune segment. I tightened the spell, adjusted the orientation, corrected the output modulation from the previous failure, and prayed I wasn't about to faceplant again. A breath. Then, activation. The sigil flared underfoot. A sharp, solid kick of energy launched me forward, and this time my balance held. My form held. I streaked across the clearing, covering 30 feet in just over a second. I dug my heels in and skidded to a halt, eyes wide. It worked. Then the system chimed. Congratulations. You created the unique spell skill. Speed Step. Compatible skills detected. Fuse Shuinpa and Speed Step. My pulse quickened. Yes, I thought. Not hesitating. New Fuse skill unlocked. Runic Shuinpa rank. Notice. Does user wish to increase Fuse skill rank to match current Shuinpa rank, or push Shuinpa to rank 10, then begin Runic Shuinpa at rank 1? Caution. Starting at rank 1 will reduce speed significantly from current ability. I stared at the prompt, brows furrowed. This was a bigger decision than it looked. There was no guarantee that Shuinpa rank 10 would unlock anything. But if it did, that could be a permanent upgrade. But if it didn't, then I'd have to basically restart all that work I had put into Shuinpa. The system prompting me like this, though, gave me a gut feeling I couldn't ignore. I took a breath. Push Shuinpa to 10, then we'll start Runic at 1. Shuinpa increased to rank 10. New skill unlocked. Extreme Reflexes. Rank X allows user to have heightened reflexes and react to stimuli faster. Allows Ho-Ho Breakthrough to grade S. New fused skill unlocked. Runic Shuinpa, rank 1. A high-speed movement technique that fuses the principles of magic circle propulsion and spiritual flash step. By generating compressed runic footholds mid-air through calculated magic formulas, the user can launch themselves in sharp, unpredictable bursts of speed with precision control. Unlike standard Shuinpa, which relies on raw Ryoku and footwork, Runic Shuinpa allows sudden changes in angle, elevation, and mid-air trajectory by placing footholds on instinct. The magic circles appear only for a fraction of a second, visible only to those attuned to spell structure, and emit a faint sigil flare as they collapse. Drain is moderate, scaling with frequency of use and movement complexity. Ideal for battlefield repositioning, aerial pursuit, and multidirectional evasion. Note, spell compression level must match the user's current casting tier for stable performance. Misalignment may result in recoil or spell flicker. Following my gut feeling paid off. Runic Shuinpa is actually insane. All the benefits of flash step, but now in midair. Extreme Reflexes was like altered muscle density. Even though it was just potential S, it allowed me to get another stat to that grade. Zanjutsu would be next. Hakuda. Well, it was Hakuda. I know I shouldn't neglect any of my stats, but I really wanted to master one combat style before moving on to another, and that would be Zanjutsu. Now for the real test. I activated Runic Shuanpa. The magic circle beneath my foot glowed, smaller, sharper, more refined than before. The second I pushed off, the world blurred. Not as fast as my old Shuanpa, maybe rank 3 or 4, but it was smooth. More than speed, it gave me leverage. Mid-run, I triggered the new Shuanpa upward. Air cracked around me as I burst above the trees into the open sky. Then I used the new spell again. A runic circle formed in midair beneath my foot, solid enough to push off of. I shifted my weight and launched downward at an angle, a missile aimed straight at the ground. I didn't think about landing before I did this. I hit the dirt hard, rolling once, twice before ending flat on my back, staring up at the sky. My body was mildly sore, but metal muscles took most of the strain off. I started laughing. Yes, I wheezed. Hell yes. I sat up, grinning like a lunatic. Runic Shuanpa worked. Erasure didn't exist in this world. No footholds in the air, no Bleach-style midair parkour. But this was my version of it. A workaround that used pure spell work to mimic the technique. Once I mastered it, I'd be able to fight on every axis. I'd be faster, more agile, harder to predict. I'd break Gom's rhythm. I'd beat the demon's speed. I dusted myself off, still beaming. Fireball was nearly ready to hit rank 10. Once it did, this would be next. If I could get Runic Shuanpa to rank 10, my agility and overall speed would skyrocket. I glanced over at Kuroka. She hadn't moved, but her ears were perked. She was staring intensely at me, possibly with eyes reflecting shock. I smirked to myself. It was a pretty unique application of magic, after all. I couldn't help but feel a little smug. Her shocked expression was exactly what I'd been hoping for. After all, it wasn't every day someone invented a technique that defied the natural limitations of human movement. Like what you see, I called out, unable to resist. Kuroka's ears flattened momentarily before perking back up, her tail swishing with what I interpreted as either annoyance or interest. Maybe both. She stretched languidly, extending her front paws before settling back into her lounging position, trying to look unimpressed. But I caught that initial reaction. The way her eyes had widened, pupils dilating as I'd launched myself skyward. I walked over to her stone pedestal, my legs still tingling from the aftereffects of the magic. Standing over her, I reached down to scratch behind her ears. I think I've just revolutionized magical movement, I said conversationally. Not bad for a self-taught human, right? She responded with a purr that seemed almost reluctant, like she was admitting something against her better judgment. I pulled another chocolate square from my pocket, this one infused with a hint of cayenne, and unwrapped it for her. Special batch, I said, holding it out. Thought you might appreciate something with a kick. She sniffed it carefully before taking it, her golden eyes never leaving mine. As she chewed, I could have sworn I saw approval in those feline features. I sat down beside her stone, leaning my back against it. My muscles ached pleasantly, the kind of fatigue that meant progress rather than injury. The forest around us was quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves and distant birdsong. It was peaceful. I think I can make this work, I said, more to myself than to her. Get the runic formula tight enough, and I could chain these movements indefinitely. Imagine that. No more being grounded. Complete three-dimensional mobility. I closed my eyes, picturing it. The applications were endless. Not just for fighting Gom, but for everything. Combat, rescue, exploration. The ability to move in any direction, at any angle, without needing solid ground beneath me. This changes everything. My mind was already racing ahead, refining the formula, calculating the most efficient distribution of force. With proper training, I could probably reduce the magic circle's visibility to almost nothing, just a momentary flash of light as I pushed off. And if I could increase the compression ratio, I was pulled from my thoughts by the pressure of something warm against my side. Kuroka had silently moved from her perch and was now pressed against me, her small form radiating heat in the cool morning air. I blinked in surprise. This was new. Usually, she maintained a careful distance, close enough for treats and pets, but always on her terms. This deliberate contact felt significant somehow. "Well, hello to you too," I murmured, gently stroking her back. Whenever I got near her tail, she would do that cat thing and raise it up. She settled more comfortably against me, her purr deepening. For several minutes, we just sat there in companionable silence, watching the forest. Her fur was impossibly soft beneath my fingers, and I found myself oddly content despite the morning's bruises and frustrations. "You know," I said quietly, "I'm glad you keep coming back. It's nice having someone to talk to, even if you don't answer." Her ear twitched, and she tilted her head to look at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. There was something almost human in that gaze, something that made me wonder, not for the first time, if she knew I knew what she was. I smiled while I continued to pet her. The moment was broken by the sound of my phone vibrating. I pulled it from my pocket, surprised to see Rias's name on the screen. Reception out here was spotty at best, and we hadn't spoken since she left for the underworld. I answered immediately. "Rias?" "Toshio." Her voice came through, warm and clear despite the distance. "I wasn't sure if you'd pick up. Reception's not great out here, but I'm glad you called." I felt a smile spreading across my face. "How's the underworld?" "Same as always. The training is going well. Akino's been pushing herself harder than I've ever seen." There was a brief pause. "We all miss you." "I miss you too," I admitted, feeling Kuroka shift against me. Was it my imagination, or had she just rolled her eyes? "How'd you manage to call?" "My phone isn't interdimensional. My brother gave me one to give to you, which I swapped out a day before I left. And don't worry, I didn't go through your texts." She giggled. I checked over the phone. It looked exactly the same as before. And when had she swapped it? I'm sure I would have noticed. "Stop worrying about how I managed it." Another giggle. "Anyway, I called." She hesitated, tone growing a bit more serious. "I wanted to check on you, to make sure you were okay." The concern in her voice made something warm bloom in my chest. "I'm doing great, actually, making real progress with my magic. I've created some new spells that I think you'll be impressed by." "Really? Tell me." I couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. I launched into an explanation of my training, describing Fireball and the newly created Runic Shumpa. I'm glad a version of Bleach didn't exist in the universe, otherwise she might have been suspicious. As I spoke, I could hear the excitement building in her voice, her questions becoming more technical, more engaged. This was one of the things I loved about Rias, her genuine intellectual curiosity, the way her mind worked through problems and possibilities. She was hailed as a genius for a reason. She always scores high in school despite never really trying. Her kind of intelligence was attractive, something I always found desirable in a romantic partner. And her kind is certainly much better than a certain Citri kind. "That sounds incredible," she said when I finished. "Using magic circles as mid-air platforms to launch off of? I've never heard of anyone doing that before. Using them as standing platforms is common, but this sounds really innovative." "It still needs work," I admitted, "but the potential is there. It's incredible you were able to create something like that so soon after learning about magic. You must be a magic prodigy." I couldn't help but hear the admiration in her voice. "Maybe. Human magic is based on math and physics, mostly. I'm just pretty good at both of those subjects, so it was pretty intuitive." "Look at you being Mr. Humble." Her tone sounded a bit sultry. "I can't wait to see it when we get back." There was another pause, longer this time. "Toshio about Gom." I tensed. "What about him?" "My brother says the barrier is holding steady, but..." She took a breath. "He's concerned. Whatever's happening in there, it's not normal. The energy readings are fluctuating wildly. He thinks Gom might be evolving somehow, or at the very least, is throwing a tantrum. It's probably starving." "Well, that doesn't sound good," I said flatly. She sighed. "No, Toshio, it isn't. If you're still determined to face him yourself." "I am," I said firmly. "Then be careful. Please. We'll be back in a few weeks. Please wait until then. We can help." I appreciate the concern, Rias, but this is something I need to do. I softened my tone. I'll be ready. I promise. She sighed, a mix of resignation and worry. Just don't do anything reckless. Not until we're there to back you up. I won't, I assured her, though I wasn't entirely convinced by my own words. How's everyone else doing? The conversation shifted to lighter topics: Kaniko's training progress, Kiba's latest developments with his sacred gear, the politics of the underworld. As we talked, I found myself relaxing, the tension in my shoulders easing. It felt good to hear her voice, to reconnect with a world beyond my training grounds. It was really nice to hear her voice. Just listening to it brought me an indescribable feeling of contentment. Somehow, the Real deal was better than listening to Jamie Marchi, which was difficult to process. Unfortunately, she eventually had to go. I need to get back to everyone, she explained regretfully. But I'll call again sometime before we return. I like that a lot, I said. Give everyone my best. I will. And Toshio. Yeah. She hesitated. I really do miss you. My smile widened. I miss you too, Rias. See you soon. The call ended, and I sat there for a moment, phone still in hand, feeling both lighter and heavier than before. Lighter because hearing her voice had lifted my spirits. Heavier because of what she'd said about Gom. Being a demon of gluttony, not being able to eat must be sending it manic. As much as I derived a sort of sick pleasure at the thought of its suffering like that, it's possible that it will be even more dangerous than before. Kuroko was watching me intently, her golden eyes unblinking. I scratched under her chin absently, my mind racing with new urgency to get stronger. Looks like my revenge may have just gotten a bit more complicated, I told her. If that foul demon is getting riled up, I need to be ready for any surprises. She tilted her head, as if considering my words. She probably didn't know what I was referring to. This means more training, I continued, standing up and stretching my sore muscles. Let's see if we can get Runic Shuimpa to at least rank 5 by the end of the week. I walked back to the center of the clearing, mentally reviewing the spell formula. If Gom was becoming even more dangerous, I needed to get better, outpace the monster. I set my stance, focusing my energy into a tight, controlled stream. The magic circle began to form beneath my feet, more precise than before, the runes aligning with mathematical perfection. Here we go, I muttered and launched myself skyward. This time, I was prepared for the midair transition. As I reached the apex of my jump, I formed another circle directly above me, inverted the polarity, and used it to change direction, shooting horizontally across the clearing like a bullet. A third circle appeared at my intended landing point, cushioning my descent and allowing me to land in a controlled crouch. No stumbling, no crashes, just smooth, directed movement. The system chimed immediately. Runic Shuimpa has increased to rank 2. I grinned. That was unusually quick. The system seemed to recognize the quality of execution rather than just repetition. Perfect. If I could maintain this level of precision, I might be able to push it even faster than I'd hoped. I turned to look at Kuroko, unable to hide my excitement. Did you see that? 3 transitions, 0 crashes. She was sitting upright now, her posture alert, eyes tracking my movements with newfound intensity. There was something different in her gaze, a sharpness, an evaluation that went beyond casual curiosity. I laughed, the sound echoing through the clearing. I'll take that as a compliment. With renewed determination, I turned back to my training. The sun climbed higher in the sky as I practiced, refining the technique with each attempt. By midday, I was chaining 5, then 7, then 10 transitions in rapid succession, dancing through the air with increasing confidence. When I saw that contemptuous monstrosity, I'd be ready. Ready to kill it. XXX. For weeks in a spring break. Toshio perspective. The wind tore past me in jagged sheets, cool with the early spring air as I tore across the southern outskirts of Tokyo. Blurred rooftops, skeletal construction scaffolds, rusting fences, and concrete lots streaked by beneath my feet. I was fast enough now that the wind barely reached my face before I was already gone again. No human saw me. No camera tracked me. Maybe a passing dog barked at the sudden disturbance in the air, but that was it. I was a phantom, a blur of movement and magic. This was Runic Shumpa, rank 6. After hitting rank 10 in Fireball, which unfortunately didn't give me any new skill, likely because it was a custom-created spell, I had turned to refining my movement techniques. Runic Shumpa had become my obsession, and Tokyo and the surrounding cities had become my training grounds. Every rooftop, alleyway, underpass, and industrial zone became an obstacle course. It reminded me of those high-speed drone racing videos where pilots zipped through ruined buildings with impossible precision. That was me now, only faster. The constant use had paid off. My creativity with the spell expanded. I could now redirect my momentum midair, even ending a Runic Shumpa at bizarre angles and launching again in a completely different direction. It was something I come to call momentum shift. Each footfall became a springboard, and each rune circle a launch pad. My movement defied gravity and inertia, letting me careen across cityscapes in ways no devil, human, or yokai ever had. It was beyond any flash step I'd seen in Bleach or any other anime, and it was significantly faster than my old Shumpa. The skill hitting rank 5 bumped my ho-ho to S- grade. This in turn brought my agility stat to rank 10. This unlocked something extremely interesting. New skill unlocked. Pursuit of the Flash Goddess, rank 1. The description had been vague, referencing she who dances faster than lightning and leaves no footprints behind. But I didn't need a full explanation. The name alone told me what it was. A nod to Yuruchi Shihoin, the fastest woman in Bleach. But due to the vagueness, I had absolutely no idea how to rank it up. Keep getting faster, maybe? The skill came with a massive boost to my overall movement speed, and my ho-ho jumped straight from S to S+. Now, when I used Runic Shumpa, I didn't just blur, I vanished. My transitions were cleaner, my landings sharper, my trajectories almost artistic in how tight and calculated they'd become. When I moved without any skills or body-enhancing effects, just relying on my human form, I could run faster than Usain Bolt, dodge blows faster and more accurately than Prime Mike Tyson. I was now faster and more agile than any non-supernatural human. Between my base strength and speed, I was probably stronger and faster than most entry-level low-class devils. Now throw skills into it, mid-tier at least. Though, I'd probably still struggle against mid-tier devil abilities and magic. But hey, we were getting there. At the moment, I was tearing through the shattered guts of a half-built nuclear reactor on the coast south of Tokyo. It seemed fitting. The structure was abandoned, long empty due to mismanagement, budget cuts, or both. But it was perfect. Endless rooms, narrow corridors, spiraling stairwells, half-installed turbines, and broken catwalks. A death trap to any normal human. To me, a playground. I darted down a pipe corridor, spun around a corner, fired a burst to redirect my momentum through an open chamber, and then sprang off a wall-mounted beam. Each Runic Shumpa left a crisp, flickering sigil of glowing lines that shattered a second later. The tighter the angles, the more satisfying the execution. I hadn't reached this point without issues. Early on, I'd suffered from extreme tunnel vision, moving too fast for my brain to keep up. But I remembered what some characters in certain anime did, enhance perception to keep pace with speed. So I experimented, channeling Ryoryoku into my eyes. And that's when the system responded. New skill unlocked. High-speed perception. Rank X scales with your speed. Removes tunnel vision at high velocity. Grants enhanced awareness of movement, reaction windows, and the ability to perceive beings up to 20% faster than you. It was like the world slowed down. Objects that once blurred into the periphery were suddenly sharp. Threads of frost, fluttering leaves, the gleam of rusted pipes. I could track them all. It wasn't just reaction time. It was anticipation, clarity, and confidence. I knew what would happen before I even finished the thought. The difference was night and day. I kept at it, practiced nonstop, spent entire days flying through Kuo and the neighboring towns. A blur through alleyways and rooftops. At first, I stuck to rural areas, but eventually I'd venture into empty subway tunnels, construction sites, and finally this reactor. This wasn't just training for speed. This was battlefield supremacy. Runic Shumpa let me fight in 3 dimensions like no one else. Launch, shift, pivot, dive, strike. I spent another hour carving through the facility like it was a massive jungle gym until the sun started dipping behind the ocean horizon. Time to go. I blurred northwest, my route a zigzag of cities and rural sprawl. It really felt like flying, speeding through the air. When I used momentum shift in tight spaces like where I had just come from, I felt like Lee using the 8 gates to bounce and dart around. It felt exhilarating. It took about 10 minutes to return to the forest I'd become so familiar with. By train, that'd be over an hour. But to me, it was just a warm-up. I burst from the tree-line at the edge of the clearing I always trained at and saw her. Kitty Cat Kuroka. Same spot as always. Lying like a queen on the elevated stone slab I'd made her weeks ago with Create Earth. Her eyes tracked me the moment I hit the edge of the forest. Definitely not good at acting like a normal cat. Honestly, was she evening trying at this point? She didn't move, didn't flinch, just stared, head tilted, her tail twitching in slow, deliberate waves, still pretending to be aloof. I had told her a few days ago that I wouldn't be around, since I would be practicing my new spell, but I'd be back by the week's end. It was surprising that she had been waiting for me. It kind of made me happy too, for some reason. I approached and pulled something from my inventory, a pristine white box tied with golden ribbon. Made it back in one piece, I said, holding it out. I found a high-end confectionery in Tokyo. Figured you'd appreciate the gesture. Her nose twitched. She sniffed delicately, then sprang forward with alarming speed and snatched the box, settling immediately into a crouch to open it. Inside were glossy chocolates, dark shells filled with caramel lava, spiced truffles rolled in cinnamon, candied violets wrapped in sugar. She pounced on the assortment like she hadn't eaten in days. I chuckled, leaning against a nearby tree. That good, huh? She didn't answer, obviously, just purred. I stayed beside her for a moment longer, watching her lick melted chocolate from her paw. But I had something I wanted to test. Lee had inspired me. I stepped back into the clearing and drew my Zanpakuto, which now never left my side. Thanks to the illusion skill I got after getting Create Minor Illusion to rank 10, Illusionary Object, rank 1, I could have my sword appear as a simple belt charm or something else innocuous. The moment she left the sheath, I dropped into a stance. Let's see how far I've come with this skill. I launched forward. Rune. Flash. Slash. I didn't just move. I attacked. A full-body offensive. I fired forward, slashing past one tree, shifted upward midair, bounced diagonally down, slashed again. My trajectory was now fully under my control. I could even bounce backwards, let inertia drag me around a target like I was tethered to them by gravity. Within seconds, a tree trunk bore 4 identical cuts from different directions, each barely an inch apart. That kind of precision would overwhelm any opponent. And I wasn't done yet. I launched into another chain, this time practicing feints and trajectory reversals. My blade flicked past imaginary targets, my boots ringing off runic footholds like cymbals. My breathing was sharp but controlled. Every muscle responded instantly. I then concentrated my efforts around one tree, bouncing around it like Lee did to Gaara or Haku to Sasuke. My blade slashing branches as accurately as I could manage. I kept going, forming a dome of death around the poor sap. When I stopped a few dozen seconds later, every branch and twig had been cut off from the main branches. These poor trees. Runic Shunpa has increased to rank 7. When I landed, panting slightly, I smiled at the notification. I had figured this skill would have been more difficult to rank up, but my obsession was paying off, I guess. And then I looked back. Kuroka was sitting up now, ears alert, golden eyes watching my every move. Not relaxed this time. Intense. Almost suspicious. Like she wasn't sure if I was human anymore. I gave her a lazy wave and walked over. Miss me? I joked again. Hope you saved me some chocolate. She flicked her tail and didn't respond. But I saw her expression. She was impressed. It was clear on her cat face. So my new skill must be something of note, even as someone as strong as her. Good. Now it was time to see what this new level of movement could really do in a fight. Because the next time I saw Gom, I wasn't just going to fight him. I was going to carve him into the earth. Form 2 didn't stand a chance. Probably. The air was still, cool with the lingering chill that clung to Kuo during early spring mornings. The breeze carried a crisp bite as it rustled through the fully awakened trees, their branches budding with new growth. The forest floor was soft and damp from the thaw, dotted with patches of wildflowers and streaks of fresh green. I sat cross-legged on the edge of the forest, where the dirt bore faded magic scorch marks from earlier tests. A wide formation circle glowed faintly in front of me, drawn in layered lines of faint blue and flickering red, like embers resisting the morning chill. My eyes were closed, breathing slow as I concentrated. Kuroko was sleeping in my lap. She'd climbed into it without ceremony about an hour in, the familiar warmth of her weight oddly grounding, even as I layered complex formulas across the circle. Her tail flicked every so often, brushing against my wrist. She was pretending to nap, probably, but I didn't mind. I'd been at this for nearly 2 hours. The goal was elegant in its simplicity, a fire spell, but not the kind that would impress a crowd at a festival or light a cigarette in a pinch. Not the garden variety devil's fire, or even the mundane physics of a match. I wanted violence. I wanted chemical explosiveness, a true weaponized reaction. There's several types of fire. I remembered the classifications well. Class A for organic solids like wood or paper, Class C for energized electrical sources, Class D for combustible metals, Class K for cooking oils and fats, and Class B for flammable liquids like gasoline and hydrogen. I was interested in that last one. My previous spell had been basic, based on Class I, burning spiritual fuel in a pattern meant to mimic kindling and oxygen draw. But my new idea? It was Class B mixed with something entirely outside conventional classification. What I was trying now required simulating raw elements, forming them into a chemical compound in the form of the simplest alkyne, taking the oxygen out of the air to fuel the exothermic reaction, then igniting it. From there, it had to be formed into a projectile in some way, because as soon as it was ignited it would burn too quick to reach the target. Then compress it into a launchable state with barrier magic, stabilize the shell long enough for delivery, and finally detonate on impact. And all of that had to be done without the circle destabilizing, as well as the rest. Writing out the chemistry was easy, but I had to translate that into runic-based magic circles. Needless to say, it wasn't going great. I layered a smaller sequence just beneath the primary circle, tracing the elemental formula for acetylene with my finger in the air, C2H2, a volatile alkyne with a triple bond, locking each point in place with a whisper of Ryuryoku. The oxygen draw glowed, stable. I began layering the barrier containment over top, and a rune slipped. The circle shuddered. I caught it too late. A fireball the size of a grapefruit popped into existence between my palms, whooshed straight up, and dissipated in the night air with a sound that was somehow both satisfying and mortifying. It was loud enough to make the birds in the canopy 100 meters away startle from their perches, and I could feel the heat on my face even as I jerked backward, arms up defensively. I really hoped no one reported that. Kuroka jolted upright in my lap, for puffing slightly. She looked up at me with wide golden eyes, blinking slowly. Then she narrowed them. She didn't laugh, not aloud anyway, but her whiskers twitched. Sorry about that. I woke you up, huh? I at least gave her a sheepish look. She gave me the most feline expression I'd seen on her since we met. Head tilted, pupils narrowed, tail curled around her paws. The cat equivalent of, "You okay, dumbass?" But beneath it, something else lingered in her gaze. Interest? Curiosity? Suspicion? I couldn't quite tell. Her eyes held something too sharp for a regular cat. Some shade of insight I couldn't parse. So I did what any reasonable human would do. I scratched behind her ears. She blinked once, then again, then flopped back into my lap like nothing happened, purring like a tiny engine. Careful, I said quietly, barely above a whisper. You're going to get me attached. I'll have to take you home with me. It was meant as a joke. Dry, harmless, toss of the night with a smirk and a scratch behind the ears. but Kuroka stiffened, just for a fraction of a second. A micro-flinch, the kind you only catch if you're looking right at her and ready for it. She froze mid-purr, whiskers quivering, and for a heartbeat her whole body seemed to hover between tension and release. Then, as if nothing happened, she melted again into my lap. The vibrating growl resumed, even deeper than before. She practically hummed with contentment. Cats aren't supposed to understand human speech. Kitty cat Kuroka definitely wasn't going to be winning any acting awards. The sun had dipped behind the trees. Dusk had deepened the cold, and pale frost clung to the low brush like a creeping tide. The only light came from the scattered glint of ice crystals under the moonlight. That was enough for tonight. The sun had dropped below the hills, and a creeping tide of frost had reclaimed every footprint I'd left in the snow. I intended on it being a joke, but then I thought, why not? I scooped her up, careful not to jostle her too much. She squirmed a little in my arms, but didn't leap away. I could feel a light resistance in her muscles, like she wanted to object, but wasn't sure how to commit. Too slow. Several flashes later, my house welcomed us with familiar silence. I stepped onto the tatami inside and set her gently down. She didn't bolt. Instead, she stretched luxuriously, tail flicking as she prowled toward the kitchen like she owned the place. How did she even know her way around here? She hopped up on my kitchen counter and stared at me, then looked at the stove, then back at me. Expecting dinner, are we? I chuckled, opening the refrigerator. I suppose I did kidnap you from your usual hunting grounds. I doubted she actually hunted mice there. Her eyes followed me intently as I pulled out a fresh salmon fillet I'd been saving. It was high-quality stuff, deep pink, marbled with fat, the kind you'd serve at a nice restaurant. I've been planning to cook it tomorrow, but this seemed like a better use. I prepared it simply: salt, a touch of mirin, a splash of soy. As I worked, Kuroka watched from her perch on the counter, tail swishing with what I could only interpret as anticipation. Her golden eyes tracked every movement of my hands. You know, I said conversationally as I heated the pan, most cats would be freaking out in a new environment. But you seem right at home. She blinked slowly, that classic feline dismissal. When the salmon was done, crisp-skinned, medium rare in the center, I plated it carefully and set on the counter for her. She carefully approached the dish, sniffing delicately before taking a small, exploratory bite. She melted, practically draped herself over the plate, ears flicking in satisfaction. "You're welcome," I said. She didn't even look up. Was I spoiling her? And if I was, I had a feeling it was going to get worse. I couldn't bring myself to mind, though. Her company has been enjoyable, despite being the supernatural world's most wanted criminal. Who knew? After cleaning up, I changed into sleepwear and sat down cross-legged in the middle of my room. Cultivation time. Rank 9 now. Just one more until... I didn't know. The system hadn't said what happened at rank 10, but I could feel it like a thread tugging on my soul. Whatever it was going to be important. Plus, whenever other skills hit 10, I usually got something. Kuroka padded into the room while I sank into meditation. She settled herself on my lap again without a word. The warmth of her body, the quiet hum of her purring, it helped relax me faster. I was now a firm believer in the healing power of the 25 to 150 hertz per. 2 hours passed. My Ryuryoku pulsed stronger now, threads of it circulating through my spiritual veins, reinforcing the body I'd spent months building. Finally, I let go. Instead of pulling another all-nighter, I figured I should go to sleep. It had been a few weeks after all. I undressed down in my briefs as normal and laid down in bed, exhaling slowly. Kuroka jumped up onto the mattress a moment later, curling up against my side. I felt her weight settle near my ribs. Her fur was so soft. "See," I murmured, eyes closed. "Told you I'd take you home." She didn't respond. Obviously, she was a cat. At least she was trying and failing to be. "I'd say this could be your home, but..." She tensed, almost like in disappointment. "I plan on moving soon, so the new place can be your home if you want. You'd be free to come and go, of course." She lifted her head, looked up at me. I met her eyes in the dim light. Did she really not realize most people didn't talk to cats like this? She nudged closer, pressed against my side more firmly, then let out a long breath through her nose and went still. I wrapped an arm around her. I had a cute pet now, a totally not dangerous, no strings attached, low-maintenance house cat. I'm sure she ignored my snort of amusement. XXX. Last week of spring break. Toshio perspective. I came out of cultivation slowly, my senses returning one layer at a time. The warmth in my lap was gone. Kuroko wasn't there anymore. Not unusual. She disappeared all the time, sometimes for a day, sometimes for an hour. It had been a surprisingly natural rhythm, her coming and going as she pleased. Still, I opened my eyes and looked around the room. Empty. I stretched, yawned, and rubbed my eyes. My house was quiet. Frost lined the edges of the windows, soft morning light slipping through into pale sheets across the floor. I got dressed and made breakfast. Simple rice, egg, grilled fish. No salmon this time. I had just finished washing my plate when a knock came at the door. I wasn't expecting anyone. I dried my hands and walked to the door, opening it cautiously. Standing there was a woman I had never met in person before, but recognized immediately. Graphia Lucifuge. Her silver hair fell in long twin braids over her chest, and her outfit was surprisingly casual. Deep purple tank top, baggy cardigan, snug jeans, and boots. She was beautiful in that cold, untouchable sort of way. Except, she wasn't wearing her uniform. That threw me off. "Hello," I said. She nodded politely. "Good morning. I am Graphia Lucifuge, queen to the Satan Lucifer, Rias Gremory. May I come in?" I stepped aside and let her through. She moved with quiet, formal grace despite her appearance. Her aura was calm, composed, and heavy. "To what do I owe the honor?" "I am here on behalf of Lady Rias. She asked me to assist you with two matters: setting up a formal bank account under your name for the sale of your design patents, and, if you wish it, help you begin the process of purchasing a home." My brows lifted. I hadn't expected that to be handled this quickly. I was wondering how that was going to work, I said. I gave her a slight bow. "Thank you, truly. I'm ready when you are." We didn't linger. A sleek black luxury car was pulled up in front of the building. Clearly, Gremory funded, judging by the subtle clan crest worked into the chrome trim. Graphia opened the door for me, and I slid inside, settling into the plush leather as she joined me. We drove quietly through Kuo, heading toward the city center. The bank was everything I expected from a high-end financial institution. Marble floors, brass fixtures, and the kind of hushed atmosphere that made you whisper without thinking about it. Graphia handled everything with the efficiency of someone who'd done this countless times before. She produced documents I didn't even know existed, spoke in financial terms that went over my head, and somehow managed to make the entire process feel routine despite the fact that I was apparently now worth several million yen. "The patents for your reactor designs have generated significant interest," she explained as we sat in a private office overlooking the city. "3 separate companies have made offers, and the Gremory family's business connections have ensured favorable terms." I stared at the numbers on the paperwork. It was more money than I'd ever imagined having. "This is substantial." Indeed, Lady Rias was quite pleased with the results. Graphia's expression remained professionally neutral, but I caught a hint of something that might have been approval. She also instructed me to inform you that this is merely the first payment. Ongoing royalties will continue as the designs are implemented. The account setup took another hour, involving more signatures than seemed reasonable and several phone calls to verify my identity. When we finally left the bank, I felt oddly disconnected from reality. The numbers in my account seemed abstract, too large to process. "Now for the second matter," Graphia said as we settled back into the car. Graphia perspective. Toshio Amano carried himself with a composure that Graphia had only seen in men thrice his age, or, more precisely, in high-level devils who had spent centuries mastering the art of self-presentation. The boy, while not a boy in any conventional sense, stood opposite her in the cavernous marble lobby of Kuo First Banking, calmly inspecting the Gremory-branded platinum card as if it were just another tool for his collection rather than an emblem of clandestine supernatural favor. She watched him, careful not to let her evaluation show on her face. At first, she had expected the meeting to be transactional, a favor for Rias, an inconvenience for herself, a day spent shepherding an ambitious and possibly power-hungry young human through the arcana of supernatural finance. Instead, he had surprised her at every turn. When she introduced herself at his doorstep, out of uniform, as per Sir Zexoma's direct order, he not only recognized her instantly, but also refrained from gawking or stammering. Had Rias told him about her? He'd simply met her gaze, nodded, and led her into his home with the quiet efficiency of a professional dealing with a contractor, his posture neither deferential nor challenging. He seemed unusually mature for a 16-year-old. Grafia's own intuition, finely tuned by decades as the Gremory household's chief administrator, told her that Toshio Amano was not simply clever. He was, in fact, unusually self-contained. In the last hour alone, he had weathered 3 rounds of paperwork, a credit check that would have sent most mortals into a panic, and the predatory attention of 3 bank managers, all without the faintest sign of nerves. Sir Zexama had told her to expect something unusual, and so far, he was right. He had also tasked her with evaluating Toshio personally, observe him and get a sense for his temperament. Report everything back. Rias' involvement, her proximity, and her physical affection toward him had made Sir Zexama suspicious and concerned. "There's a realtor that the Gremory family knows," she said as the car pulled away from the bank. "They specialize in working with supernatural clients. I can introduce you." He nodded, his gaze on the snow-smeared cityscape outside. "Seems convenient." "Thank you." He said it with a tone that was neither overeager nor dismissive. Just calm, measured, grounded. They rode in relative silence for a few minutes. Doing this much for a human, even as a favor to Rias, was asking a lot of a high-class devil like her. So far, the boy seemed grateful and hadn't asked for anything further. He apparently knew about Rias' heritage and the power of the Gremory clan, and yet he didn't try to once take advantage of this, or of Lady Rias. This elevated his character in her eyes. Grafia had also studied his stride, his posture, and the way his energy moved subtly beneath the surface. It wasn't magic. It wasn't key. Sir Zexama had been right. It was something else entirely, something she didn't yet have the vocabulary for. Strictly speaking, according to his aura, he didn't seem that powerful, but she couldn't help but feel like he's hiding, or more impressively concealing, a lot if not most of his strength. He would have to be monitored, especially if he was going to continue to spend time around Rias and her peerage. They rode in companionable silence. In her experience, most humans, especially those newly exposed to the supernatural, couldn't resist the urge to fill the air with nervous chatter. Toshio, by contrast, let the silence settle comfortably between them, as if he understood that words, like currency, lost value when spent too freely. "Is the realtor you're referring to actually involved in the supernatural world?" he asked, gaze still forward. "Yes," she replied, aware of the test implied by the question. "They operate as a shell business, and their clients are mostly non-human. All arrangements are sealed by contract, magical and legal. Although the human clients they do have are few and far between." "Can the property be fitted with custom modifications?" he asked, voice as even as a metronome. "Like a large reinforced basement that's magic-resistant, but also physically resilient." "That can be arranged," she said, "but the cost will be significant. If I need more money, I can submit more design work. I have more ideas." Grafia turned her head slightly. "If I may ask, why not pursue your engineering work in a more conventional manner? With your intellect, you could become one of the most influential minds of this era, even without supernatural sponsorship." He paused, then answered without looking at her. "Because my heart isn't in it. I spent the first part of my life chasing academics and achievements." He turned to look at her, and in that moment Grafia saw not a child prodigy or a devil's pawn, but an old soul, tired but still stubbornly upright. It made her uncomfortable, and she didn't know why. And it left me with nothing. Now, I want to use my strength for something else. Odd thing to say, considering his age. Grafia made a mental note to have someone investigate that a little more. I don't need prestige, he said. I want to build something that lasts. Live my life for what matters. I want to keep the people I care about safe and close to me. It was almost touching. Grafia considered herself immune to sentimentality, but something about his delivery made her want to believe him. And just as important, to stop things like to prevent the suffering that creatures like that cause. Not just for humans, for anyone. Grafia processed that in silence. I see. And she did. Toshio Amano was a noble boy. Foolishly so, maybe, but noble, and likely dangerous. If he ever did become strong enough to back up his ideals, and Rias was right about his potential, then he would be someone the entire supernatural world would have to pay attention to. Not necessarily an enemy, but a variable. They arrived at the realtor's office. He handled the meeting with ease. He was respectful, deliberate, and thorough. He produced blueprints for his ideal residence, somehow retrieving them from a pocket that should not have held anything larger than a cell phone. Grafia recognized the spatial compression immediately, but again, he did not comment on it. Instead, he laid out his requirements with surgical precision. 2 floors for bedrooms for bathrooms. A modern kitchen with high-end appliances who needed a blast chiller, and redundancies for power failures. Most importantly, a subterranean level that spanned the entire footprint of the house, partitioned into a reinforced gym, a sparring arena, a library, and a secure vault with multi-layered magical and structural shielding. The realtor quoted a price that would have made most mortals faint, 900 million yen, $6.15 million. Over half of that was just the basement and its enchantments. He paid on the spot. No hesitation. The designs he had submitted had already earned him over 5 billion yen, $34.14 million. If this human kept selling designs like those others, he would never have to worry about money again. Yet despite this, he settled for a modest house. It was almost comedic how much he underspent, compared to what the devils of Rias' household would consider appropriate. The house he was buying was nothing compared to Rias' current manor, which was at least 3 times larger and built to house a full peerage of 16. This house was clearly designed for one. Once everything was arranged, we stood outside the building, early spring sun catching on snowflake pavement. Small snow flurries even in March. Human world, weather had a mind of its own at times. She glanced at him. Toshio. He turned his head. I understand you and Lady Rias have grown close. He said nothing, just nodded. You may not be aware, but Lady Rias is betrothed to Riser Phoenix. Okay, he said flatly. She blinked. He offered no reaction, no disappointment, no protest. You should understand, she continued, that no matter how close you two may seem, a human can never truly be part of the devil's life. Not long-term, not politically. He turned to look at her fully. His eyes were calm, unreadable. Rias and her peerage are my friends. She saved my life. She matters to me. So do the others. Any affection you or Surzex think you saw is nothing more than that. She couldn't help the small eyebrow twitch for not using honorifics for Surzex-sama. Grafia studied him. That look in his eye. If he was lying, he was doing a better job than most. She believed him. For now. He bowed. Thank you again, Grafia. I appreciate your help. Grafia nodded, but internally her thoughts moved in a different direction. He had composure, poise, exceptional decorum, talent, respect, minus the use of honorifics. A noble cause. And, most importantly, he didn't want anything from the Gremory clan. Her opinion of him was rising. What a shame he wasn't a devil. He would have made a far better match than Riser. Kuo had that early spring crispness that made every breath feel cleaner than it probably was. The streets were still damp from the morning melt, the smell of thawed earth mixing with faint hints of sakura from trees that had only just about to bloom. My shoes crunched lightly on stray patches of frost as I made my way toward the Occult Research Club. The familiar manor-style building came into view, its red brick and black roof standing out against the pale sky. I'd barely raised a fist before the clubroom door jerked open and Rias barreled through. Her hair caught the soft glow of the hallway candles in a way that deepened its crimson beauty, and her hug hit like a linebacker. I was grateful for my increased physique. Otherwise, she would have probably been on top of me. Toshio. She squeezed me, her arms locked behind my upper back, and I realized she wasn't letting go anytime soon. Her embrace wasn't the gentle, measured kind. It was full, tight, and just shy of desperate, as if she'd been waiting for this moment all morning. My mind didn't ignore the softness of her chest pressing into mine. I let out a quiet exhale and returned it fully, my arms resting lightly at her back. She pulled away with that same soft smile she used when she wanted to look in control, but wasn't quite pulling it off. "Good morning." I grunted a little off balance, but I moved my hands along her lower back to pull her closer into me. She pulled back an inch, not enough for escape, but just enough I could see her face. There was a flicker of vulnerability there, a pinch in her lower lip, before she marshaled it into her practiced, presidential smile. "Good morning," she replied, her voice bright, but the way her gaze searched my face told me she was already thinking ahead. That was when Aquino slid in, steps almost predatory in their smoothness. "You're not the only one who missed him, Rias," she teased, voice slipping between honey and electricity. One arm looped around my neck, and with a little hip check she managed to wedge herself between me and Rias, earning a not-so-subtle glare. Aquino's hug was less brute force, more slow burn, her pointed chest sliding across me as she slid in. She lingered with her cheek against mine, breath soft at my ear, and when she drew away her lips brushed against my cheek. I braced for more attention, but instead caught movement just inside the foyer. Grafia stood by the umbrella stand, perfectly upright, eyes cool as liquid nitrogen. She nodded a greeting, just enough to acknowledge me as more than a passing phenomenon. For a moment, I thought she'd ignore the hug fest, but her gaze lingered a second too long, cataloging the scene for some invisible report card. Once the enthusiastic greetings were over, we all made our way deeper into the room. Rias leaned up against her large desk, Aquino taking her position to her side. "Hey, Kiba, hope you got stronger while you were away." I greeted the swordsman as I moved toward Kaneko. "You can find out for yourself later if you'd like," Kiba said, giving that pretty boy smile that seemed to make all the girls at school swoon. Walking up to Kaneko as she sat on the couch, I gently patted her head. "Good morning, Kaneko." I come bearing tribute. Her face brightened up slightly, probably remembering my promise before break started. I pulled out a freshly made namagashi from my inventory, shaped like cherry blossoms that would be blooming soon, so fresh the sweet bean paste inside still warm. Kaneko widened her eyes and took the dessert with delicate hands. I took a step back, watching her carefully take her first bite. Once the spoon left her mouth, her eyes sparkled in delight. It was by far the most expressive I'd seen her face be. "This is very good. Thanks, Toshio." Seeing that she enjoyed it, I smiled at her. "Of course. I promise you, didn't I? There will be more where that came from, but later." I turned my attention to Rias, moving to stand in front of her. She had a soft expression, warmly smiling at my gesture toward Kaneko. Her face grew serious a moment later as she stared at me. Rias was the one who spoke first, her expression sharpening. "It's time, Toshio. We're going to face Gom." I felt the air shift in the room, everyone's focus narrowing. "I'm ready," I said simply. Grafia's voice was cool, precise. "I have been assigned to stand by. If your life is in immediate danger, I will intervene." I met her gaze without hesitation. "That's fine. I appreciate you and Surzex giving me a chance." Something unreadable flickered in her eyes, but she gave a single, measured nod. Rias straightened, her aura shifting from friendly to warlord. "My peerage will provide support just outside the perimeter. If it becomes necessary, we'll intervene." She tossed a glance at Aquino and Kiba, who both nodded, more solemn than usual. I gave a small incline of my head. For a moment, I considered telling them more about what I could really do, but they would soon see it anyway. I was likely going to have to go all out to win this fight. It didn't take long for us to be moving again. Grafia took the lead, leading us to the center of the room, and with the smallest flicker of power, the world around us warped, then snapped back into place. We were in the deep forest, a place that seemed ominously familiar. The air was colder here, shadows pooling between skeletal trees still in place of anything alive. The barrier shimmered faintly in the distance, a faint silver dome nested between jagged cliffs and dense undergrowth. I glanced around. Teleportation is convenient. I need to learn that. Akino's voice was warm behind me. You just started learning magic. You got a ways to go. Then her arm was draped over my shoulder, and she leaned in with a mischievous smile, her chest pressing into my arm. But I'd be happy to tutor you. I snorted once, low and amused, shaking my head. She was quite proud of those, wasn't she? Graphia stepped forward, raising her hand. A complex sigil unfolded in the air between us before settling against my chest with a brief, cold shimmer. A monitoring spell, she explained. We'll be able to watch your movements while you're inside. The barrier remains in place to ensure Gom can't escape or relocate the fight. Akino, still hanging off me, turned her head just enough to press a kiss to my cheek. For good luck, she whispered sensually. The smile was there, but her eyes gave her away. There was no small amount of worry in them. Rias stepped in again, her expression far more open this time. She hugged me for a second time, slower this time, her arms strong and sure around my frame. Please be careful, she murmured near my ear. I'll be there the second something goes wrong. I squeezed her a little tighter before letting go. Kiba approached next, his usual polite smile in place as he extended a fist. I met with mine. You've got this, he said with quiet confidence. Then there was a small tug at the back of my shirt. I turned to find Kaneko there, her eyes downcast, her arms lifted slightly as if she didn't quite know how to finish the motion. Understanding, I smiled. I knelt, closing the gap between my height and hers, and wrapped my arms around her. She was tense at first, then leaned into it just enough. Don't die, she said simply. I won't. I answered, the words steady. When we broke apart, I could feel the eyes on us. The entire peerage was staring, more surprised than they should have been. Even Graphia's eyebrow had risen a fraction. I ignored it. Graphia moved to the edge of the barrier, the faint shimmer of magic parting just enough for me to slip through. And then I was gone, the ground blurring under my feet as I vanished into the silver dome. Akino perspective. Toshio vanished through the barrier with such speed that even my eyes, trained, sharpened, and occasionally enhanced, couldn't quite track him. One moment he was standing with us, a collection of nerves and resolve. The next, the shimmer of magic had swallowed him whole. My smile lingered, but it was a trace thinner now, the way fine silk frays at its edge after too much handling. I was acutely aware of Rias standing at my left, her posture so intent that it held the entire room in a kind of forced stillness. She didn't so much as blink as she kept her gaze fixed on the place Toshio had disappeared, her hands folded tightly over one another, knuckles going white. For all her outward composure, I could practically taste the anxiety radiating off her. It made sense, considering she was the only one that saw Toshio after his first bout with the demon. From how Rias described it to her, I didn't blame her. In fact, I couldn't help the spike of worry that nestled itself in my own chest. Kiba, Rias began to ask without looking away. Could you follow that? Barely, Kiba replied, his tone dropping, shielding it from the rest of us as if this were secret intelligence. Only because of my training under Tsuji Okita. Toshio is faster still. There is a hint of humility there, something almost grateful, perhaps at the challenge to improve, perhaps at the simple luxury of not having to be the fastest in the room, Forrest in this case, for once. I let my gaze drift to Graphia, who was, as always, the personification of control. Not a hair out of place, not a line of her uniform creased, not a single unnecessary gesture. But as I leaned into the conversational volley, I let the faintest playful lilt color my voice. And you, Graphia? Could you keep up? She was silent for a moment. Then the queen of Surzek's Lucifer inclined her head, just enough for a sliver of moonlight to catch the edge of her silvery hair. Yes, she said. Just that. No elaboration, no bravado. But in the way her eyes glittered, I could tell she'd already built a mental dossier, logging the data for some future, unseen calculation. I turned to the smallest member of our group, letting a sly smile curl my lips. "Kaneko, that hug back there," I drawled. "Was that you trying to join the little competition between Rias and I?" Graphia's gaze flicked toward me briefly, a faint narrowing of the eyes. I wondered what Graphia thought I meant by competition. My smile grew ever so slightly. Kaneko didn't take the bait at first. There was a faint blush creeping up her cheeks, and she made a deliberate show of inspecting the forest brush beneath her feet. My smile deepened, not the predatory flash I used on men, or the sly smirk reserved for rivals, but something softer. "And? Did you enjoy it?" "Yes." No hesitation now, but she kept her eyes down, the blush not retreating. Beside me, Rias allowed herself a grin. "I'm glad you're coming out of your shell, Kaneko." Her tone was gentle, the way you might speak to a much-loved sibling or a favored pet. There was a note of pride there, and a subtle relief, as if she'd been waiting for this version of Kaneko to appear. I let the moment breathe, choosing not to push further, because sometimes vulnerability had to be admired and unbroken. My attention drifted back to the magical screen Graphia had conjured, which hovered in the air like a window to another world. It showed a high-angle view of Toshio moving through the forest, his steps so quick they left afterimages, a leap, a flash, a blur, then a sudden halt as he surveyed the terrain. Again, my mind wandered briefly to Rias' description of his injuries the last time he'd faced Gom. I thought my teasing was just a game at first, a challenge to make him react, to break that unwavering stoicism he kept up like an obsidian wall. Then it turned into a way to keep pace with Rias, getting a rise out of her. But somewhere in the back and forth, I'd grown to care for him, not just because he was strong or because he challenged me, but because I liked him more than I was probably willing to admit. The thought made me uneasy. Teasing was still fun, but this was different. I found myself watching the screen with intense focus, an uncharacteristically serious expression on my face. I missed the knowing glance and smirk that Rias sent my way. Kaneko stood a little closer to my side, worry likely etched in micro-expressions that no one but those close to her could pick up on. Kiba stood with his arms crossed, just as focused on the screen. Graphia, meanwhile, stood as motionless as a marble statue, but I could hear the faint crackle of her magic as she tuned the screen, zooming in on Toshio's progress. I wondered, not for the first time, what it was like to live with that much discipline. Did she ever let herself feel anything, or was the job everything? The minutes crept by, tension coiling and uncoiling in the room as Toshio's figure darted between trees, over fallen logs, across shallow streams that glimmered like mercury in the false twilight under the barrier. There was a moment when he paused, kneeling at the edge of a clearing, and almost looked like he was praying, or maybe just centering himself for the battle ahead. "Be careful, Toshio." I couldn't help but whisper out. Toshio perspective. The forest blurred past me in a rush of color and motion. Familiar landmarks flickered by in an instant. The split cedar by the stream, the mossy outcrop that marked the halfway point, the hollow log I'd once used as cover. I should have felt nervous, but fear had burned off and left something hotter and sharper behind. I was angry, no, not just angry. Furious at the memory of how completely Gom had crushed me before. But I was also brimming with a perverse excitement. I wanted a rematch. I wanted to wipe the smirk off that thing's face. No, I wanted to wipe its face from existence. Things are going to end differently this time. I slammed down at the edge of the clearing, kicking up a muddy fan of leaves. The border of Gom's domain was unmistakable, a wall of living flesh, no longer the burbling, cancerous sprawl I remembered, but a taut, pulsating membrane, as if the monster inside was holding its breath. Black veins spidered through it, twitching at my approach. Scorched marks clawed up the surrounding trunks, charred and seared from my gasoline barrage. The last time, I'd crossed that line and gotten annihilated. I wasn't about to step into its home field again. A fireball snapped into existence, the heat brushing my skin as I spun it with a flick of my wrist. I sent it arcing toward the dome of flesh. Then, before the first explosion could settle, I unleashed 4 more in rapid succession, each one trailing a spectral afterimage as it lanced through the twilight. The fireball struck in perfect sync, detonating with a series of concussive booms. The wall hissed and shuddered, then sagged in liquefying sheets. The stench of burning meat rolled over me. From within the gaping wound, a voice slithered out, low, guttural, and somehow even more malignant than before. "So you've come back," it purred, the words scattering like oil on water. "The hunger grows, starved by this cursed quarantine. No new prey to savor. You'll make a perfect appetizer." The last of the burning flesh sagged open, opening up a gaping entryway. From within the pitch-black depths of the flesh bubble, I could see a pair of glowing red eyes that set me on edge. Gom burst from the darkness straight at me, massive hooks clutched in both hands. The hooks swept down, carving the air in a double arc aimed for my neck and knees. Anticipating it, I sidestepped with relaxed precision, letting the blades pass so close they parted my hair. My body felt lighter, more coordinated, almost like the air itself was pushing me out of danger. It grinned, rows of needle-like teeth glinting. "Your pesky speed won't help you now," it said, and then exhaled a blinding cloud of caustic yellow gas. The hiss was instantaneous. The stench, 1,000 times worse than last time, hit me like a slap, acrid and layered with bitter chemical notes. This time I was ready. My hand darted into my inventory, pulling free a full-face respirator with acid gas cartridges. I sealed it over my head in one motion. Gom laughed, a wet, rattling sound. "Your little mask will melt in my vapors." I answered by flooding my body and the mask with Ryoryoka reinforcement. I had 10 more of these masks in my inventory. Even if one failed, I'd just replace it. The vapor rolled around us, thicker now, but when I kept moving without faltering, I saw a flicker of frustration twist Gom's expression. "I know your liquid fire trick," it snarled, circling sideways. "It won't work again." I reached over my shoulder and drew my Zanpakuto, sliding the sheath into my inventory in one fluid motion. The familiar weight of the blade steadied my pulse. "You ready?" I asked her. "Then let's do this together." The hooks lashed out in a crossed X, but I sprang vertically, launching myself above the reach of the caustic gas. Up here, the air was clear, the battlefield perfectly visible. I traced a flare spell with my left hand, igniting the cloud below. The entire field detonated with a thunderous whomp, the methane-rich gas lighting up like the Hindenburg. The fireball expanded outward in a rolling wave, incinerating every tree and scrap of organic matter in a perfect circle. Gom reeled, the blast stripping away great sheets of its outer flesh, but it didn't even scream. It just stopped, stunned. Its head snapped toward me, and the air split with the searing hiss of its acid stream beams, thin as pencils and as fast as lasers. I twisted through them with ease, momentum and precision, keeping me untouched from the beams of death. Between Ryoryoku enhancement and runic Shuinpa, the creature couldn't land a hit. My feet found glowing runic footholds in the air, runic Shuinpa carrying me in rapid bounces around the demon's form. Dome of flame. It felt good to yell out the name of the attack, for some reason. Fireballs flared from my hands in a constant barrage, slamming into Gom's hide from every direction. The smell of burning flesh was thick, choking, but I didn't let up, continuing on for around a full minute, all the while Gom was trying to hit me with the acid lasers. I could tell it was growing frustrated. Good. With a roar, Gom spewed a massive blast of liquid acid in all directions. My attacks had melted away great hunks of its form, the fat and muscle sloughing off in steaming piles. "My hunger is forgotten," it bellowed. "Now I'm angry." The words, the tone, they were the same as before. I knew what was coming. The transformation hit faster this time. I only managed to fire off a single fireball before Form 2 burst free of the ruined mass of Form 1. Sleeker now, hardened skin stretched over corded muscle, bone-spurred fists clenching. It moved. Its speed was still startling, but I could see it now. What was insane was that it was still at least 20% faster than me at my fastest runic Shunpa. but I had the maneuverability of momentum shift. I managed to block the first strike, parrying the bone-spurred fist aside with my sword, but the impact was catastrophic. The blade rang in my grip, almost slipping from my hands. My shoulders flared with pain, but I ignored it, focusing on the next attack, a spinning backhand that swept a meter-wide arc coming from my neck. I dove low, rolling beneath it, and countered with a wild upward slash. The edge bit deep into its calf, sending up a spray of black blood, but the monster didn't even flinch. Instead, it pivoted on its good leg and stomped down, aiming to crush my skull underfoot. I rolled sideways, barely clearing the impact zone, and used the momentum to propel myself behind it with runic Shumpa. I slashed at the exposed Achilles, severing the tendon. The leg buckled, and for the briefest moment, the creature was on one knee. I saw my shot and went for it, blade out, aiming for the exposed base of its skull. I never made it. The monster's arm whipped around, backhanding me with a force that shattered the air. The blow landed square on my side, sending me flying across the clearing like a rag doll. As I flew, I couldn't help but have a feeling of déjà vu. I crashed into the burning remains of the flesh wall, the impact driving the air from my lungs and smashing me through the ruined membrane. All the world went white with pain, then orange with the afterglow of the fireball. I tumbled end over end, rolling to a stop on the cold, charred earth. Somewhere beyond the haze, I could hear it laughing madly, a combination of high and low-pitched vocal tones. Ria's perspective. I thought I had a decent grasp of Toshio's abilities. I'd seen him spar. I'd seen the way he carried himself in kendo, his poise and focus, his unusual aura. But watching him now through Graphia's barrier projection, I realized how wrong I'd been. He was so much stronger than I'd imagined, not just in swordsmanship, but in magic. And that fireball. The first time he hurled a fireball at Gom's domain, I felt my jaw actually slacken. It wasn't the size of the explosion, it was the seamless, contemptuous way he did it. No incantation, no visible strain, just a snap of the wrist, a silent calculation, and then a sphere of compressed fire streaking through the air with vicious intent. Even Graphia, who rarely deigned to comment on such things, let the faintest ripple of surprise cross her lips, easy to miss if you didn't know her. It shouldn't have been possible. He'd only been studying magic for 6 weeks. Yet the blast he hurled at Gom's domain was easily on par with advanced defensive magic. I wasn't an expert in fire magic, so I glanced at Aquino. The power behind that one. What would you say? Aquino's expression was unusually serious, about the same level as my basic fireballs. I blinked. For Aquino to admit that aloud, it said everything. Kiba, Kaneko, even I stared in surprise. Only Graphia remained unreadable at that revelation. Then Toshio began moving, ricocheting around Gom, hurling fireballs at a pace that made my head spin. He's not even using incantations, I murmured. I turned to Graphia. Could you cast that quickly? For the first time, the queen of Surzek's Lucifer hesitated. Only a little faster, she said at last. Her jaw tightened ever so slightly, and I filed that reaction away for later. I'd have to think about what my brother and Graphia would make of all this, but later. For now, the battle had my full attention. We watched as he used his dome of flame, an attack that many low and mid-class devils would struggle to defend against. Aquino was biting her lip, eyes slightly glazed over, her eyes glued to the screen. He's enjoying this. That's right, punish it, Toshio. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at her comment. She was right, though. I could see it, too. Not just in the way Toshio fought, but in the reckless abandon with which he pressed the attack, each movement closer to art than violence. It was beautiful, in the same way a collapsing star is beautiful. You can't look away from the annihilation. Then, just when it seemed like he might actually win, Gom transformed. Gom's second form was monstrous, terrifying in a way that few things I'd ever seen could match. What even is that? I asked, eyes locked on the screen. An ancient demon, Graphia said quietly. Not one that should be walking this plane. Despite its form, it seems to have withered quite a bit in power over the years. That sent me for a loop. That thing used to be even stronger? Just how monstrous was the demon army back in the day? And the fact that the Satans crushed the faction made the Devil King's power all the more impressive. We watched as Toshio pressed in for the kill and got smashed back by a brutal counterpunch. The sound of it carried even through the barrier. My chest seized. Toshio. I called before I could stop myself. Akino's voice rose just as sharply, breaking out of her previous stupor. Toshio. I spun toward Grafia. I'm going in. No. The word was final, absolute. His life is not yet in danger. Not yet. I snapped, ready to argue, but Kiba's voice cut in. Look, I did. And there he was, emerging from the smoke, cuts and abrasions marking his skin, but otherwise whole. My breath caught. Toshio. Gom seemed just as surprised as we were. Toshio was basically unharmed after a direct hit. He went straight back in, blade and bone fist colliding in a storm of sparks and impacts. Gom lunged. Toshio sidestepped, carving a line across its ribs. A counterstrike forced him back, but then he was inside its guard again, hammering its flank with a flurry of blows. Each time a monster hit harder, Toshio hit back smarter. He started using Gom's own attacks as openings, baiting it into overextending, then punishing it with precise surgical strikes. Gom roared, fury mounting, and slammed both fists into the ground. The shockwave ripped through the clearing like a localized earthquake. I saw Toshio leap skyward just as he shouted something I'd never heard before. 5 concentric magic circles snapped into being, all different colors, overlapping perfectly in a way that shouldn't have been possible for a novice human spellcaster, let alone one with only 6 weeks training. Acetylene annihilation. From the heart of the magic circle array, a single capsule of searing white fire shot downward faster than my eyes could track. It struck Gom's core and detonated with a concussive crack that made me wince even outside the barrier. Yellow fire rolled outward in a violent burst, the ground beneath the monster vanishing into a deep, smoking crater. Did he get him? I breathed. For a moment, there was only the hiss of cooling stone. Then Toshio turned, too late, to block a desperate strike from Gom. The blow blasted him back, but this time I saw the wound he'd left in the demon, a massive section of flesh missing from its lower right chest. Gom's eyes were wide, wild. No more words now, only killing intent. It moved even faster than before. The desperate increase in speed made it difficult for Toshio to keep up. Toshio was now on the defensive, blocking and dodging desperately. Gom then moved to an unexpected angle, smashing Toshio into the ground. Toshio barely dodged the foot that was smashed into the ground. Toshio was losing. I turned to Grafia with purpose. I'm going in. As a mate of the Gremory clan, I order you to obey. Grafia's sigh was almost imperceptible, but she stepped aside. Very well. She opened the barrier just enough for us to step through. I moved before she could change her mind. Akino was right behind me, with Kiba and Kaneko close on her heels. Grafia remained outside, her voice carrying through the barrier. I will intervene if needed. I could only hope Toshio could hold on until he got there. Toshio perspective. I was half buried in the crater Gom's last hit had made, my face mashed into the damp, charred soil, limbs twitching as my nerves tried to decide which injury to complain about first. Thank God for physical damage nullification. I forced my body to move, despite the screaming protest from at least 3 major muscle groups. Shuinpa propelled me out of the miniature hell pit in a blur, just as Gom's bone-spurred fist crashed down behind me, splitting the earth in a jagged trench that could have been my grave. The shockwave rippled through my body, shaking loose another spatter of blood from the cut at my hairline. My vision briefly ghosted and doubled. I spat soil and red onto the ground, bracing for the next strike. I kept moving. If I stopped, even for breath, I was finished. Annoyance simmered under the pain. I'd hoped my new attack, my strongest yet, would have ended this. I got into rank 3 only days ago, testing it on stray devils in the forest and watching them vanish in a flash of 3,100 degrees Celsius explosive flame. I even had a napalm variant, slower and brutal, but too slow for something like Gom. The demon learned too quickly, so the same attack probably wouldn't work again, let alone a slower variant of it. Gom's breathing was ragged, its movement still fast but sloppier. Wounded, I could try to outlast it. Maybe. Gom's fist came in on a tight arc, faster than the last, aimed right at my temple. I managed to catch it on the blade, the impact ringing up my arms like an iron tuning fork. I tightened my grip on my sword, running through possibilities of how I could turn this around, when I heard my name called from the tree line. Toshio. My eyes flicked toward the sound, catching a glimpse of crimson hair, white and red priest robes, and the rest of the peerage. The recognition brought with it a molten surge of dread. They shouldn't be here. I told them, in no uncertain terms, that this was my fight, that if they stepped in, things would go so much worse. If they were here, Graphia had better be close. That half-second of distraction cost me. A shadow loomed. Before I could react, a hook-turn fist smashed into my side mid-flight, the impact like a steel beam slamming into me. Gom's other hand clamped around my neck while my body was mid-flight, lifting and driving me down with enough force to crater the ground. Stars exploded across my vision. The only thing keeping me conscious, keeping me alive, was metal muscle reinforcing every bone, muscles, and tendon. I felt like I had been in this exact situation more times than I'd like. Still, I felt something give. Multiple somethings. My HUD flickered into focus. 51 out of 100. Manageable. I could still win this. I rolled, ready to vanish with runic Shunpa, when a blast of red and black energy screamed overhead, close enough to make the hair on my arms rise. The pressure was suffocating. Power of destruction. My gaze snapped toward the source, just as lightning began to split the air. Akino's work. Gom grinned, a wide, maniacal slash of teeth, and charged straight for them, weaving through the bombardment, only occasionally caught by lightning speed. I forced myself up, pain spiking, and kicked off to intercept. Too slow. I saw it happen like a nightmare in slow motion. Kaneko shoving Rias aside, her small frame bracing as Gom's fist connected. The sound of bone breaking was sharp wrong. She flew back into Rias, limp, her arms hanging useless. It was then that I realized Gom wasn't just winning. He was going to kill all of us. I felt an intense hatred bubble up in my throat. But my hate was nothing compared to what was brewing. It was terror, yes. It was fury, yes. But mostly it was a tidal wave of raw negative emotion in a mixture I couldn't even begin to describe. Gom loomed over Rias and little broken Kaneko, bone fists raised for the kill. My eyes widened in horror. It was really going to kill them. No, no, no. Something in me snapped. Rage, pure, blinding, volcanic, roared up from the depths, dredging every locked-away emotion in its wake. The walls I'd built over years shattered in an instant. I didn't push them down this time. I let them flood in. My vision blurred, my eyes glazing as the world bled of color. Time itself seemed to pause, every detail etched in perfect clarity before I fell into blackness. For a few heartbeats, I simply stood there, trying to orient myself, as the sunken sanctuary revealed itself in layers. The floor beneath the water was 6 feet below, but the surface bore my weight as if it were armor-plated, refusing to let me sink. The sensation was simultaneously solid and insubstantial, like standing on the skin of a drum, every movement resonating through the structure of the world. My obscured reflection glared back at me, fragmented by the restless fractals of a liquid mirror. The only sound was my heartbeat, amplified by the hush all around. The motion never ceased, small, endless circles breaking and reforming under my feet, as if the sunken sanctuary itself were breathing beneath me. The surface stretched 6 feet deep over the once proud floor, yet my boots stood upon it as though it were solid stone. The rhythmic rippling hummed under my soles, broken only by the sound of my pulse in my ears. The ruined temple rose around me in a haunting stillness. Cracked stone pillars jutting from the water like the bones of some ancient titan, broken walls half swallowed by moss and creeping vines. The broken, Grand altar stood leaning at the far end, its carvings worn to ghosts, while fractured beams from the collapsed ceiling cast lattice shadows across the shimmering surface. "Why am I here?" I asked aloud, utterly confused, my rage bubbling just below the surface. I looked down and realized the Zampicudo-S hilt was still in my hand, my knuckles white around it. The black steel shimmered faintly, a flicker of heat coursing through the blade. Before I could take in the rest of the temple, a sudden rush of air made my instincts flare. The next instant, the air split with a roar, and I instinctively brought my weapon up in a high guard, catching the descending curve of an identical blade. The impact was tremendous, more than a clang. It was a crash, a shudder that ran down through my arms into my very bones, so hard it made my teeth rattle. I was thrown back a step, almost losing my purchase on the slick, shifting surface. And then I saw her. She stood before me, mask gleaming under the ghost light that filtered through the half-collapsed ceiling. Flames curled at her heels, licking the water without steam, the sigil on her back glowing brighter than I'd ever seen. Her long hair flowed in thick, untamed waves to her lower back, each strand carrying shifting colors and subtle glimmers that mirrored the nebula I had once drifted above, deep crimsons, soft violets, and scattered points of starlight moving like a living sky. For a split second, I remembered where I was supposed to be, on the battlefield with Rias and Kaneko in mortal peril. The frustration and panic tore through me, igniting my already barely restrained rage. "Why now?" My voice came out harsher than I intended. Each word pushed past the strain of holding her back. "I have to save them." Her only answer was to attack again, blade first, with a velocity that defied reason. I caught the strike, sparks snapping off our swords as they ground together. Even in the dead air, the force of the blow knocked me back another half step. Her next strike came from a different angle, and I parried, but my wrist buckled and the edge of her Zampicudo sliced a shallow line along my forearm. It burned. The smell of my own blood, hot and metallic, mingled with the scent of the place. She pressed the assault, relentless and graceful, moving with a speed and violence that made my own technique look clumsy by comparison. Every time our swords met, shockwaves rippled outward along the surface of the water, the currents growing more and more chaotic with the tempo of our fight. Every few seconds, I managed to wedge in a question. "Why now? What do you want from me?" But each time, she simply bore down harder, as if to hammer the answers into me by force. Finally, on a particularly vicious exchange, her voice erupted over the sound of ringing steel. "Who said you were allowed to use them?" The words slammed into me harder than her strikes. "Use what?" I shot back, teeth clenched as I tried to shove her off. "What the hell are you talking about?" "My emotions," she howled, and the mask shuddered with the force of her rage. The flames at her feet soared up, crackling higher, but they gave off no heat, just a blinding, corrosive light. She broke the lock, her blade flashing faster than my eyes could track. Cuts bloomed across my arms, my ribs, each one a hot line of pain. I staggered back, breathing hard, my eyes drawn to the mask covering her face. Cracks spiderwebbed out from the center, more than I'd seen before, faint lights spilling through. I tried to voice an objection, but my throat locked up. She pressed her advantage, driving me backward step by step, until I was nearly up against a submerged pillar of stone. I looked into her visible eye, through the cracks in the mask, and saw something that surprised me, but shouldn't have. Not just anger, but deep hurt. She was crying, but the tears were blood, and they sizzled as they hit the water. "You think you can just wield me without feeling me? Feel me without knowing me?" She snarled, her movements flowing like molten metal, each strike filled with an emotion that dug under my skin. She swung again, and I managed to duck under the blow, but barely. Her blade whistled past my ear, close enough that I felt the wind of its passing. I stumbled, trying to regain my footing, but she was already there, pressing the attack, her every movement a masterstroke of violence and grace. It didn't matter what skills I used, how much I spammed Runic Shunpa or Ryuryoku enhancement. The harder I fought, the more she matched me, mirroring my movements until it felt like I was fighting my own reflection given perfect form, but just a little bit better. The rage that had been coiled in me before I was dragged into this place began to unspool, heat bleeding into every muscle. It wasn't the cold, calculated anger I usually wielded, but a primal fury, now redirected squarely at her. She brought me here while Rias and Kaneko were on the verge of death. Why? Finally, I broke the pattern. Faking a stumble, I let my blade drop, then swept low, aiming to take her legs out from under her. She jumped, but not high enough. I grazed her ankle, drawing a flicker of ichor, and she landed awkwardly, hissing in pain. The momentary distraction was all I needed. I lunged, driving at her center mass, but she caught the blade with her bare hand, stopping it cold. Her blood ran over the edge of the sword, smoking as it touched the metal. She pushed me back, this time with raw strength rather than technique, and I found myself on my knees right above the submerged, glowing altar, chest heaving, arms shaking from exhaustion. The water around me was alive with a storm of ripples, everyone radiating outward from the center. Her. In a desperate attempt, I shunpoed to the left, her hot on my heels. Every clash of steel sent sparks skittering over the water's surface, my breaths coming ragged, my arms heavy, but I refused to step back. If she wanted my emotions, then fine. She could have all of them, every ounce I've been holding back. We collided again, blades grinding together. Why are you doing this? I roared. Her visible eye from the cracked mask was like flowing crimson and violet seas. The cracks in her mask began to glow a darker shade of red, almost sanguine. Because you dared to wield me while keeping me locked away, using my strength without ever accepting me. That is something I will never allow. My chest felt tight, not from exhaustion, but from the weight of her words. The heat in my veins swelled, rising with each strike. Every old regret, every ache I'd buried, every spark of joy I'd been too afraid to hold, they all rose now, unbidden. She came at me again, our blades striking in a rhythm that was nothing short of storm. Each impact jarred my bones, each deflection leaving a fresh sting along my arms or a slice across my side. My coat grew heavy with blood, yet still she pressed on, her voice carrying between clashes, low and raw, steeped in a sorrow that wrapped itself around every syllable. You think I'm just a weapon, she hissed, her blade sliding past my guard to score another burning line across my chest. But I have waited in darkness, feeling every heartbeat you ignored me, every breath you took without me. Alone, forgotten, abandoned. I lunged, but she caught the strike, her strength throwing me back over the water's rippling skin. You filled me with your rage, she said, her tone breaking into something closer to a plea. But never once did you let me feel your joy. You hid from me, rejected me, suppressed me, murdered me in your past life. And still, you would dare to call on me. Her words bit as deep as her steel, and with every pass, she left another mark. Thin cuts along my forearms, my side, even my cheek, until I felt as though she was carving the truth into my flesh. The more wounds she inflicted, the more I started to understand. Until it clicked. The insight hit me harder than any of her blows. I understand now. I spoke as I gritted my teeth as I blocked her desperate strikes. I abandoned my emotions for reason and logic. I didn't let myself feel I blocked a slash by my midsection, maybe because I was too scared to, yet that fear was locked away with the rest. I pushed her blade off and shunpoed back to gain some distance. She didn't allow me to. I left you alone for so long. I made you into a weapon to use, rather than accept because I was too afraid to need you. She didn't slow. She moved faster, if anything. Afraid? She spat, every syllable a cut. You call what you did to me fear? Cowardice is too gentle a word. You abandoned me before you even died. Her voice was strangled with feeling, but her movements were even more precise, more merciless. I could tell she wanted to break me, shatter me to the core, and with every clash she got closer. I know now. I understand your fury, your sorrow, your anguish. Your emotions. Between every phrase, I blocked a heavy strike from her. She screamed with every strike, desperate pleas that I now recognized. I pushed back again. She stopped for a fraction of a second, and in that moment I saw the mask-breaking, hairline fissures crawling outward from her eye. My God, it was like staring into the heart of a dying sun. All the colors of loss and longing and rage, swirling together, barely held in check by the porcelain of the mask. She used a runic shuanpa, blade poised to stab my heart. I let my arms fall wide, leaving my chest open. Her visible eye widened for a fraction of a second, but she didn't stop. Her blade drove forward, straight through my heart. There was pain, yes, but underneath it was relief, like I'd finally paid a debt that had weighed on me for lifetimes. Because they're our emotions. Shinjuku, I shouted, the name tearing from my throat like it had been there all along. The world seemed to shatter with her mask. Fragments fell away into the water, dissolving before they could sink. In their place was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. Eyes like the nebula I'd once drifted above, vast and infinite, cheeks wet with red tears even as her lips trembled. For a moment, she just stared at me, her sword still inside me, her hand locked in a white-knuckled grip on the hilt. Then she dropped the blade as it dissolved, and her arms came around me, squeezing so hard I thought she might break my ribs. She pressed her face into my neck and sobbed, great, racking shudders that shook her whole body. I held her, my own tears mixing with hers, and for the first time in either of my lives, I let myself feel it all. You remembered, she whispered in between sobs, the words quivering against my skin. Finally, she wailed with desperation, like she was unleashing all of her pent-up frustration and sorrow in one word. I closed my arms around her, and the flood broke. The weight of years I'd never lived, the ache of joys denied and griefs ignored, came crashing over me in a wave so strong it left me shaking. It was too much and yet not enough. Rage, sorrow, longing, and relief all colliding until I couldn't tell where one ended and the next began. My chest heaved against hers as if I could press every unsaid word, every unfelt tear, into the space between us. We cried together, embracing what had been lost for so long. We stayed like that, the water rippling endlessly under our feet, the ruined temple holding its breath for us alone. After what felt like an eternity, I pulled back. She followed. I wiped her tears, and she mine. My hands found her waist, holding her close to me still. I miss you so much, she choked out. Before we transferred here, I thought I had lost you forever, she sniffed, on the verge of crying again. I'm so sorry, Shinjuku. Words cannot express just how much. I stared longingly into her eyes, tears continually falling from mine. I know. I can feel it. She moved her hand up to her chest, clenching her hand where her heart would be. She smiled, a tremulous thing, and rested her forehead against mine. Don't leave me again, she said. Ever. Never, I promised. When I finally stepped back, I kept my hands on her shoulders. I wish I could stay here, but we have something else to deal with. We have to go, I said, though I didn't want to move or let go. Let's go save them, Shinjuku. Our friends. She nodded once, wiping her tears, the fire in her eyes tempered now, steady. And with a surge of light and heat, the temple dissolved, and the real world began to take its place. I barely caught the whispered sounds of her parting words. Together, Scotty. XXX. Rias perspective. This thing was a monster. Not a devil. Not a regular demon in any familiar sense. Not even a sacred gear-wielding maniac as we'd faced before, but a primal hunger made flesh. A predator whose mind was as sharp as its jagged teeth. I'd gambled everything on the hope that, together, we could slow it down, keep it occupied long enough for Toshio to finish whatever he was finishing. Honestly, I didn't know what I had hoped for beyond a miracle. But miracles are in short supply against creatures of this magnitude. Gom's true form, Form 2 as Toshio called it, was something out of a nightmare's fever dream, a patchwork of slick muscle and hard carapace, a mouth that could stretch wide enough to swallow a manhole. Its oversized arms ended in bone spikes protruding from its knuckles. Every strike sent shockwaves through the earth, and whenever I tried to meet its eyes, I saw nothing but an oily emptiness that made even my own devil's blood run cold. We were losing, badly. Kaneko, sweet, stubborn Kaneko, had been the first to close the distance, thinking maybe she could use her size to slip under its guard. Before she could even get a hit in, she threw up a defense of both arms, the demon punching her full force. I heard a crunching sound as her little arms bent in ways they shouldn't have, then was flung back toward the forest. I remembered that moment with a kind of detached horror, as if watching a play from the wrong seat, my own body too slow to respond. I barely managed to intercept her, shielding her with my own body as we slammed into the base of a tree. My ribs flared with pain, the bark splintering against my back, but Kaneko was already scrambling to her feet, blood leaking from her forehead and compound fractures in her arms, her breath hissing through chipped teeth. She was resilient, but she wouldn't last long against this thing, especially in her condition now. Kiba kept trying to catch it in his sword berth, but the beast ignored cuts from all blades and broke through the walls of them as if they were mere twigs. Akino was airborne, raining down lightning in savage bursts, her wings shimmering with each blast. She shouted at the monster, taunted it, called it names that would make a sailor blush. The lightning crackled, hissed, and accomplished exactly nothing. The bolts landed with all the fury of a thunderstorm and fizzled harmlessly on Gom's hide, dispersing in greasy arcs across its surface. If anything, it seemed to enjoy the attention, rearing up to meet every strike with a horrible, leering smile. I could feel my own power of destruction boiling inside me, a seething cyclone of crimson waiting to be unleashed. But every time I tried to line up a shot, Gom was already moving, dodging, weaving, using my own peerage as living shields. I was too slow, too cautious, too afraid of hitting my dear friends. Every missed opportunity was a stone in my stomach. Every moment the thing got closer to me, a reminder of how little my power meant if I couldn't actually use it. Where was Grafia? Why hadn't she entered the barrier with us? She should have been here by my side, a calm in the storm. If she knew how dangerous this thing truly was, why wasn't she here? Gom was coming for me. It had finished playing with the others and had decided that I was the real prize. I watched, paralyzed, as it bounded across the field, each step a crunch of shattered earth and splintered wood. Kiba tried to intercept it, but Gom backhanded him with such force that he flew 10 meters and didn't get up. I had half a second to react. I threw up a barrier, desperation making it stronger than anything I'd ever conjured before. The thing hit it with its full weight, claws digging in, jaws snapping. The impact rattled my teeth. Behind me, Kaneko was already moving, using my shield as cover to slip around and aim a kick at the thing's exposed side. It barely registered, but it did draw a flicker of the monster's attention, just enough for me to prime a sphere of destruction in my palm. I fired point blank. The red orb smashed into Gom's chest, vaporizing a fist-sized chunk of its torso. It howled. The sound was like a siren, all wrong, all pain and hate. But even as a chunk of its body turned to ash, the wound closed, the flesh knitting back together in a heartbeat. The price I paid was a slash across my thigh as one of the bones slipped through my barrier, hot blood streaming down my leg. I staggered back, clutching the wound. Gom pressed forward, teeth bared in a rictus grin. It was going to kill me. Then it would kill all of my friends. And it would be my fault. I wondered briefly and bitterly what my brother would think if he saw me like this. Overwhelmed, outmaneuvered, failing in every possible way to protect the people I cared about. Akino's voice rose above the chaos, clear and forceful. Rias, get down. I ducked, instinct overriding thought. A blue-white lance of lightning streaked overhead, catching Gom right in the face. The monster reeled, momentarily blinded. Akino swooped low, hands crackling with power, and slammed both palms against its wounded chest. Reiku, annihilation. The blast illuminated the entire field, outlining every branch, every stone, every drop of blood suspended in the air. For a split second, The monster's skeleton was visible through its skin, a lattice of black and silver. Then it collapsed to one knee, steam pouring from its wounds. Akino landed beside me, wings tattered and sparking, her breathing ragged. "That won't hold it for long," she gasped. "We need to plan Rias." Kaneko crouched at my other side, eyes wide and wild, both arms hanging limp at her side. I reached for her, but she shook her head, already scanning the field for Kiba. The plan was survival. That was all that was left. But as the monster began to twitch, its body reassembling piece by piece, I realized even that might be too much to hope for. I raised my hand to begin forming my power of destruction, hoping that it wouldn't miss. It stood and roared, likely in furious insanity. It leveled a glare at us, then began its charge toward us. We were not in proper shape to fight. I fired off several more shots, the creature dodging every single one. Grafia, where a wild dash. I was cut off mid-yell, as a tremor ran through the ground, different from the tremors Gom had caused. The world shifted, as if the air itself had been peeled back for a moment. And then a voice, familiar but changed, sliced through the charged air. "Unchained or oppressed, Shinjuku." Ria's perspective. The words tore through the chaos like a blade through silk. "Unchained or oppressed, Shinjuku." It was Toshio's voice, but not the one I knew. Deeper, resonant, layered with a kind of power that thrummed in my bones. This wasn't his usual calm or measured tone. The instant the name left his lips, the air itself ruptured. It wasn't just a surge of normal magic power. It was pressure, heavy and suffocating, bending reality around it. The world shuddered. The sky seemed to fall a little closer against the gravity of this unrelenting force. The shock wave slammed into me and everyone else, rattling my teeth, forcing the breath from my lungs. Beneath Toshio's feet, the ground cracked in spiderweb patterns, then cratered, as though the very earth was recoiling from what had just been unleashed. A large pillar of crimson, violet energy manifested around Toshio, reaching up to the sky. It was beautiful in color, but the weight of it made it difficult for me to breathe. That eruption of power didn't spread evenly in the clearing, however. It was focused, like a predator finding its prey. The target was clear. Gom staggered mid-step, deformed fingers gouging deep trenches as the impact forced him to a knee. The sheer weight of the pressure left fissures glowing faintly under his massive frame, like molten veins in the soil. He rose with a grinding of bone, head tilting at a sharp, unnatural angle until his eyes found Toshio. And then, in a voice like wet stones scraping against metal, Gom laughed. "Ah, there you are, little morsel. The sweet one who bleeds rage. I will drink it from your screams and crack your bones between my teeth." I swallowed, my devil instincts twisting in warning. That laugh carried the promise of slow, intimate violence. And then I saw Toshio clearly. He was always composed, even in duels. His movements were efficient, never wasteful, and his eyes had that cold, analytical Arctic blue sheen. Not now. If the old Toshio was a fortress of cold strategy, this one was a volcano of pure emotion. Raw, eruptive, barely contained at the edges by sheer force of intent. It wasn't just the change in posture. Though he stood taller, his aura bristling with menace, but his face, which had transformed. His eyes shone with a supernatural blend of crimson and violet, matching the energy violently swirling around him, molten around the iris like twin dying stars. The veins at his temples pulsed with the same luminous energy, casting angry shadows across his cheekbones. Even his hair seemed to ripple with static, and from where I stood, he looked more elemental than human. The air around him shimmered with heat, as if his fury alone could ignite the field. And in his hand, his sword was transformed. Longer than before, the black and silver steel seemed to drink the light. Scarlet ribbon patterns curled along the blade in glowing spirals, each one aflame with slow, ethereal flames that matched his eyes. The hilt was black, bound with dark violet bands in flawless symmetry. The tsuba gleamed a deep, infernal red. It was beautiful, and every line of it screamed danger. Gom moved first, faster than I had ever seen it. His form blurred, and the ground fractured under the force of his acceleration as he charged. Toshio didn't move, not until he spoke. Shinjuku, fuse. And then he vanished. Not stepped, not teleported. He was simply gone. Gom's punch landed where Toshio had been a blink before, the ground erupting in an explosion of dirt and stone. But instead of the satisfying crunch of a body breaking, there was nothing except a sudden, searing spray of black, sizzling blood. One of Gom's arms hit the ground with a wet thud. The monster's head whipped around just in time to see Toshio flicker into existence behind him. Another movement, faster than my eyes could follow, and Gom's left leg severed above the knee. The beast roared, staggering, its balance broken. Filthy little meat insect. Gom bellowed, his voice rising into an unholy shriek. I will gnaw the marrow from your bones while they scream for you. Toshio's eyes narrowed. Fuse. He raised his sword, the point leveling at the maimed monstrosity. Magic flared into existence in front of him. Those same interlocking, rotating arrays I had seen him use before. But this time there was a new one, a jagged, golden, circle-moving counter to the rest, radiating a heat that made my skin prickle. Yugo, acetylene napalm annihilation. The magic condensed into a ball of burning yellow, no larger than a fist, hovering at the sword's tip. Then, without flourish, he let it go. The world became fire. Heat slammed into me in a suffocating wave, the air warping, the grass curling and turning to ash. My eyes watered instantly. I had to shield them or go blind. The blast hit Gom full on, the detonation sharp and concussive, followed by the hideous sound of flesh being devoured by flames. Gom's scream was monstrous, wrong, resonating in a register that made my bones ache. And then, silence. No body, no trace. Just scorched earth where he had stood. When the light faded, Toshio stood in the crater, his blade still glowing faintly. In a flicker, he was suddenly in front of me, the afterimage of his movement still burning in my vision. His transformed sword was now on his back, being held by something. His hands gripped my shoulders, scanning me up and down with rapid, almost panicked precision, as if making sure I was whole before I could even answer. Are you okay? He asked, voice rough and urgent. I managed. But Kaneko, he was already at her side. She was curled in on herself, tears streaking her cheeks despite the set of her jaw. The adrenaline had worn off by now. She was a mess. Her uniform, always immaculate, was shredded, stained with blood and dirt. Her arms were ruined, both twisted at unnatural angles, bones protruding through skin in at least one spot. Worse, she was crying, silent and embarrassed, as if apologizing for her weakness. I wanted to look away, but my eyes locked on the tears that streaked her face, glinting even in the gloom. Toshio knelt beside her, his hands hovering over her injuries. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you, Kaneko, he said, and then he started to cry. I had never seen him cry, or even come close. That was when Grafia appeared beside me. Maybe she'd been there the entire time, lurking at the edge of the world, her silver hair unrumpled, and her uniform was, of course, utterly immaculate. Not a fleck of dust, not a stray thread out of place. A gentle chill trailed her. I flinched, unable to look away from the carnage in the park, but she examined me with a gaze as sterile as a surgical lamp. She didn't say a word at first. Her hands glided along my shoulders and jaw, checking even the tiniest cut, as if I were a broken heirloom and not a living, shivering devil with lungs filling too slowly. It was an oddly intimate violation, being measured so methodically while the world still vibrated from Toshio's display. Maybe she thought she was being merciful, checking me over before the shock wore off, but the coldness of her touch only made my skin crawl. Grafia, I managed, voice hoarse from smoke and panic. It came out more like a plea than I meant, and I immediately hated myself for it. She didn't answer. Instead, her thumb pressed gently into a bruise blooming on my neck. then traced the outline of my cheekbone, as if memorizing the shape of me. I felt a hot sting of shame, reminded I was weak enough to need a caretaker, even in my own city. What were you waiting for? I demanded, fury boiling up. Where were you? She didn't flinch. Their lives were never in danger, she said flatly. I was monitoring nearby. Had the situation warranted, I would have frozen the creature instantly. What about Kaneko? I shouted, rage finally overflowing out of me. She's mangled. She's. Graphia's eyes remained cold. Her life was not in danger. She has survived worse. Graphia's gaze didn't waver, and despite the cold certainty in her tone, I could tell she believed every word she had just spoken. I wanted to slap her. I wanted to scream that she didn't understand, that she couldn't let the people I love get hurt like this if she had the power to stop it, but the words knotted in my throat. I had known Graphia for a long time, and this was cold even for her. Why was she acting like this? Graphia's gaze lingered on me, and something flickered behind her eyes, a faint pulse of curiosity, as if she was testing to see what I'd do next. I would respond to this loss. Before I could respond, Toshio stepped up toward her, his face shadowed by his hair. He swung his hand toward her in a slap, and she caught his wrist effortlessly. The air dropped in temperature until my breath misted. His eyes blazed even brighter than before, the colors churning like a maelstrom. You dare let Kaneko get hurt just to test me? To test Rias and her peerage. Only stepping in when you decided their lives were in danger. His voice was a raw snarl. This isn't a rating game, maid. Graphia's eyes gained a glint of malice, Toshio's arm freezing up to his shoulder in an instant. He seemed to ignore it. I don't care about me. I could have been on death's door for all I care, but letting them come here, letting them get hurt, inexcusable. Frost started to spread up to his neck. Watch your tone, or there will be one less human on this planet, she said icily. That's enough. I snapped, thrusting Kaneko into Akino's arms. Back off, Graphia. My voice cracked like a whip. Graphia released him. At my command, she unfroze his arm. His glare leaving the Ice Queen, his eyes returned to me, full of worry and what I hoped, love. Toshio then pulled me into a fierce embrace. I'm so glad you're okay, he said, his voice shaking slightly. I held him just as tightly. So am I replied, my voice quieter now. He pulled back, tears still in his eyes, and placed a hand on Akino's shoulder. I'm glad you're okay too. Then he went to Kaneko again. I'm so sorry, he said softly. Then I noticed the blood on his skin. I didn't even think. I closed the distance with Akino at my side, both of us moving on instinct. She noticed at the same time apparently. She hovered near his arms and shoulders with one hand while the other held Kaneko, her fingers flexing as if she might start healing at the first sign of a wound like she knew healing magic, her gaze sharp and unblinking as it raked over him. I reached out myself, letting my hands roam over his sleeve, down the firm line of his chest, brushing over his ribs and flank, searching for any heat of blood, the sting of burns, or the wrong give of an injury he might be hiding. Are you hurt anywhere? I asked, my voice tighter than I meant, almost accusing in its urgency. He gently took my searching hands. I'm okay, Rias, he spoke softly. I looked into his eyes. My breath caught again. His eyes were beautiful. Crimson and violet clashes of flame churned in his irises, holding more emotion than I ever thought possible from him. He looked down at Kaneko resting in Akino's arms, a severe grimace of pain etched on her little face. Is there anything I can do? He asked me. I smiled, though it was tinged with sorrow. No. His blade seemed to dissolve, the black and silver katana reverting to the plainer weapon I knew. He exhaled deeply, tension bleeding from his stance. His face morphed back into the neutral I usually expected from him, as his eyes returned to his normal steel blue. If there's anything I can do, let me know, he repeated. I nodded, choosing not to question what I just witnessed. But I was going to be sure to later. Kiba walked up to the side. My hand found his cheek. Are you okay, Yudo? In my haste to fuss over Kaneko and Toshio, I had almost forgotten about him, and that made me feel very guilty. Of course, President. Just a little bruised. His small, Genuine smile set me at ease. Let's go, everyone. We need to get Kaneko to the underworld. Toshio, I'll take you back too. He simply nodded and stood by my side. Once everyone was gathered, I teleported us to the peerage house, leaving Grafia behind. I didn't care to see her right now. Knowing that the others knew, I turned to Toshio to explain. I need to get Kaneko to a healer before I can finish healing her with demonic power, I told him. We'll talk about all this later, right? He simply nodded, then gripped me in a brief, tight hug. He placed a small, but lingering kiss on my cheek as he pulled away. Despite the situation, it made my heart skip a beat. I'll see you all when you get back. I said goodbye to him reluctantly, and with my peerage gathered close, I took us to the underworld. XXX. Grafia Perspective. Grafia Lucifuge appeared in a shimmer of silver light, the teleportation circle fading beneath her boots as she stepped into the quiet grandeur of Surzek-sama's private office. The air here was always still, untouched by the bustle of the underworld's political machinery. Sunlight from an open balcony spilled across polished stone and crimson carpets, casting her master's desk in a regal glow. He did not look up immediately, but the flick of his pale blue irises betrayed that he'd sensed her before the light faded from her circle. Grafia waited, silent, letting him finish his line. Surzek-sama looked up from a neat stack of parchments. His eyes warmed slightly at her arrival, though they never lost that calculating sharpness. Grafia, I wasn't expecting you back from Kuo so soon. I trust your visit was eventful. It was Surzek-sama, she replied, voice even. The stray demon Gom has been eliminated. Toshio Amano was the one to land the final blow. One red brow lifted in mild surprise. Oh, and how did he fare against it? I remember Gom well. During the war, it was a plague upon battlefields. Dangerous even to high-class devils. Grafia folded her hands before her. Its current deteriorated state was weaker than its prime, likely equivalent to an upper high-class devil in raw strength. Its mind had rotted entirely. It fought more like a beast than a warrior. Surzek's shoulders eased a fraction. She allowed herself a small pause. Amano's resilience is noteworthy. For such a short-lived human, his stamina and combat intuition would have impressed even your father. High praise indeed, Surzek replied, and this time the small smile was genuine. And what of the others? Rias and her peerage became involved. Grafia watched the temperature of the room drop by several degrees at that. His smile faded, posture straightening. She fought it, knowing what it was. She engaged after witnessing Toshio struggle against it, and after it attacked her peerage. Gom's assault left only Kaneko Tuju with serious injury, compound fractures to both arms. Rias herself escaped with minor bruising. Surzek-sama's expression darkened with concern. Kaneko, that is unfortunate. Perhaps this will serve as the push Rias needs to begin taking her training more seriously and push her peerage to do the same. Grafia inclined her head. I agree. But before I could intervene to ensure her safety, Toshio Amano acted. He unleashed a power I have never seen before nor that I anticipated. His sword transformed, and his strength multiplied, 5 to 6 times his prior level, if the oppressive aura I felt was any measure. Even though it did not faze me, it was remarkable for a human. It stopped the demon in its tracks right before it could attempt its attack on Lady Rias. Surzek listened in silence, nodding only once as she finished. His teal irises flickered. And this was before or after Kaneko was injured? After. The trauma to her arms and Gom's near attack on Rias triggered Amano's transformation. The Mao's hand steepled. He was protecting them, protecting Rias. Yes, with an instinct that goes beyond mere self-preservation. It was the same for Akino Himejima. The compulsion is powerful enough that he would have died rather than leave them to harm. Surzek's lips compressed to a line in thought. Furthermore, Rias's emotional state has become tied to Amano's well-being. She braved the field only when she thought him in mortal peril. Is that so? Surzek asked rhetorically. What do you make of the kid's potential? Grafia paused, considering. The easy answer was, formidable. He is evolving at an alarming rate. If he remains on this trajectory, in 2 years' time, he might be able to challenge a high-class Devil's Queen in a duel and fight on even ground. His power is still unrefined. He lacks the polish of a devil trained from birth, but the raw material is all there. More importantly, his will is already that of a leader. He prioritizes the safety of others, sometimes at the expense of his own advantage. She let the words settle before looking at him fondly, an expression that only he could interpret. He's like you in some ways, Surzek-sama, if you had been born mortal. Huh. Surzek chortled in amusement. No wonder Rias seems to like him. After his amusement passed, his expression grew more serious. He leaned forward slightly, interest flickering in his gaze. Describe this transformation you mentioned earlier. She did so succinctly. The black and silver blade, the glowing crimson patterns, the aura that pressed against the air like a storm front. It was unlike any magic or technique known to me, and his intent was clear. He moved to protect Rias and her peerage with absolute focus. His instinct to defend them seems to go beyond mere friendship, especially Lady Rias and Aquino. Surzek-sama regarded her quietly for a moment, then asked, "You think there may be deeper feelings involved? Beyond camaraderie and friendship?" Her voice cooled further. "If they're not already, it will be a matter of time. The path is clear. Her empathy and intrigue is drawn to him, and his loyalty is absolute in the truest sense. His apparent devotion to her is adamant. If left unchecked, it will escalate to something problematic for the house. A romantic entanglement between a devil heiress and a Gremory at that, and a human is a scandal we cannot afford." He gave a slow, reluctant nod. Even if he surpasses the average magician or exorcist, he is still, from the clan's and the Pillar family's perspective, a human. Mortal, ephemeral, politically worthless. He drummed his fingers on the desk. And yet, I cannot deny the value his presence has had for Rias. She has grown more assertive, decisive, and a touch wiser. Due to his influence, she has become a better leader for her peerage. Grafia rebut led. His influence as an ally to her is absolutely fine. Beyond that, he will eventually wither. Surzek-sama nodded gravely. Agreed. Even if he proves powerful and a good influence on Rias, he will never match her lifespan, her station, or the political obligations she must meet. Such a relationship would paint a target on them both. He continued, "I can also see Rias trying to use him as an avenue to break her engagement with Riser. Although I'm not a fan of the whole idea, I can't change what my father and the head of the Phoenix have already agreed to. As a target for affection, Amano gives her an outlet in the face of the looming event. Which means their bond will only deepen," Grafia said, just above a whisper. "It would be wise to act now, rather than hope it fades." Surzek's face flickered with a rare shadow of regret. "If we do not intervene, it will end in heartbreak. If we do, it may end in rebellion." He leaned back, letting out a long breath. "Tell me, has the boy shown interest in joining her peerage?" "Not even slightly." Grafia's answer was immediate. "He has declined twice when pressed. I believe he sees his humanity as an asset, not a defect. He is proud of the fact that he can stand with devils on equal terms as a human. Well, if he won't join willingly, then there's not much that can be done." He sighed. She could tell he was about to dismiss her when the door to his office burst open with a force that rattled the hinges. Rias stormed in, her glare locking instantly onto Grafia. "Tell him about Kaneko," Rias demanded, her voice trembling with anger. Grafia's gaze flicked briefly to Surzek's. Kaneko's pain was regrettable, but her life was never in danger. Grafia thought. Surzek rose, his expression softening. "I've already heard. She'll be healed in no time. The Gremory doctors are some of the best in the underworld." She was screaming and trembling in pain. Rias's shout hung in the air, raw and vulnerable. "You stood and let her suffer while you watched from behind a barrier." Grafia's reply was measured, almost gentle. Her life was not in jeopardy. Had the circumstances changed, I would have intervened. Rias trembled with the effort not to scream again. Her fists clenched at her sides, nails biting into skin. "Sit, Rias," Surzexima said, gesturing to a chair, his voice as gentle as Graphia's was cold. "No." Surzexa's countenance changed instantly, all softness evaporating as the Mao's authority settled onto him like a mantle of storm clouds. "Then I will speak, and you will listen," he said, not raising his voice, but with a force that commanded the room. "This is about Toshio Amano. The way he touches you, embraces you, hold your hand. Are you so naive you do not realize the consequences of being seen in such a manner with a human? You know what such perceptions could do." Rias looked down, but only for a heartbeat. Then she met his eyes again, stubborn and defiant. "He is my friend. There's nothing inappropriate about caring for a friend." Surzex shook his head slowly. "You are a Gremory. Your life is not solely your own. A human cannot stand beside you as an equal. Not in politics, not in culture, not in the span of centuries you will live. If you intend to pursue him beyond friendship, I will end that notion here and now." Grafia saw the argument falling short of Rias' ability to accept. Rias was her mother's daughter, and the Gremorys were nothing if not passionate in their loyalties. So she pressed the point with the only way she knew how: cold logic. "Even if he could match you in strength, he will wither and die in decades, while you continue on for centuries. Is that what you want? To shackle yourself to sorrow? It would weaken your standing, invite ridicule, and give your political and real enemies leverage. Is that worth this fleeting infatuation?" Ria's hands curled into fists. "You can't decide. This is not only about you," Grafia cut in. "It is about the clan, the alliances we maintain, the enemies we deter. A human consort would undermine all of it." Surzexama's voice softened, but his words struck just as hard. "I love you, Rias. We are not trying to hurt you. We are protecting you from yourself and from the world that will judge every move you make. You may hate me for this now, but one day you'll understand." Rias seemed to fold in on herself, her anger giving way to a quiet, desperate sadness. "Why is it so wrong to want to make my own choices? To live my own life?" Tears were building up in her eyes. "Because the world will not let you," Grafia answered. The words landed with dull finality, and for a long, brittle moment, no one spoke. Grafia pressed once more. "Your engagement to Riser Phoenix remains as well. That union will protect you and solidify your position, as well as elevating the Gremory family. I will never marry him." Ria's voice rose, sharp and certain. "And you can't control my life, or decide whom I choose to spend it with." She turned and tried to leave, only to see Grafia in front of her. Grafia's gaze was cold, her words sharper still. "Understand this, Lady Rias. He is human, and therefore bound by fragility, mortality, and the whims of his kind. You could not convince him to become a devil, so he will likely remain human. He has no affiliations, no backing. He is utterly alone in a supernatural world that will consume him before he reaches maturity. You will not pursue him. Should you defy us and pursue him, you risk more than your reputation or the Gremory families. You risk his very life in a world that would see him destroyed, either because they perceive him as a threat or for simply standing beside you." Rias started to cry outright. "As a maid to the Gremory family, you cannot order me to do anything." Rias stamped her foot in frustration. "Rias," Surzex started softly yet firmly, "she speaks on my authority as a Satan." Rias gasped at her brother. "I can't believe you do this to me. Oni-sama." Her look of utter betrayal pained Surzex, Grafia could tell. Rias looked at each of them in turn, her eyes wet but burning with something harder than anger. "You're both monsters," she said. "You think you're protecting me, but you're only making sure I never get to live at all." Rias began to sob, then quickly spun on her heel and stormed out, the door slamming behind her. The room fell quiet. When the echoes faded, Surzex let his head fall into his hands. "Are we the monsters she claims, Grafia? Are we doing the right thing? I despise seeing her look at me like that." "It is the only way," she said, voice unwavering. We serve the house, and as a Satan, you serve devil kind as a whole. Our personal desires are irrelevant. If you indulge hers, you damn her to endless regret and pain. I just hope she'll forgive me for this." The Satan rubbed his eyes. He looked toward Graphia again with an unreadable expression. But then again, who knows? Maybe the boy will surprise us later. If he continues to gain power at the same rate he's going, it may only make sense to have the devil race form an alliance with him. Graphia remained doubtful despite what she had seen today from the boy. There's still the matter of his lifespan and the Phoenix engagement. You're not reconsidering your stance on that, are you? Graphia couldn't help but ask pointedly. The kid has time. He may just solve that very problem. Maybe the other one, too. He replied cryptically. He gave her a faint smile before he stood, stepping toward the attached balcony behind his desk. "I have a meeting with the other pillars soon." His tone was clipped, the vulnerability already receding behind the mask of leadership. "I will have everything prepared for your return, Sir Zexima," she replied, bowing. He inclined his head and vanished in a ripple of magic, leaving Graphia alone with the silence and the lingering weight of what had just been discussed. The front door gave its usual soft squeak as I stepped into my house, shutting the night air out behind me. The walk back from the Gremory Manor had been quiet enough for me to start feeling the weight of exhaustion on my shoulders, but inside the house it was different. The air carried a softer, lived-in stillness, broken only by the quiet rustle of fur against fabric as a small body shifted on the couch. Kuroka stirred and padded toward me as I stepped inside, her small body slipping off the couch to meet me at the door. She paused when she saw me, bruised and bloodied, and I caught a fleeting glimmer in her eyes. Worry, I guessed. When she reached me, I bent to stroke her fur, running a hand over her head and down her neck. "Hey, Kuchan." She stiffened slightly at the nickname, a subtle pause and a slight widening of her feline eyes. "You like your new name?" I asked. I knew who she really was, but she didn't know that. Dropping a subtle hint here, and there seemed like fun, too. Her ears flicked once, then she leaned into my palm, purring softly as my fingers scratched down her neck. "I'll take that as a yes," I murmured with a ghost of a smile. She followed me into the kitchen, watching as I pulled together something quick, bread toasted crisp, eggs fried until the edges browned. I was starving after all of that. It wasn't much, but enough to fill the empty space in my stomach. I split off a bit of fish from the fridge, setting on a plate for her. She ate with the sharp eagerness of someone who had been waiting, and together we shared the quiet meal. After, I had to get a shower. Hot water sluiced away blood, dirt, and grime, the lingering stink of combat vanishing down the drain. My muscles loosened beneath the spray, though my mind stayed taut. Gom's face, if that stitched horror could be called a face, still lingered. Kaniko's small body in the aftermath, battered but alive. Shinjuku burning in my hands. And me, unshackled in a way I had never thought possible. Shirkai had pulled something raw out of me. Emotion so sharp and alive it felt like my soul had burst free of its cage. I wanted to see her again. When I finally stretched out on the bed, the sheets cool against my back, the house felt too quiet. The memories pressed in. My hand drifted to the hilt of the sword leaning nearby, the blade wrapped and silent, yet calling to me all the same. I sat up, moved to the yoga mat on the floor, and set Shinjuku gently across my lap. Closing my eyes, I slowed my breathing. Jinzen. The tug came almost instantly, as if some unseen thread had been waiting for me to grasp it. The world blurred, shifted, and I sank. The sunken sanctuary stretched out beneath me. It was no longer half-submerged ruins. The temple was completely drowned now, pillars vanishing beneath glass-clear water that shimmered with faint reflections. Cherry blossoms floated on the surface, drifting across the mirrored expanse. In the distance, standing at a small floating altar, was her, Shinjuku. Her back was turned. Long crimson hair, with ethereal flame, spilled in cascading waves down to her lower waist, the ends slowly drifting in flame of crimson, violet, and faint blue wisps, never still but flowing slowly like a living fire. The glow illuminated the elegant curves of her form, broad hips, her rear huge and calliopean, a narrow waist, and shoulders held with quiet poise. Beneath the shifting veil of hair, I caught the intricate sigil etched across the smooth expanse of her back, glowing as though carved from light itself. It was the same design inscribed into the courtyard stone, but here it pulsed as if alive, each line burning with memory and meaning. She was wearing a low-cut, pale violet kimono patterned with small pink globe amaranth flowers and thin green stems. The neckline was loose, hanging off her shoulders, and tied at the waist with a wide, dark crimson sash. The kimono was very short, the length only going to her upper thigh, which revealed the very bottom part of her, but from behind. The garment framed the curve of her figure, while allowing the radiant sigil on her back to shine through. Even from behind, she was breathtakingly beautiful. I tried to speak, but her presence alone seemed to compress time, force words back down my throat. I took a step, then another, the water beneath my feet shimmering but never splashing. If she noticed my approach, she didn't acknowledge it until I finally found my voice, the name escaping like a plea, Shinjuku. She didn't turn at first, but the air shifted. The flames at the end of her hair flared with sudden life, and I saw her body shiver, either from the sound of my voice or the effort of keeping herself composed. When she did finally look back, it was over her left shoulder. Her side profile and piercing, glowing eyes caused my breath to hitch. She then turned slowly to face me, and the sight struck me harder than any blade. Tears streamed down her face, glowing faintly as they fell and rippled the water at her feet. Unrestrained joy radiated from her smile and eyes. I didn't think, didn't analyze, nor hesitate. In a heartbeat, I was there, a flash of runic Shunpa closing the distance between us. My arms wrapped around her without conscious thought, pulling her tightly against me before either of us could say a word. Emotion tore through my chest, raw and bright, so overwhelming I almost wanted to push her away just to make it stop. Instead, I held her tighter, my own tears pricking at my eyes. For the first time I could remember, I didn't try to fight or logic through them whatsoever. Her hair of flame brushed my hands behind her back, yet it didn't burn. It felt like fire that belonged to me. "Oh, how I've longed for this," she whispered, voice trembling, "for you to remember." The warmth that filled me was overwhelming, more than comfort, more than relief. It was love, pure and unyielding. After what seemed like a long time, I pulled back enough to look at her, at the smile that transformed her once obscured face into something tender and loving. Her eyes looked like they contained the same nebula I once hovered over. "Why did you come?" she asked, voice a trembling thread. The question caught me off guard. My first instinct was to deflect or provide logical answers. Instead, I answered honestly. Needed to see you," I said, surprised by my own honesty. "After today, after what happened, I couldn't stop thinking about you. About us." Her mouth twitched at the word us. Her smile widened, illuminating her entire face. "You needed to see me," she repeated, savoring each word like they were precious gems. "After all this time, you finally need me." Her touch felt like fire and ice simultaneously, sending shivers through my body. I couldn't look away from her eyes, those swirling galaxies of crimson and violet that seemed to hold centuries of emotion. I nodded, my hands still resting on her lower back, keeping her tight against me. When I entered Shirkai, I felt everything, like a dam broke inside me. I paused, searching for words. It was terrifying, but also freeing. She reached up, her fingers tracing the contour of my jaw with feather-light precision. "That's what I've been hoping you'd come to understand. Emotions aren't weaknesses to be controlled or suppressed. They're fuel, power, life." Her touch sent ripples of warmth through my skin. "You've been half alive for so long." Her voice was laced with sorrow. "I know now. I kept you locked away like a thing, a tool, an unnecessary burden. But you're not. You're." Her hands pressed gently against my cheeks, and she smiled. A real, unguarded smile, wider than I'd ever seen her wear thus far. "I'm both your soul And not your soul, she finished for me. Born in deprivation, I'm manifested into being. We are separate, but we are one. Your soul, our soul. Yeah, I choked out, the word nearly lost to the tide of emotion. Our soul. Something inside her changed. The light in her eyes deepened, and for a split second, I saw the entire universe reflected there. Every sadness, every hope, every moment we'd ever shared, even the ones I couldn't remember, even the ones I unknowingly repressed. The ripples on the water stilled, the petals drifted in perfect circles, and for the first time since I'd arrived in this world, I realized I wasn't ever going to be alone. I began to think back. I wanted to ask about the times I had nearly died before, whether it had been her hand saving me, but the answer was clear now. Of course it had been her. Thank you, I said hoarsely, voice breaking, for saving my life. Twice, even when I denied you, even when I treated you so terribly. She shook her head, her smile deepening as she cupped my cheeks in both hands. I'd do anything for you, Toshio. I'll always be here for you, especially now. Her voice was soft and musical, each word stitching a soul-bound wound I never knew was even there. Then she leaned in, gently guiding my face toward hers, and pressed her lips to mine. My eyes widened, then fell closed as her warmth consumed me. It wasn't a kiss, not in the way I'd ever experienced. My world had shattered on contact. Every defense, every sharp edge and clever line, every scrap of emotional insulation I'd ever built up just dissolved in that instant. Her hair ignited into a bright corona, flames bursting outward to illuminate the drowned temple. The continuous ripples of the water at our feet stilled completely. I felt her, felt myself like a charge running through nerve and spirit alike. For an infinite second, I was whole. I didn't analyze nor process, didn't try to make sense of the feeling. I just let it consume me, the raw, bright completeness of the piece of myself that returned at last. When she finally drew back, the glow faded. The ripples returned, cherry blossom petals circling around her feet. The emptiness that followed gutted me. It was like losing part of myself all over again. Is this how I always felt before? I asked, voice trembling with the effort to hold on to the sensation even as it faded from my lips. She nodded softly, sorrow and love mingled in her gaze. I never want to leave then, I declared, the honesty of it catching me off guard. For so long I'd lived in detachment and logic, but this was a freedom of being I'd never understood and now desperately wanted to keep. She laughed, gentle and musical, brushing her hand against my face. You must, live as your mother wished you to. If you want to feel that again, all the time, bring our resonance to 100%. Ow, I asked, but I already knew the answer. She grinned, the playfulness in her eyes a spark I hadn't seen before. You'll have to figure that out, she said, drawing a finger down the bridge of my nose. By living, by being you, all of you, not just the parts you think are useful or that make sense. I groaned, but found myself smiling anyway. I knew you were going to say that. I let the quiet hang for a heartbeat, and before I asked, back there, you told me to bring our resonance to 100%. Soul resonance. The system. How much do you actually know? Her lips curved. Everything. The goddess told me. Technically, she tapped my chest lightly. We share the same soul, after all. I probably should have known that. I muttered, embarrassment creeping across my face. All those years of reading and analyzing, and yet I still miss the obvious. She tilted her head, playfully feigning severity. Still, for someone who wants answers, you kept me stuffed in your inventory an awful lot at the start. That was cruel. Heat touched my ears. Yeah, I was too caught up in the intellectuality of the situation, especially at first. I rubbed the back of my neck and let out a breath. Yeah, I was an idiot, huh? You were, she giggled, but the sound carried forgiveness. I'm sorry, Shinjuka. I hope my eyes helped convey my heartfelt apology. She smiled. You've already been forgiven. Her hand traced the side of my face fondly. I looked at her, really looked, and let the words come without overthinking. Why do I deserve you? You forgave me so easily, saved my life twice, gave me power, and I hesitated, breath catching. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I don't even mean just your body, though that's spectacular. My eyes betrayed me as I glanced at her very revealing cleavage. I mean your presence, your spirit. Her smile softened, her nebulae eyes shimmering. Because you locked away the most beautiful parts of yourself, she said simply. I'm only what you refuse to be. Shinjuku, I swear to you that I'll never abandon you again, I stated firmly with resolve. Her smile broadened. She beamed, radiant and unguarded. Then don't do something stupid like suppressing your emotions when they want to come out, she replied, her voice teasing but her eyes deadly serious. Plus, her face grew more serious. She stepped back from me, gesturing to the water. The more you repress yourself, the lower the water will go. I detest deserts. Don't make me live in one again. I nodded firmly. I won't. Silence stretched before I finally asked the question that had been burning in me for a while now. I do have a question. She tilted her head in curiosity. Do you have a sword style to teach me? She burst out laughing, her whole body shaking. Nope, she managed, wiping a tear from her eye. Why would I? I was born from your soul. I only have what you give me. I deadpanned, feeling stupid. So, I really do have to find a master, huh? She nodded, her expression turning sly. Or become one. Either way, the journey is yours. Disappointment. Why had I thought so strongly that she would? I knew that question was coming sooner or later. You thought about it almost every time you sparred with Kiba, she continued, giggling along the way. I sighed. Moving on. Quickly shedding off the feeling, I pulled her close again anyway, burying my face against her chest. She was quite a bit taller than me, so my head rested comfortably on her almost bare breasts. Best pillow ever. Boldness stirred in me. I tilted my chin up to kiss her. I craved that feeling of completeness again, but her finger pressed to my lips, stopping me. Her smile was playful, her eyes mischievous. You'll have to earn that. I blinked, then actually pouted. She lost it, laughter rolling through the temple like a summer storm. It was infectious, and I found myself joining her, caught in the joy of being myself with her for the first time. I steadied myself, determination replacing embarrassment. Fine, I'll earn it. I'll get us to 100%. Her laughter softened into a smile. It won't be as easy as you think. But if you let yourself go, if you follow your desires, it will come faster. Desire. I thought of her, of wanting her, but the truth hit me deeper. It wasn't her body I longed for, but the completeness she gave me. The wholeness of myself. Can we train together with Shirkai? I asked, still holding her in my arms. Yes, she said, tilting her head. But training here will make the emotional part too easy. It won't translate into much progress in the real world. We can still spar here, and we can run Shirkai fusion combos together, but you'll need to fight outside to truly learn. Still, if you wish to spend time with me, I would like that. I like that too. Now you should rest. You've had a long day. She kissed the top of my head, giving me a brief flicker of what I felt earlier. I tightened my embrace, burying the side of my face in her cleavage, clinging to her warmth, reluctant to let go. But then the world began to fade. Her whisper followed me as the world shifted back to reality. I love you, Scotty. Reality settled in as I surfaced from Jinzen, still seated on my yoga mat. Kuroko was curled on my lap as usual, her purr vibrating through my thighs while I stroked behind her ears. My sheathed katana rested across my knees, the warmth from the sanctuary lingering in my chest and bleeding into the room's quiet. Hey, Ku-chan, I murmured, thumb tracing the soft line behind her ear. The system pane flickered to life with a thought, glass black with white text, and the faintest ember-red highlights that always reminded me of her. It was time to dive into the slew of notifications that I've neglected to look at. Ryuryoka Dominion ranked up. Rank 5-6. The pain chimed once. Rank 6. About time. Another multiplier. Another layer of structure to the flood inside me. I felt the corner of my mouth tug upward as my Ryuryoku settled in my core like water, finding its proper level. Poison resistance ranked up. Rank 3-4. The acid and miasma from the demon came to mind, a memory flashing in my mind when I breathed it in the first time. That was a bad time. Physical damage nullification ranked up. Rank 2, 3. That one made me huff a laugh. Useful, if only so I didn't end every training session looking like I lost a bar fight with a brick wall. Quest complete. Kill Gom, the demon general. Optional objectives. X, do it alone. Incomplete. X, don't take damage. Incomplete. Unlock Shurkai. Complete. Zanjutsu Runestone. Legendary. Reward. 7,500 XP. The red X's kinda sucked, but I didn't dwell on it. Don't take damage? Yeah, right. But anyway, I tried my best to take him down, then protect everyone. I would scold Rias for charging in when I was still well within my means of defeating Gom. But it was because of her intervention that I learned Shinjuka's name, so I couldn't be too upset with her. And damn, that was a lot of XP. But I guess I should have expected that. Title earned. Slayer of Demons. Combat potential is increased by 30% when fighting demons. Kuroka's ear flicked. This was just like my Slayer of Strays title. It was unfortunate that I could only have one title equipped at a time. Optional objective complete. Zanjutsu Runestone Legendary. Well, at least the system wasn't stingy when I did hit the mark. Level up. 24, 27. Level up rewards unlocked. Zanjutsu Runestone Rare. Hakuta Runestone Rare. The system had to be giving these based on what stats were the lowest. Not that I was complaining, though that did lead me to wonder about how the Zanjutsu stat worked. Congratulations for unlocking Shurkai. After fulfilling certain requirements, chant the activation phrase to transform the user's unreleased Zanpakuto. Requirements, huh? I bet that had something to do with emotions. Shurkai. Shinjuka. Heavy Heart Fire. The power of Shinjuka allows the user to fuse sword and skill, amplifying the power of the skill fivefold. Only one skill can be fused at a time. Ryu-Ryoku cost varies depending on the skill fused and used, but is generally much higher than original costs. Base strength, speed, and durability are doubled while using Shurkai. It was nice that I wasn't in the dark about how the inner mechanics worked. I didn't have to reverse engineer every tiny parameter while experimenting with my power. I could keep my attention on what mattered much more. On her. On us. As well as learning to wield her properly. When I had fused Runic Shumpa, the speed increase was insane. Faster than Gom could react. Despite that, though, he seemed slower than before. I wondered if starving deteriorated his strength. I slid to the next pane. 50% soul resonance reached. It is the space between breath and silence, now burning with memory and name. The reflection, once blurred, now moves in time with your own. Eyes open, mask shattered, voice spoken aloud. Your soul no longer merely stirs. It reaches. What was once buried has emerged, not as a stranger, but as a part long denied. Shinjuka is no longer distant. Her name is etched into your bones, spoken not as a command, but as recognition. Your Shurkai blooms from that truth, forged not through mastery, but through surrender of control, of pain, of self. This is not mere power. It is revelation. For the first time, you have glimpsed the shape of who you could become. Not the shell you've worn, but the buried soul beneath it. The path ahead is not straight. It coils, scars, and sings. But it is yours. And now, you are walking it together. Spiritual potential grade has increased. BB+. Plus 5,000 base Ryu-Ryoku. 50%. I'll let the number sit with me. Gratitude and quiet pride threaded together. I'd climbed a cliff I couldn't even see a month ago. Considering Shurkai unlocked at 50%, it made sense that Bankai would probably unlock at 100%. I palmed the runestones and crushed them, the light bleeding between my fingers. Kuroka lifted her head lazily, likely wondering what I just did. She can guess. Zanjutsu grade increased. B+, A-. Hakuta grade increased. C+, B-. The familiar recalibration ripple rolled through me. Angles aligning, footwork geometry tightening, hands ready to draw before thought fully formed. It was always an odd feeling, but this left me curious again. System, what does the Zanjutsu stat represent? As it increases, I should know how to wield a sword better, but yet that seems tied to advanced swordsmanship, I thought. I would say it aloud, but I didn't need Kuroka asking questions later. The Zanjutsu stat represents growth potential, such as how fast sword skills increase, technique comprehension, such as understanding how a sword style works, and most importantly, natural instinct. Well, that made sense. Instinct would get you only so far, unless you were Ichigo. I could get Zanjutsu to SSS grade, but yet a sword-style master could still defeat me due to technique alone. I really needed to learn one of those. Shinjuku's crushing revelation came to mind again. Before I got depressed, I moved on. Status, I thought. Status. Name, Toshio Amano. Title, Zanjutsu Prodigy. Race, human. Age, 15. Level, 27, 100/2700. Health, 100 out of 100. Ryuryoku, 18,825 1016, 550/1, 016, 550. Physique S. Zanjutsu. Ho-Ho, S+. Hakuda B. Spiritual potential, B. Soul resonance, 50%. My Ryuryoku number bugged me. A metric is useless without context. System, can you compare this number to other people? I didn't get a response. Maybe I needed to be more specific? All right. What was Jinryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's Ryuryoku level? Jinryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's peak Ryuryoku was 15,024,651,025. I almost sputtered. That number was insane. But as the captain commander of the Godai 13, I suppose it made sense. But it made mine look paltry. Let's try Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo Kurosaki's peak Ryuryoku was 108,894,658,250. I choked on my sudden inhalation of spit. Kuroka seemed annoyed at the sudden disruption to her nap. I knew Ichigo was stronger than Yamamoto, but that much was staggering. But I suppose true Bankai, Ichigo Horn of Salvation, was even a threat to a god. Let's try to go with something lower. Kinpachi Zaraki. Kinpachi Zaraki's peak Ryuryoku was 19,735,468,150. That was the wrong direction from Yamamoto. Shunsui Kairaku. Shunsui Kairaku's peak Ryuryoku was 8,584,354,850. Ulquiorra Cipher. Ulquiorra Cipher's peak Ryuryoku was 7,894,514,375. Come on, these numbers don't even seem attainable. I need a better comparison. Neliel 2 Odell Schwank. Neliel 2 Odell Schwank's peak Ryuryoku was 4,158,648,475. I rubbed my temple and glanced at my measly million. All right, who's lower? Ruruka Dokugamine. Ruruka Dokugamin's peak Ryuryoku was 5,648,100. Getting closer. And Ganju Shiba. Ganju Shiba's peak Ryuryoku was 925,600. I snorted despite myself. At least I've cleared the joke character tier. Kuroka stirred slightly at my seemingly random statement. If I wasn't stronger than Ganju, then I was going to riot. Well, maybe not riot, but I'd be heavily annoyed. Even still, it wasn't even by much. Were Bleach characters stronger than DxD characters? Surzek's Lucifer translated to this metric. I asked hopeful. The system stayed silent. I sighed. That made sense. This world didn't grade anything in spirit pressure. It was unique to only me. Here, imagination and construction mattered, like how finely you shaped mana, how brutally you imposed phenomena. Pure power or destruction at peak could probably injure or even kill some of those names, Ichigo aside. Even back in the beginning of Season 2, when Issei misfired his dragon shot, he carved a ravine in a mountain. That's multi-city block power at least. If he kept scaling in later seasons, town level was hardly a stretch. If I wanted to contend with the players on the board here, I need to reach nuclear tier at least. I had a few ideas how to get there too, but that was going to take time. Thinking about the arbitrary power tier system, I placed Ichigo around planetary level, although that was difficult to judge, as he had power to collapse entire realms, just not indestructible power. But Ryuryoku doesn't necessarily equate to power level in this world. That being said, being a human was clearly limiting my potential. But devilhood had its ceilings too. But our soul might not. Maybe the key was in there. Maybe the last fraction that energy cultivation stubbornly refused to pass at rank 9 was the hinge. I really hoped I didn't have to do something like a cheesy Chinese cultivation novel and descend into this spiritual realm. I hope with my fusion system, it would be cooler than that. It would be cooler than that, right? My system stayed silent. I moved on. Let's check out my skills list now. Tab Base Skills. Perfect Memory, Rank X. Gamers Altered Mind, Rank X. Gamers Altered Body, Rank X. Observe, Rank 7. Cooking, Rank 6. Exercise, Rank 10, Max. Altered Muscle Density, Rank X. Advanced Swordsmanship, Rank 6. Combat Instruction, Rank 7. Energy Sense, Rank 8. Ryuryoku Body Enhancement, Rank 8. Poison Resistance, Rank 3. Metal Muscle, Rank X. Pursuit of the Flash Goddess, Rank 1. High-Speed Perception, Rank X. Tab, Magic Spell Skills. Tier 1. Create Flame, Rank 10. Tier 1. Create Frost, Rank 10. Tier 1. Create Sparks, Rank 10. Tier 1. Create Water, Rank 10. Tier 1. Create Ice, Rank 10. Tier 1. Create Earth, Rank 10. Tier 1. Create Wind, Rank 10. Tier 1. Create Light, Rank 10. Tier 1. Create Minor Illusion, Rank 10. Tier 1. Flare, Rank 10. Tier 2. Fireball, Rank 10. Tier 2. Icicle Lance, Rank 3. Tier 2. Electric Shock, Rank 2. Tier 2. Water Jet, Rank 1. Tier 2. Earth Spike, Rank 1. Tier 2. Wine Gale, Rank 1. Tier 2. Create Illusion, Rank 2. Tier 3. Acetylene Annihilation, Rank 3. Tier 3. Acetylene Napalm Annihilation, Rank 2. Tab, Fusion Skills. Agility, Rank 9. Energy Cultivation, Rank 9. Ryuryoku Dominion, Rank 6. Physical Damage Nullification, Rank 3. Runic Shunpa, Rank 8. I skimmed, pausing at skills of interest. Ryuryoku Dominion finally reached Rank 6. That was another multiplier for my total Ryuryoku. Runic Shunpa had hit Rank 8 right before Gom, which explained how I'd managed to keep up with him. Momentum Shift had been integral too. On the magic side, the trees looked the way they should. Almost every Tier 1 had a Tier 2 counterpart now. Most useful at the moment was Tier 2, Create Illusion, Rank 2. With some finesse, I could disguise Shinjuku on my back or waist. This illusion would be broken if a supernatural person touched it, and it probably wasn't completely invisible to them, if I had to guess. Kind of like how I could perceive that barrier on the school gate. So, just in case one of them bumped into it, I had a second illusion underlaid to make it look like a Shiranai. The last thing I wanted to do was get the police interested with my seemingly illegal action. But now I could carry her everywhere with me, like I should have done from the start. Speaking of magic, I had some ideas where to go next that I was looking forward to experimenting with. I pulled up my inventory next. The sword panel had updated. The silhouette of my shurikai stared back at me. A sleek katana with a black and silver blade that was a few inches longer than a standard one, whose polished edge carried a faint inner shimmer, like starlight trapped under obsidian. The circular tsuba was a deep crimson, simple and elegant, and the hilt was wrapped in charcoal black Edo over a dark violet underwrapping. Along the blade's length, ethereal flames of crimson, violet, and thin blue wisps clung and drifted like slow-burning, ethereal flames. It was beautiful. She was beautiful. Her form flashed through my mind. It may have lingered for a while. Then, thinking back to that moment of activation, I wanted to feel it again. I set my palm on the hilt of my unreleased blade and inhaled. The command phrase rose to my tongue, but caught there like a bridge missing its final plank. A small, neutral panel appeared. Error. Emotional state insufficient to catalyze release. I suppose that made sense, considering. She did say it would be more difficult to use outside of my mindscape. I would have to learn how to channel and not control my emotions. I couldn't help but feel a flicker of intense irritation at my inability to simply feel. But before I squashed that irritation, I let it breathe. I needed to learn how to let things like this flow. The prickling feeling in my gut of severe annoyance caused my knuckles to go white, gripping the hilt of my soul. I took a deep breath. That was a novel experience. Don't think I've ever chosen to be annoyed before, I muttered. Kuroka's ears twitched while she purred under my other hand, her eyes half-lidded, the very picture of contentment. The duality between us was humorous, enough to get me to snort in amusement. I scratched her chin, and her tail curled along my wrist possessively. Possessive little thing, I murmured, letting the warmth of her affection ground me. It was strange how natural this felt, sitting here with her, processing the chaos of the day through quiet moments like this. My phone buzzed against the floor beside me. A text from Rias. Kaneko is stable. The healers say she'll make a full recovery by the end of the week with the help of my demonic power. Thank you for today. Relief flooded through me, followed immediately by guilt. I should have protected her better. Should have ended GOM faster before any of them had to get involved. The unfamiliar spiral of self-recrimination started to wind up. I let myself feel the guilt without drowning in it, acknowledged it, then set it aside. I had to stop just pushing feelings down simply because it was more logical. I'm learning, I said to no one in particular. Kuroka's purr intensified, as if she approved. Her tone was a little off, though, I realized. It seemed so to the point. Weird. Another text came through, this one from Akino. Sweet dreams. Toshio, don't think too hard about today. We're all safe, and that's what matters. I found myself smiling at her mix of care and teasing. She was right, of course. Everyone was safe. That's all that mattered. That, and that bastard GOM was dead. I texted Rias back first. I'm glad she's okay, as well as the rest of you. Thank you for not leaving me out there alone to face it. Now, I wasn't very happy about their intervention, but it had come from a place of concern and care, so I still couldn't fault her too hard. She didn't respond. Next, Akino. Good night, Akino. I'm looking forward to seeing you and the others tomorrow. She sent a kissy winking emoji back. Emojis. I had never once used them before. I sighed. I should probably learn. It would probably make texting Akino more fun at least. I set my phone down and looked at a very comfy-looking Kuroka. I noticed my mind wander about her life thus far. We've had a strange little life together lately, haven't we? I said softly. A month of pretend and small mercies, of shared silence and warmth. She had spent more nights here than not. A phantom roommate who refused to pay rent and gave payment in purrs and laziness. I couldn't bring myself to care too much. Her company was extremely pleasant, which surprised me more than it should have. I underestimated just how much she helped me with a loneliness I didn't even know I felt before. The sudden, mischievous urge to tease flickered through me, definitely not my usual mode. Maybe Akino was rubbing off on me. I picked her up in my arms, her not protesting the movement. I put my cheek on top of her head. You know, I said in a low voice, sometimes I wish you were a real person rather than a cat. Then we could just live together, sleep together, eat together, and live happily ever after. My delivery could use some work. I was missing that lilt that Akino always had. Kuroka froze, eyes widening, gold rings bright. Then she blinked once, slowly, as if remembering she was supposed to be a cat. I moved my head off of her, looking into her eyes. Hopefully a mischievous glint in my eye translated over to her. She licked my face. She answered with a single meow, half sultry, half innocent. A meow no normal cat in the world could have produced. Oh, would you like that then? I smirked. She was about to meow again before she realized she was supposed to be a cat. She tilted her head to the side in mock confusion. I couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, that's what I thought. I scratched gently under her chin. Let's get to bed. I could use some sleep. I stood with her in my arms and carried her to the bed, setting Shinjuku within reach on the nightstand. I lay back, Kitty cat Kuroka flowed onto my bare chest like she'd done it 1,000 times, small weight settling over my sternum, chin tucked near my neck. Her warmth soaked into me. "You're really warm," I said, stroking down her spine. "You should sleep like this from now on." She answered with a soft, please sound that didn't quite qualify as a purr or a word. My eyes drifted closed, breath sinking to hers, the system panes dimming in the corner of my vision until only the numbers remained like stars far away. Who knew teasing people could be this fun? Maybe Aquino is onto something. I thought his sleep claimed me.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.